Chapter 21. Night Moves. Bliss. The girl jumped to her feet, knocking over several books and data cards. One of the headphones she was wearing fell out of her ear. Avaryss stood before her, an arch look on her face. It was late, far too late for anyone to be here. Rest was not attainable, and so she had come here looking for a bit of privacy, and perhaps some inspiration. She had not expected someone to be where they shouldn't be. Mother, hi, what are you doing here? The Dark Lord arched her eyebrow. A curious question, daughter? Considering this is my library and my private quarters. The girl lowered her head, blushing furiously. Avaryss frowned. What was her daughter doing here? This library was connected to her private quarters and contained some of the most coveted of her Sith knowledge. Most of the scrolls, books, and data cards here had been raided from the late Lord Philin, a curious and well-read Sith who had met the fate he deserved. The rest had been gathered with care by Avaryss herself, some rare tomes only available to one who had once served on the Dark Council. She had not even had a chance to go through everything yet. The knowledge this library contained, the spells and rituals were dangerous, and for the eyes of only the most skilled of Sith. Bliss was not one of them. Yet, here the girl was. Interesting. Bliss stood before her, looking down at her feet, guilty, but not bothering to apologize or explain herself. A single hand lamp was sitting on the desk, so she didn't have to turn on the overhead lights. Only enough light to read from, and unseen by any in the Dark Lord's apartment. Smart that, not that many would be moving around at this time, most were in bed. It was late night in the palace, only an hour or two after midnight. The Dark Lord, unable to sleep, had decided to consult her private collection of Sith knowledge, to seek inspiration after a day of many troubles, annoyances, and challenges. Now, this, her dear daughter, was here. How special. She endeavored not to lose her temper, which surprisingly wasn't very hard. She was more curious than angry at that moment. Bliss had been nothing but dutiful since their coming here, had done everything her parent had asked of her. Helping with the baby, serving as her cupbearer at meetings, and even helping Taya with her daughter while serving as her apprentice. Finding her here now, it brought up many questions. Had her sweet little girl been playing her own game, a game her mother had not seen because she had not been trying to see? Was there more to Bliss than she had thought? I'm sorry, the girl said meekly. I knew you had company tonight, and that you would likely be busy all night. The girl looked up and managed a small smile. I figured you would be distracted. Avaryss sniffed. She didn't deny it, though she did pull her robe tighter around herself. Suddenly aware that she was wearing nothing underneath. Yes, she had been busy. She had been entertaining. She had needed a release. Things had not been going well. The day had been trying. Zen was complaining about Barrick, how he was ignoring her and their daughter. Also, the nobles had been asking questions about their 12 missing fellows that had survived the experiment. 3 weeks had passed since their transformation, and now, the people they had been no longer existed. They were her hounds now, bound to both her and each other, and dangerous. Useful. On top of that, Ander had been fussy all day, in a bit of a mood. Not wanting to eat, or eat what was brought to him, wanting to do what he wanted rather than what was asked. Typical toddler issues. She might have been more tolerant, but a report from Gull's intelligence people had put her on edge. Even now, thinking about it, her temper flared. The Alliance was talking about her. They knew she was responsible for the Stalkhouse raid, somehow. There had even been suggestions of targeting her, making an example of her. That could not be allowed. She had finally lost her temper with her son, and sent him to bed without his supper. She didn't wish to do it, but understood that it was necessary. It was something that her father would have done. Ander Lillis doted on his child, but he didn't understand the value of discipline. She had learned to behave as a child. Her son would too. She didn't want to do it, but it had needed to be done. She tried to focus on it. She had seen what Sinestra Fear's indulgence had done to her son Beal. The boy had been spoiled, and it turned him into a monster. She would not do that to her own child. Avaryss had no desire to create another Belfear. No, she was raising a future emperor. He could not afford to be spoiled. He would learn control and pass it on to his children, or so she hoped. Surrounded by such trouble and annoyance, was it any wonder she had sought release? The young man, her new toy, had come to her later. He informed her that HK Sigma-3 was away with his strike team, 4 of her new hunters, and a squad of Nell troopers, more than enough firepower to deal with any defenders that Princess Bela would have at her side. They would do what needed to be done. The princess had survived too long. It was time to end it, one way or another. Death or capture, it didn't matter to Avaryss. The girl had to go. She had spoken with the droid before he had left. He had been most eager for this hunt. Guilty admission, he had said in a low voice, "Be prepared, master. Some of these troopers and creatures may not be coming back." Avaryss had shrugged. "That is life, HK," she had responded. That had pleased the droid. He liked that she was not tying his hands by making him promise to return with her toys undamaged. The Hunter Sigma, HK's ship, had launched, leaving Avaryss to await his report of success, but in the meantime, her attention fell on the young man who had brought her the news. She was feeling frisky. They had only just met recently. She knew about him, of course, but this was the first time they saw each other alone. She had sensed his desire as he had stood in her presence. His own lover had been distracted, and he was feeling unappreciated. Avaryss could sympathize. She had realized how long it had been since she had allowed herself a bit of release. She still awaited the return of Finn, but for now, why not have a bit of fun? She had flirted a bit, and he had responded accordingly. He was drawn to strong women, he admitted. That was good. She hated to admit it, but she was drawn to him too. Perhaps it wasn't right, but in that moment, she didn't care. It was time to indulge. Her new plaything was about 10 years her junior, but still quite skilled, fierce, and arrogant too. He took it as a sign of his superiority that she had come on to him, and had responded in time, several times in fact. He had done as he desired, took her into his arms, and then let her draw him back to her private quarters and her bed. He had not resisted, and she had been more than willing. It had been good. He had pleased her, and she snuggled in his arms afterward. She had slept, but not for long. Rest had not been in the cards. The dark side continued to whisper in her ear. Things were moving beyond her sight. The light side was moving. She needed to be ready. She had to prepare a response. Her plan to deal with the Alliance was already underway. She had placed several calls, getting things in motion. As for the nobles, she informed them that missing men and women were on a special mission, which was true. 4 of them had gone with HK. 4 would be leaving with Rain tomorrow afternoon, off to search for Tim and Tag. The last 4 would remain here, and sniff out any and all rats in her house. If her own Sith were playing her false, she would know. As for Barrick and Zen, she had a way to deal with that too. She had had that plan on the back burner for a while now. It was time to bring it to a boil. First, however, she needed to deal with Bliss. She was not sure how she was going to do that yet. She looked down at her daughter, and the pile of books and scrolls scattered at her feet. The chirping of local music sounding in Bliss headphones. "Have you been here all night?" she asked. "Were you here before I got back?" The girl shook her head. "No, Mother. I came in through the bolt hole." Avaryss blinked, looking over at the secret passage that was built into the back of the library, what the girl called the bolt hole. Of course, Bliss knew about that, she thought. They had used it once a few years back. It had been shortly after they had taken Bantoon and moved into the palace. There had been reports of bombs being planted in this wing of the palace. Avaryss had been here, setting up her apartment, and Bliss had been helping. The 2 of them had left this wing through the secret exit in the library. Bliss had been frightened at the time, and had been on the verge of panic. "That is how she was acting anyway," the dark side whispered in Avaryss' ear. "You didn't think the girl was paying attention to the path, or how you opened the door into the main hall. You were mistaken." The little one saw more than you gave her credit for. I take it this isn't the first time you have snuck into my library. No, mother. And how long have you been doing this? A while. Avaryss snorted. A while, the girl said. She thought back to her own visits to this library, to the feeling that things were moving around when she wasn't here. She had dismissed it as simply paranoia, but perhaps it was not. How long had the girl been sneaking in here, studying her knowledge and secrets? Weeks, months, years. She almost sighed. Oh, Bliss. What were you thinking? Tell me, child, Avaryss asked. Have your lessons with Taya truly been so unenlightening that you need to study secret? If you had questions, why not go to your master? Bliss sniffed. Lord Taya is a good mentor. She has taught me much about the lightsaber and the politics of this world and our empire. The girl paused, looking down at her shuffling feet. But, Avaryss said. But, the girl continued, what is the point of having that knowledge if I have no power to back it up? If I'm not feared or respected, how can I use what I've learned? I see, Dark Lord said. Bliss frowned. Other Sith see me as your servant, your babysitter. I love Ander, but that is not all I am. I've been training to be Sith since I could walk. Yet, no one here respects me. Jir doesn't even respect me or fear me. He is your brother, Avaryss reminded her. He is a sadistic idiot. Avaryss blinked. In that moment, she saw a side of her daughter she had not seen before. Anger flashed in her eyes, and the Dark Lord could see a hunger for power that she had not known was there. She pursed her lips and thought. Jir had not been the only one to overlook Bliss. She was guilty of that too. That is why she had given her to Taya to train. She saw her as Taya, the next generation, one with power, but content to follow. What she was seeing now, it made little sense. Bliss had always been a good girl. Too good. That thought gave her pause. Had everything she had seen up to this point been an act? Her eyes narrowed as she looked at her child. Have you been playing me, little girl? You have been playing yourself, the dark side whispered. She may not have been born of your body, but she is your blood. And her father's as well. She couldn't deny that. The enforcer who had destroyed the Lilas family, and first set Avaryss on this path, had offered its genetic material to his lord, and fear had used that, combined it with hers to create Jir and Bliss. That man had been cruel, intelligent, and cunning. Had his daughter and inherited those traits, not to mention her mother's thirst for knowledge and power. If so, Bliss was far more dangerous than Avaryss had ever realized. She had never told her children how their father had died, nor had she told them about the destruction of the Lilas family. She had seen no reason to. Kira Lilos was as dead as her parents and sisters. Avaryss had been born of her rage and hate, but they were not the same person. How would the children react if they knew the whole story? She could not say for sure. All she could say right now was that Bliss had surprised her. Things were not as simple as they had appeared. She needed to handle this moment carefully. All these thoughts passed in the few seconds that Bliss had told her what she thought of her brother, and her opinion was not without merit. Jir was what he was, and that is why he fit so well with Abominus. She and Taya, who was her daughter's master, would need to take a new tact with the girl. Your brother is what he is, she said. Bliss shrugged. He likes to brag about all the things he has done since entering Master Abominus' service, what she had shown him, and how powerful he has become. The girl shook her head. What I've learned, it doesn't seem to hold a candle to that. Master Taya is. Do not underestimate the value of political knowledge, my dear. Politics are the art of rule. A blaster may keep people in line, but the right words and actions will bind the galaxy to us and never let it slip away. Avaryss smiled. Such is the way of power. The girl nodded, but her mother sensed she didn't truly believe what was being said. You may be right, mother, but what is in this room, these books and data pads? They offer far more than a blaster or a word. She looked hungrily around the room. I've learned much studying these books. Yet, you have not revealed what you can do, her mother said, not to me, your master, or Jir. The girl shrugged. It didn't feel right to reveal anything. I would gain nothing had I revealed what I learned. I guess I've been waiting. Her mother crossed her arms. For what? I'm not sure. For the time to be right, I suppose. When revealing what I've learned will benefit me most. When it will benefit our family most and advance my position. She looked down at her feet again. I guess that won't happen now, hell. I guess I'm in trouble. Avaryss didn't answer. She was too shell-shocked, looking at the little girl she had underestimated. She hated to admit it, but she had not known this girl at all. Bliss was only 13, but that was only 2 years younger than Kira had been when she had first found the dark side. In fact, in that moment, she saw much of Kira in Bliss, that drive, and the thirst for knowledge, the need to be more. Yes, she understood what she was saying, and why she had chosen to hide her growing knowledge. It is not wrong to hide your true potential. That can be useful. She knew that from her readings about Darth Avaryss. He was a master at making his enemies underestimate him. Kira had used that to her own advantage, destroying a troubling squad leader during her time on Fury 9. What was that boy's name again? Brack something. No matter, he had been destroyed years ago. The first of many hurdles that Kira has jumped to bring Avaryss into existence. Now Bliss was starting down that road. Her mother was pleasantly surprised. She hated to admit it, but she was impressed. Her daughter had hidden her nightly visits to this library and gained wisdom that her mother or master had no idea that she possessed. It was very Sith-like. The Dark Lord was pleased, but that didn't mean that she was not concerned. As of right now, she had no idea exactly what sort of abilities her daughter possessed. What she had learned in secret, not knowing was a weakness, and weakness could not be tolerated. She needed to rectify this situation. She frowned slightly. Yes, she needed to know. But how? If the girl has been studying in this library, and with Taya, she had likely been exposed to powers that her mother had no idea she possessed. She would need to gauge the girl's abilities, but how to do that safely? How to approach the situation in a way that would not turn Bliss against her? How? Again, the dark side offered an answer. The trial of blood. The name almost made her shudder, and for a moment, she felt a phantom pain in her left leg. The leg that had been injured during her own trial years ago. That had been in a different life, with a different body, but the memory remained. She regarded her daughter carefully. A trial, she thought. Yes? Nothing as elaborate as the one Rain had survived, no. Rain was her heir, the next empress. She had needed to be sure that the girl had what it took, both to rule and to be Anders' teacher if Avaryss fell to her blade. Bliss' trial would be different, but it still needed to be difficult. It would test her, but it would show her mother what she needed to know. Avaryss gave no sign of what she was thinking, but her mind was made up. The trial of blood would happen. She would need to speak with Taya, set it all up. Both master and parent needed to play a role in creating this trial. The two of them would administer the test, just as Adaz and Philin had done with Kira. It would all go down as she needed, and she would come to know her daughter. That is what needed to happen in the meantime, though. One final thing was needed. Answer me this, child, she began. What do you want? Want, mother. What is your true goal? What do you hope to gain with the power you wield? To serve the Empire, the girl said quickly, to serve you and our family. Very well, but that can't be your entire motivation. The Dark Lord frowned. You sound like a Jedi, she hissed. And worse, she thought to herself, you sound like Kira. Unacceptable. The girl gave her a confused look. Should I not seek to serve you? You should follow those stronger than you, until you become stronger than them. Until you are sure that you are stronger than them. Imperial serve. Acolytes serve. Marauders and assassins serve. You have shown tonight that you possess the desire to be a Sith Lord. Avaryss smiled. Sith Lords serve themselves first. She looked up at the highest pedestal in the back of the library where her holocron sat. Bliss could not have accessed it, she knew that at least. After Rain used it during their time in Survivor Base, she had placed locks on its gatekeeper. Only she could remove those locks. If Bliss succeeded, if she survived, maybe she would give the girl the key to those locks. They would see. You spent a short time among the Jedi during our time at Survivor Base. Tell me, did you come to understand why they lost the first war to our people, why Coruscant fell so quickly? Bliss' brow furrowed with thought. Avaryss could see the girl trying to come up with the right answer. Again, she was pleased that she didn't spout off a quick answer, an answer more common in Sith propaganda. The Jedi thought they had us stuck during the end of that war, that neither side was capable of advancing any further. That is why they accepted our peace proposal. A reasonable answer, but not truly the right one, her mother said. Avaryss smiled slightly. The Jedi knew what we were. They had fought us for decades at that point, but, as always, their ultimate weakness was their downfall. The Dark Lord sneered. A Jedi serves others, first and foremost. That is why they lost. They knew the power of the dark side, the drive of the Empire, but they accepted our peace proposal because the people of the Republic wanted them to. The Republic was looking for a way out, and the Jedi, as their servants, accepted that proposal on their behalf. I'm sure many Jedi suspected the Empire's duplicity, but were shamed into silence, and in their silence, Darth Malgus and Darth Angral found the opportunity they needed. Avaryss shook her head. We sacked both Coruscant and the Jedi Temple. The galaxy was ours, but we let the Emperor betray us. Let him negotiate a treaty with our enemy. We never questioned because he was the Emperor. How could we know that he had abandoned us? How could we know he built a false empire with the Zakuul and was plotting to betray us? We didn't know he had been consumed by his own madness, his desire for godhood. Avaryss' temper flared at the mere thought of what had occurred. Vitiate had betrayed them. Had they completed the conquest after the fall of Coruscant, the Zakuul would have found a much harder time bringing a galaxy controlled by the Sith under their control. It would have been a much fairer fight, but that was neither here nor there. The treaty had been signed, the war had erupted again, and now the Sith Empire and the Republic were under Zakuul control. Control that she would wrest from their grasp when she used the Grand Temple and the keys of Hikidus to destroy all of Zakuul. The Emperor's betrayal would finally be avenged. The galaxy would be hers. Learn the lessons of the past, my child, she said. Obey those stronger than you, but never forget that you must continue to grow in both power and wisdom. Power is the end-all of a Sith's journey. It will allow you to have everything you have ever wanted. Remember the code? Through power gain victory, Bliss said with a nod. And through victory, your chains are broken, Avaryss finished. Bliss gave her a hopeful smile. So you are not mad at me? I am mad that you got caught, Avaryss replied, but I will give you a free pass, this time. I will not seal the bolt hole, but you must be more careful. If I catch you in here again, I will block the entrance. You will not be able to access my secrets. The girl nodded. Yes, mother? Avaryss nodded, pleased. The girl had learned caution tonight. She would be watchful for her mother's presence during her late-night visits. Such caution was necessary. In the meantime, Avaryss would need to meet with Taya, set up the girl's trial. It would not be easy. She loved Bliss. Putting her at risk, she could die during the trial. But, if she did, then she was no use to the Sith or her mother. Avaryss tried to remember that. She used the Force to open the secret door. Leave, she ordered. You can clean up in the morning, and you need your own rest. Yes, mother, the girl replied. She was practically beaming. She might have thought she got off easy tonight. She would know that was not true when the trial began. The Dark Lord hoped she would be ready. The girl left, leaving her mother to ponder all that was, and what was to come. Things were moving all around her, enemies and allies alike. She would have to be ready too. She was so close now. She would be damned if she would lose when she was so close to absolute victory. She turned out the light and returned to her quarters, shutting the library door behind her. She looked up. Her plaything was awake. He sat up in bed, watching her. She smiled. Did I wake you? She asked. He gave her a feral grin. Waking up alone woke me? Fair one, Gul Ashik said, stretching. I thought that I had successfully exhausted you. Perhaps my skills are not what I thought they were. Avaryss laughed. He was arrogant, this one. She could see why Rain had first been drawn to him. Gull had not failed to notice his Rain's distraction with Timon. He had been staying in the palace as she prepared her search for him, and during that time, she had neglected the green-skinned Twi'lek. Avaryss had taken advantage of that tonight. Do not underestimate yourself, she answered. It was not a failing on your part that woke me. Glad to hear it, her toy said, laying back. Perhaps my lady would allow me to correct that. I'm more than ready to help her find her rest. Avaryss' body stirred at the offer. Gull was not unpleasant to look at. She had first noticed him at the party that he and Rain had attended. She didn't think that her student would mind her taking certain liberties. If Timon did join them, Gull would need some consoling, she suspected. I'm up to the challenge if you are, she said, letting her robe fall away, letting it puddle at her feet. The Twi'lek smiled hungrily, enjoying the sight of her in moonlight. You not be disappointed, my lord, he said. Avaryss said no more. She made her way back to the bed. The night was still young. She intended to make the best of it. Gull's sharp claws dug into her back, making her gasp. She let him take control. Despite the threat of her various enemies, she was unconcerned. The dark side was in ascendance, and so was she. The very galaxy was up for grabs, and soon it would all be hers. She moaned as the Twi'lek again started proving his skills. Tonight, he was hers, and soon, everything else would be as well. Yes, she cried out. Oh yes. Soon. Chapter 22. Leads. You come here offering me nothing of value. Small one. The Aqualish crossed his beefy arms, the webbing of his clawed fingers fully on display as he glared down at his guests. Give me one reason why I should help you. Urba's large green eyes narrowed. The insult had been clear on the Aqualish's lips. Small one. You had to be either very brave or extremely stupid to use such an insult on a Hutt. Especially a young one. The younger the Hutt, the hotter the temper, or so the old wisdom said. Shira watched her companion. She was trusting that Urba could keep his mind on the mission. Finding Balaya Istillo. If Avaryss was up to something, she would likely be moving soon. They had little time to avenge insults. Shira was tempted to reach out to her friend, seek to calm him, either with a paw on his shoulder or the Force, but she dared not here. She was playing a role, and that wasn't the role of a Jedi. She stood just behind Urba, she and Dunk. Both women were dressed in the garb traditionally worn by Hutt enforcers, playing the role that Urba had suggested. She had allowed the beast within out, just enough to make her appear as Shistavan and were woman, a useful disguise. Dunk's face was hidden by a leather mask that only let her eyes be visible. Both carried vibroaxes, a weapon common enough in a Hutt court. How far would they need to go if Urba's anger got the best of him? Most Hutts would not have let someone insult them, lower clan or not. Shira wished that she could remind him of that, just in case. Perhaps she need not have worried. For his part, Urba didn't let the remark get to him. A rumble escaped from the back of his throat, but his wide smile appeared again, a smile that seemed to almost stretch all the way around his large head. Tuka, please, there is no reason to be flinging insults. I've already said that we are willing to pay for this information, and pay handsomely. The Hutt stretched out his tiny, yet muscular arms. I do not see why we cannot both profit. The Aqualish Tuka Daba made a whistling sound between his tusks. Shira could not tell if that was a good or bad sign. The gambling parlor where they currently stood was in the roughest part of this district. Creatures from many worlds crowded in the shadows, watching the exchange between Tuka and his guests. Rix was hidden among them somewhere. Shira could sense that at least. He had come in 2 days ago, preparing an escape plan, just in case things fell apart. A necessary precaution, considering how things had been going lately. After almost 2 weeks of searching, the crew had found themselves on the mining colony of Catherine. Before that, they had traveled throughout the systems controlled by the Mining Guild, following the path taken by Bela Istillo in her search for allies to help liberate her world from the Sith. The trail had gone cold 6 days ago. Though Rix had managed to learn that someone matching Bela's description had managed to book passage of the last world, she had been sighted onto this place. Why she would have come here was a mystery to Shira. This place didn't seem like where you went when seeking aid. It sounded, and felt, like a place you ended up when you hit rock bottom. Catherine was a dirty, broken-down place. It was not as bad as the wreck, but it was a close second. Most of the miners here were indentured, only a few steps above slaves. Why in the forest had Bela Istillo come here? Perhaps she had been trying to lay low. Or she had had no other choice. The miners did pretty much anything to forget their troubles here, the back-breaking work, and the huge debts that most possessed. Which meant that they sought out vices, when they could, any vices that could make them forget for a short time. That is where Tukadaba came in. His business was vices. He was what the higher caste of his people would call the lowest of the low. The webbed fingers and claws marked him as such. Despite the fine vest and leggings he wore, he radiated with a cold disdain and a near hatred for everyone around him. Not the kind of person she would have preferred to come to for aid, but they had little choice. He knew what went on in the shadows of this world. If Bela had been here, he either knew or knew someone who did. The latter seemed more possible, considering what they had learned on their last stop, the name of the man who had helped the princess book passage here. According to Rix, he was last known to have been working with Tukadaba. Now, they needed to talk to this man. Surely you can understand, Tuka, Erba continued. My clan has needs, ones that you can fulfill. We only wish an audience with one of your people. We believe he has information we need, information necessary in setting up some new investment opportunities. The Hutt chuckled. All we wish to do is speak with your man, Nevin Rokes. Let us do that, and we will be on our way. The name provoked a reaction from the Aqualish. He snarled angrily. You reveal yourself, Hutt. Asking about that double-dealing scum, Rokes tried to betray us, and he paid for that crime. Double-dealing, you say? The Hutt said. How so? Came to us, Rokes did, speaking for the Knights of Bantoon. Offered much for protection and resupply. Bodies to sell, transit to worlds where I had contacts not. Seemed to be a good deal. Shira only just suppressed a growl. Months ago, she had spoken with Lana Beniko, tried to convince her to reach out to the Knights of Bantoon. The Sith woman had rejected that thought, informing Shira that the Knights had abandoned their duty, and that they had turned corrupt, and that they were now no better than common outlaws. Shira had not wanted to believe it, but now, faced with what she was hearing, it seemed that Beniko had been right. Last deal, Tuka continued, wanted help capturing a noble, Rokes did. Offered him men, weapons, and betrayed me, he did. The Aqualish snarled. Didn't say noble was the runaway princess. Knights wanted to keep bounty on her head all for themselves. Tried to cheat Tuka. No one cheats Tuka. No one. Your anger is most understandable, Erba said. I do hope you punished Rokes for his betrayal. It is what we Hutts would have done. Tuka hissed. Punished he was, and now you come before me, seeking to cheat me. You seek the runaway princess? You think that Rokes will tell you where she is? You want the 2 million credits for yourself. Shira watched Erba, wondering how he would respond, denial or acceptance. The Hutt didn't either, he just gave the Aqualish crime boss a sly, wicked look. The kind of look that promised everything from slavery to murder. Shira felt a slight shiver. She knew Erba, he was a friend, but he was still a Hutt. How many creatures had ended seeing that look on the face of a Hutt? Far too many, for too many years, she suspected. The Hutts were a dangerous species. Few would deny that. Tuka seemed to understand, as well. He stopped bellowing, and seemed caught in the Hutt's large green eyes. He seemed to shrink a little, perhaps realizing that he had gone too far. Up to this point, Erba had been speaking basic, but now he switched to Huttese, perhaps as a sign of his displeasure. He glared at the Aqualish. You need to understand something, Tukadaba. The cartel has never had an interest in this place. We have accepted the tributes paid to us as our due, but have understood that what is here for you and your fellows. How you are acting now, how you are speaking to me now, that is enough to make you reconsider our decision. Perhaps the family heads need to take a closer look at your business, but I digress. I'm not here to cheat or lie to you. Us don't cheat, we claim what is ours. If we viewed this runaway princess as ours, we would offer you a fair finder's fee, more than fair, as your station allows. Urba sniffed and brought himself up straighter. Let us speak no more of lies and cheating. The clans wish to have words with your man Rox after that. I'm letting to let this matter pass unmarked. Time is of the essence, and you have my word as a council representative that should anything come of this meeting you will profit accordingly. Otherwise, the Hutt let the sentence stand unfinished, and from the sense of fear coming off the Aqualish, he could guess what otherwise meant. Tuka coughed, and when he spoke again, it was much softer and not so brazen. I will show respect to the cartel. Sadly, the rogue man is not here to be spoken with. Really, Urba replied. Where is he? Rox was punished, he continued. Lost men, I did, carved up by a lightsaber they were. Princess stronger than he thought. Realized then that it was she, and he confessed as much after. Tuka shook his head. Lost much, best men, even a cousin of mine. Roek needed to pay off his debt, sold him I did, had no credits, and his friend were gone. Urban nodded. Sold to whom? He said, switching back to speaking basic. Tuka told them everything he knew. Shira growled to herself. Damn it, she thought. Another dead end. When it was over, Urba smiled that wise smile of his. Thank you, ever so much, Tuka, he said with what might pass for a bow. It is always a pleasure doing business. 2 hours later, the crew found themselves back aboard the Amanda Fallow. Court moved around them with a medical scanner, checking them all out in turn. He insisted on this, claiming that the various bacteria and viruses on Catherine were nothing to take for granted. He spent the longest time on Shira, running a medical scanner over her, citing several things that could have clung to her fur. She accepted this and let him work. In the medical world, her lover knew best, though. She was still not happy that he had invited himself on this mission. Dunk sat across from her, idly flipping a dagger with her right hand. Rix Hunt, still in the garb of a local Catherine, sat next to them, just having finished telling them what he had observed at Tuka's court before their arrival. Sadly, having found out nothing further about their quarry. Urba was in the back, speaking on the hypercom, talking to one of his family's clan contacts. All attempts to find any survivors of the Knights of Bantoon had failed. The group had been all but annihilated, destroyed by bounty hunters, according to Hunt. Nevin Rox had been the last of the group, their contact with the French here on Catherine. Tuka's choice to sell him into slavery left his current position unknown. Hopefully, Urba would be able to find out more. So what is the plan now, boss? Rix Hunt asked her. Dunk Joyce hissed angrily. I still can't believe that my people fell so far. Donos and his knights were a beacon of hope for those of us that were off-world when Bantoon fell. The woman shook her head. His legacy ended like this. I have no words, Master Shira. Desperation can lead to bad decisions, Court answered, and besides, once their leader was gone, who was left to steer your people on the correct course? Shira nodded in agreement. Do not lose hope, Dunk. There are still those committed to seeing your world free of Sith influence. You have my word that I will do everything in my power to find your missing princess. And see Avaryss thrown on the trash heap of history, she thought to herself. The season of Bantoon, the Stalkhouse raid, the witch had so much to answer for. Shira would see that debt was paid in full with interest. Rox didn't know how to contact Princess Bela, or so he told Tuka. Rix confirmed. It was through Tuka's group that Bela's transport to Catherine was arranged. If he still lives, that information may lead us to the princess, Shira said, if we can open up communications with her. We are one step closer to bringing an end to the alliance. If the man still lives, Dunk said morosely, who knows what the slavers have done to the man? He may be dead already. Master Shira, Urba called out, a word if you please. She rose from the table, the rest of the crew following her aft. They arrived to see Urba removing a headset, and pushing their portable hypercom away from his large body. The Hutt turned to her, his expression guarded. "I have 2 pieces of good news, and 1 of bad news," he said. "What is the bad news?" Shira asked. "I think you should hear the first part of the good news first. It will make things clearer." Shira growled, but nodded for him to continue. "The good news is that I located the slaver group that took possession of Mr. Rokes and the ship they used. He was to be taken to the slave markets on an AR Shatta for a quick sale." That was good news, Shira admitted. If the man had not been sold by the time they reached the smuggler's moon, there was a chance that they might be able to buy him, set him free in exchange for what he knew. "What is the bad news?" Court asked, beating his lover to the punch. Urba grimaced. "The bad news is that the ship never reached Hutta. It was attacked en route, the crew slain, and the cargo seized." Shira only just suppressed an angry snarl. She could almost see Avaryss' face grinning with wicked delight. Again, the dark side seemed to favor the witch's wicked schemes. Another dead end. Her temper threatened to show itself, but Court was there, a calming hand on her shoulder. She glanced up, her lover's even gaze kept her centered, as it often did during her burning times, when her life cycle threatened to push her into the realm of a mere animal. She was grateful for that. "You said there was a second piece of good news, Urba?" The Hutt smiled. "The second piece of good news is that I have the route the ship was on when it was attacked. I just finished speaking with my clan source in that area, and I learned something interesting." "Which is?" "Spit it out already," Dunk said. "Patience, dear Dunk," he answered. "You need to understand the politics of my people, or rather, how we do business with outsiders. It is rare that my people tolerate the theft of what we consider our property. Usually such theft is answered with the harshest and swiftest of punishments, but sometimes it is tolerated." "Why is that?" Hunt asked. "For reputation, if for nothing else. Life on the fringe can be hard. Reputation is often the only thing that keeps all the competing powers in line." Urba's expression turned more thoughtful. The Hutts recognized that there are unstable elements on the fringe, and rather than waste time and credits trying to destroy them, they have learned to turn those elements to their advantage. The routes that the Hutts use to transport slaves are dangerous, far too dangerous for most to use, because of the pirate activity. That activity keeps those routes free from outsiders. Only the Hutts have the resources to protect their goods on those routes. Shira nodded. "I understand," she thought to herself. "I think. The Hutts have arrangements with these pirates, don't they? They use them to scare away anyone who might seek to use those routes themselves." Urban nodded. "Exactly, Master Jedi. Maintaining such an arrangement, keeping the secret, it does require payment, but how? These pirates are enemies of the cartel. How would it look if it was discovered that the Hutts were openly paying their enemies? It would make us look weak, like we are paying protection for something that is already ours." Rick smiled. "They allow these pirates to take a transport every now and then, don't they? That is the payment." Urba's smile spread across his large head again. "Bravo, Mr. Hunt. Thus, reputation is maintained. The pirates are continued a power in their sectors, and the Hutts maintain their status as dangerous enemies. Enemies that only these few mad pirate groups would dare raid, and it is only a matter of time until the Hutts find and exterminate them. And they will, likely, one day, when the usefulness of such raiders reaches its end." "Do you know which of these groups hit the ship that Rokes was on?" Shira asked. "Not yet, but the list will be short. Only 3 groups operate in this area. One is a front owned by the cartel, the slaves diverted from Hutta only to end up on smaller markets on the rim. The second is run by a company of spice runners. They always need bodies to process their product. Manual labor does not break down as easily as droids. The third is a group that frees the slaves it captures, if you can believe it. They work out of an abandoned Republic colony. Those they liberate are either ransomed back to their families or remain on the colony as free laborers, miners, and farmers. Most seem to prefer that. Perhaps it is better than the lives they left behind. Anyone skilled is contracted out, with a small bit of the profit going back to the pirates that freed them." "Do we know which group took Rokes?" Shira asked. Not yet, but my contacts are looking into it. The Hutt shrugged. We should know in a few hours. If luck is on our side, Roke's hopefully fell into the hands of the third group. It is run by a weak-way, a fair being for the most part, for pirate scum. Shira digested what she had just heard. She didn't believe in luck, but if the force was with him, perhaps things were not as hopeless as she had thought. Thank you, Arba. Your contribution to this mission will be remembered and rewarded, I trust. Shira nodded. That nod pleased the Hutt even more. Why are you doing this, Arba? Hunt asked. Whatever do you mean, friend Rix? Why help the Alliance? I know that Arcann has to be stopped, but your people are hardly in the same position as the Republic and Empire. There are no battle stations over your capitals, no sky trooper droids on the streets of Hutt worlds. True, but the aggression of the Eternal Throne is not the only reason to rebel against them. Times are changing, and in such times, there are many opportunities. For the cartel, Court said, and for a single Hutt as well. Tell me, dear doctor, have you ever heard the name Bloatus the Hutt? Court shook his head. Arba sighed. So few do these days, outside of historians of course. I suspect most in the Republic do not care about history. I know the name. Shira volunteered. He served the Republic during the aftermath of the Crusader period. He became Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. He became one of the finest Supreme Chancellors of the Republic, Arba corrected. Despite leaving the cartel for a life of politics, he is still revered among our people. Dump gave the Hutt a sly look. Thinking of entering politics, Arba? The Republic could do far worse than a being such as I. My family is not very well connected, but I am young and have not yet earned a reputation among the cartel. Anyone looking into my past would find little of interest, and if I become an Alliance war hero, Republic voters might that appealing. Shira chuckled. Chancellor Arba's rise could begin here. As I said, the Hutt said with shrug, the Republic could do far worse. I suppose it could, Shira thought. Of course, my dreams of glory on the senator floor must wait until the war is over, yes. We still have a princess to find, yes. Shira nodded. Yes, they did. She turned to Rix. We should probably be off-world, as soon as possible. We are not the only ones looking for Bela. This bounty on her head. Copy, boss, Hunt replied with a salute. We will be vacuum-bound in 5. The crew headed to their stations. Shira felt a brief surge of excitement. They had not found what they were looking for here, but they did have some new leads. That is what was important. Beneath her the ship rumbled to life. She made for the bridge. She would need to contact Colonel Locke. This open contract on Bela was disturbing. She couldn't match Avaryss' price, but maybe the Alliance could offer some distraction for the various hunters of the galaxy. Keep their minds on other, less dangerous prey. She found herself thinking of what Tuka had said about his men being butchered by Bela. The thought was concerning. Had Bela used the Force to fight her way free, or had she destroyed those men out of a darker desire? Not a pleasant thought. Who knew how being on her own all this time might have affected the woman? She was Master Jazz's daughter and strong in the Force. What if she was not scared runaway, but something darker? If they found her, and she had fallen, if she had become something? Shira shook her head. No. She would not think like that. She would need to meditate, seek guidance in the Force. Not such an easy thing in these times. The dark side cast many shadows, obscuring the future. So many possibilities were possible now, not all of them good. Arcann was part of it, but there's so much more to it. There were those in the Alliance who still feared the former Sith Emperor. Some believed that his schemes had not ended yet, that the coming war between the Alliance and Eternal Throne was simply a game, or part of some larger scheme. If so, then they were all playing into the hand of Vitiate. The Sith still feared their former master. Most did not believe him dead, even now. If he was still alive, somewhere, Avaryss might be the least of their worries. Stop it, she thought. She could do nothing about Vitiate. She had to trust in the commander. He was the hero of Tython and Miss Beniko. They would deal with Arcann and his father. She was tasked with dealing with Darth Avaryss, make sure the witch didn't win the galaxy while everyone was looking elsewhere. Most in the Alliance underestimated Avaryss, but she had fought the woman, and even fought at her side. She knew how dangerous she was. Stalkhouse had been the first shot, the first of many. Shira would make sure that it was one of her last. She would find Bela Istillo, and then she would settle matters with her old rival. Once and for all. Chapter 23. Fury. We have cleared the minefield, Master. We shall be entering hyperspace shortly. Very good, apprentice, Darth Avaryss hologram said with a hint of a smile. Contact me again when you have confirmation on Timon's location. Do not engage unless you are sure you can reach him with a minimal amount of resistance. Rain nodded. As she knelt before the hypercom, the events of the last few hours replayed in her head. Though she was grateful to finally being allowed to begin the hunt for her first love, she could not shake the feeling that things were moving beyond what she could see. She didn't like that feeling. No, she did not like that feeling at all. Back on Bantoon, her master frowned. What is the matter, Rain? You look pensive. The apprentice shrugged. Her master frowned. What? Are you worried about your upcoming reunion? No, master. It is these creatures of yours, these subhuman things. My hunters. Yes, them? I don't trust them. I feel disturbed around them, and I am not the only one. You need not worry about that. They are mine, and do nothing now but obey my will. Exactly, the apprentice thought. They are yours, my master, yours. If I did something that they consider is against your wishes, they would not hesitate to turn on me. This, I know. Rain fidgeted. She had been disturbed watching the things being created, watching human bodies being twisted by Sith alchemy. It brought back her own experience. The mere thought made her bad foot throb. When they had been introduced again, after the experiments and conditioning, she got a feeling that the creatures knew something that she didn't. They looked upon her with sly, cruel eyes. They were all smiling, happy to be in the service of their new master, her master, and yet something in those smiles made her uneasy. Their every move spoke of possible betrayal. Not the kind of allies would have preferred to have along on this mission. She wanted her master to understand. They have been looking at Lika, looking at her like she is a meal to be devoured. Kalen had a confrontation with the big one. He just gave that bleeding giggle that the monsters all do, and made it clear that he wished for Kalen to try him. They are animalistic, my lord, and they are dangerous. They are not to be trusted. Avaryss waved her hand dismissively. If Tig is causing trouble, speak with Ziza, their bond keeps him under control. Rain frowned. The female beast, Ziza, did seem to be the leader of these four, but even she seemed untrustworthy. She was always smiling, like she knew some sick joke that everyone else couldn't see, and Rain got the feeling every time they spoke that she was mocking her. That was enough to enrage any Sith, especially a future Empress apprentice. Rain's eyes narrowed. Part of her almost wished that the creatures would try something. She was ready to remove them, and would do so without mercy. I have Trump watching them, she informed her master. He knows what to do if things get strange. Avaryss' expression turned icy. I would not advise hoping your Gamorrean could kill all four of them, apprentice. The changes I brought upon them are more than just physical. Also, I sent them along with you to test them. I need to know how useful my hounds are in battle. Her master crossed her arms. I would be most displeased if I should hear they died before they could be properly bloodied. Rain nodded. The unspoken rebuke was clear. Yes, master. I will make sure they reach our destination and engage any enemies that we may come across. Satisfied, Avaryss nodded. Very good, apprentice. Then everything is as it should be. Rain bowed her head so her master could not see her frown. Perhaps she is right, she thought. Maybe the thought of seeing Tim again after so long is just making me nervous. Again, her master picked up on her emotions. The Dark Lord smiled. Do not fear, dear Rain. Everything is going as it should be. The dark side is with us, and the future is ours for the taking. The apprentice looked up at the hologram. I wish I could feel your certainty. Everything is as it should be, her master repeated. You will find Tim, and deliver him our offer. He has a glorious future if he chooses to embrace it. You will not be alone much longer, my dear. Rain managed a weak smile. Tim, Gull had been an interesting distraction, but that was all he was, a distraction. Thinking of her current lover made her pause. She had expected Gull to be resistant to her going on this mission. She had thought that he would be annoyed that she would seek out someone he might see as a potential rival for her affections. She expected jealousy at the most, hostility and the least. Strangely enough, that had not happened. He seemed more than willing to go, even volunteered, the first to do so among her inner circle. She wasn't sure why, but he seemed more. Chipper, since they had left the moons, their time in the palace had put a spring in his step, though she didn't know why. What did it matter, she thought. Who knows why Gull did what he did? She was on her way to find Timon, a goal that she had desired for the last 3 years. At last, we will be reunited. The thought brought a nervous flutter to her belly. Timon. Tim was what she really wanted, who she wanted, and had been since she had first seen him years ago. Again, her master seemed to pick up on what she was thinking and feeling. Avaryss smirked. And you are not the only one who will soon be joined by their own chosen other, apprentice, she continued. For the first time in years, I have sensed Finn's presence. Rain blinked. Finn. Do you think they are together, master? That vision was denied me, but with one will come the other, I'm certain of that. Finn will be returning to us. I have sensed his frustration and growing anger. I'm not sure what he is doing, but he is growing in power again. He is opening himself up to the Force. I'm sure of it, and with that acceptance, his transformation will finally be complete, and he will return. Rain smiled. Congratulations, my master. Thank you, my apprentice. Avaryss was practically beaming, even over the holo. Rain could sense her glee, like a child on a feast day morning. Her expression turned serious then, serious and cold. Rain, remember this. If your reunion with Timon does not go as you hope, if he rejects our offer, you must be prepared to do what must be done. Our work cannot be jeopardized. He will not refuse me. He would not dare. If he does, do not hesitate, and show no mercy. We are too close, and cannot take the chance of being threatened at this stage. You need not worry, master. He is mine, and he will remember that he is mine. I swear it. Avaryss held her gaze. The two Sith looked at each other, and looked into each other through the Force. Finally, the master nodded. See that it all comes to pass. Contact me when the time comes. Avaryss out. The holo faded, leaving the brief glowing shadow of a hooded figure, a shadow that faded when Rain blinked her eyes. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If Tim refuses, if he refuses her, she shook her head. No, that would not happen. Rain's eyes narrowed. He wouldn't dare. She knew she should leave the comm room, inform Rink that they were now clear to jump, but she paused. She looked at the holo projector, looked, and bit her lower lip, deep in thought. She reached down to the brace on her bad foot, and slid open a hidden panel there, revealing a small device. She pulled it out and looked at it. There is one other call that I should make, she thought, but did she dare? She wasn't sure. The device had been developed for Sith intelligence. It had come into her hands almost 2 years ago, a gift from her patron on Dromund. It seized a hypercom signal, offered additional encryption, and erased all traces of any calls made while it was inserted. It was a useful toy, and one she had used successfully many times. She frowned. As far as she knew, her master didn't know she had it, and it had served her well. Her contact on Dromund had provided her with training that Avaryss knew nothing about. Useful for when Rain staged her own coup against her teacher, and all he asked was for periodical updates on what her master was doing. It had seemed like a good deal, and she had profited from it. He should know about the temple, how close it was to completion, and about Avaryss' new dogs as well, but did she dare contact him from this terminal? As a vessel of the Sith fleet, it did have security codes to allow Sith to commune privately with each other, but A shiver ran down her spine. This wasn't just another Sith ship, though, was it? It was a Fury-class interceptor. The Fury-class interceptor, the one her master had used during her own apprenticeship. The ship gifted to her by her master. Rain was no fool who knew what safeguards Avaryss had built into it. Perhaps every message that went out over the comms was recorded for her viewing later, and even if that wasn't the case, she was still possibly being watched. Avaryss had allowed her to go on this mission, let her take Trant, Gull, and the rest of her allies, but had still included some chaperones. Both Commander Rink and Commander Holly had volunteered to accompany her. They served as they had when they had been junior officers. Rink was piloting, and Holly as ship's engineer. Both claimed to have missed what they called the good old days. The days of ferrying Avaryss around on her missions, and had been in the mood to indulge in a little nostalgia. Rain had not refused them, but now realized that might have been a mistake. They were too close to her master. On top of that, the mercenary Terran had come, as well. Officially, he was running her master's creatures, but again, she could not help but believe he was watching her too. Her thoughts returned to what her master had said, if Timon refused to go along with him, to join her. What if he says no, she wondered, and worse. Rain winced. What if he has moved on? What if he has taken a lover in the years since they parted? The mere thought made jealousy spike through her breast. No. No. She wouldn't allow that. Yes, she had been with Gull, but that wasn't the point. Gull was a distraction, nothing more. If Timon had chosen to love another, she clenched her fists. She was not sure what she would do. If another woman has touched him, I will tear out her heart. No one will take what is mine. No one. Rain's anger flourished in that moment. The dark side responded, offering the promise of vengeance and retribution if needed. Rain took a shuddering breath. No. She would not let herself get worked up, not until she was sure there was a reason. She returned the device to its hidden slot in her foot brace. She rose, released the privacy settings, opened the door, and left the comm room. She made for the bridge. Rink would be waiting for her. The creatures had been communing with the Force. They had offered them a course heading. It was time to see if these hunters were worthy of their name. They said they could find Timon. It was time to see how good they were. 2 hours later, they found themselves floating in the middle of nowhere. Rain fidgeted in her chair on the bridge, looking at the ship's intercom, waiting for the Ziza and the rest of her beasts to send them the next set of coordinates. She fought the urge to curse under her breath. What was taking so damn long? She looked at Rink and Holly. No two officers were more different. Rink was dressed slovenly, his officer's coat too large, his pants rumpled. Yet, few Imperials held more power on Bantoon than he. He was Avaryss contact with the various pirates, smugglers, and slavers that made up her disposable fleet. He could have taken the title of Admiral if he wanted, but that didn't seem to interest him. He had found his niche, and seemed content to stay there. He was also Darth Necker's lover, though how that worked, Rain couldn't guess. They had met shortly after her fall to the dark side, or so Rain had heard. Over the years, that connection had bloomed from a friendship into something more. Which meant she had to be careful what she said around Rink. One wrong word would get back to Necker's, whether she would use it herself or turn it over to Avaryss. Only Devaronian would know that. Of course, Necker's was not without her own skeletons. It had been through her that Rain had first gotten her contact within the Empire. If she said anything against Rain, well, Rain had plenty to say about her. Lou Jane Holly was the complete opposite. She looked and carried herself as a proper Imperial officer. Her curly red hair always in place, her officer's uniform spotless. Normally, spotless. Holly was wearing an engineer's overalls for this mission, and those were rarely not covered with grease or some other stain from the ship. Still, the woman was content. She had risen high thanks to Avaryss, and was likely one of the few non-Force sensitives that her master was comfortable speaking freely around. The two were friends, an oddity for a Sith, but very useful for an Imperial. Of course, her shape-shifting ability had allowed her to serve her master many times over the years. Hell, The whole survivor plot would not have worked if not for the services of Lujane Holly. The door behind them opened as Terrence stuck his head in. Clad in the armor of a Sith trooper, the former mercenary, turned fighter for Avaryss frowned. "Any idea why we are still here?" he inquired. "Waiting on the creatures in the hold to give us our next heading," Rink replied. "We'll be on our way as soon as we have it." Rink turned to Rain. "Any thoughts on why it is taking so long, my lord?" "These creatures are a new creation," she said, trying to keep the frustration out of her voice. "My master says we can depend on them." Terrence snorted at that. He may have saw Avaryss as a path to what he wanted, but he still did not truly understand the Force. "Her lordship has never steered us wrong," Holly said, not looking up from her console. "We can trust that what is happening is by her design." Holly looked up and smiled sweetly at Rain. "Besides, I don't think it is a good idea to question her lordship in front of her apprentice." Rain looked at the two men, saw the look of uncertainty cross their features, maybe even a dose of fear. She almost rolled her eyes. They didn't have time for that. Paranoia was all well and good, but she had little time to indulge in it now. "You are not wrong to question this part of our mission," she informed the three. "My masters, creations are an unproven commodity." Rain frowned. "We will need to trust that they understand what it is we need them to do." Before they had left Bantoon, Ziza had said they needed something of Tim's if it existed. It would help them focus if they had something that felt like their prey. Rain was not sure how the creatures knew how to do that. They had never been trained in the Force, but maybe it was something instinctual. All of the 12 beasts had shown a more animalistic nature since their conversion, and she had been able to provide what they needed. A scarf gifted to her by Tim during the early days of her training, when her master would take her out to run the course she had made on Survivor Base's Hidden World. So many cold mornings, and Tim had understood that. Even now, the sweetness of such a gift warmed her. She had been wearing it when Survivor Base fell, and had held onto it ever since. Now it was in the hands of her master's creations. The creatures had taken the scarf, gleefully giggling to themselves as they passed the scarf around. They had set up in the Fury's hold, near the engineer station. Which was why Holly was up here on the bridge. She didn't like the creatures watching her, didn't like to hear their snorting breathing, or their sly giggles. She found the hunters disturbing. Rain didn't blame her. She found the subhuman things disturbing too. "My master says they are up to the challenge," she reminded her crew. "We must trust her will." "Wise." A single word, whispered from nowhere. Rain immediately sensed they were no longer alone, that in the hot breath on the back of her neck. She leapt to her feet and spun around, reaching for her weapon. Holly gasped, reaching for her sidearm, while Taryn moved closer to Rink to shield the controls. It was only then that she saw it. There was no one there, just a dark shadow, but then, the shadows parted, revealing the grinning, almost human face. Rain's eyes narrowed in disgust. "Damn it, Ziza." The creature cackled. "My apologies, my lady," the thing said, bowing his head. "It was not my intent to frighten you." The Sith glared at the alchemical thing. "I'll bet," she thought. No longer hiding itself, the creature appeared fully, giving Rain her first real look at what her master's alchemy had wrought. When they had boarded the Fury, the four had all been wearing full hooded robes. Robes the things had shed. Now she was able to see the full extent of her master's labor. Ziza wore a black one-piece bodysuit that left her arms and legs bare. Her elbows, wrists, and ankles were now covered in a shaggy black-blue fur. Her skin had changed as well, becoming a deep violet. Her hair, dark purple mane, flowed down to her waist. Two long pointed ears stuck up through that mane. Her nose was thicker, and her jaw longer, her sharp teeth prominent as she grinned, but the worst was her eyes. They had turned into two bright yellow pools of light that seemed to flicker with barely contained malice. Those eyes now fell on Rain. Amusement echoed out of the creature through the Force. Rain, however, was not amused. "We have your new course, Captain," the creature purred, holding up a piece of flimsy in his long clawed hand. "You could have used comms," Rain reminded her, taking the flimsy. I wish to see the bridge, the creature replied, matter-of-factly. I've never been on a ship like this before. I was curious. We are all curious. The thing tilted its head. The galaxy has changed for us, Master Rain. Once we saw only our petty desires on Bantoon, what our families sought to deny us. Now we are one. We see everything. We are a part of the Force and each other. We are part of the one that is the greatest of us all. We are part of the life and worlds of the Master. The creature stood taller. We are most eager to share our gift with others. Rain wasn't sure how to take that. Her master had called these things hunters, trackers that could use the Force, and by their very presence disturb their foes. She was feeling that effect now, ever so slightly. The Force felt strange in the presence of her master's thing. Abomination. That thought came unbidden, but it was not without merit. Rain frowned slightly. She found herself thinking about Master Jazz. The Jedi had pulled her aside when she had insisted that she wished to train with Master Avaryss. Though they had been allies, he and Avaryss, and she had promised him that Rain would become something new, an enlightened Sith. He had done his best to warn her of the dangers of the dark side. Alchemy was one such danger. The Jedi had always viewed dark side alchemy as a profanity. It was one of the main reasons for the schism that had first split the Order millennia ago. The Sith race had been introduced to alchemy by those ancient dark Jedi, or so history said. It was also said that those ancient dark Jedi had used their alchemical skill to alter themselves enough so that they could mate with the Sith, or they had altered their Sith lovers. It was unclear. Whatever had happened, the two groups had become one, all Sith. Timon was proof of that success. His father, a pureblood, had mated with his human mother. Shireville was also a creation of Sith alchemy. Though she had rejected the dark side, it was still a part of her. These things, the creatures her master had created. Rain was starting to see why the Jedi called alchemy wrong. Ziza and her fellows, perhaps they should not exist. The Sith handed the flimsy to Rink, who took it carefully. This isn't in a planetary system, he said. It is another step on the journey, Ziza answered. We will have the next soon enough. We can feel the one we seek through what you provided. The beast's smile widened. We will see him soon. Yes, we will. Rain nodded. Good, she said. If this is not the end of the journey, then you have work to do, you and your friends. Rain did her best to appear regal, standing above the thing that had been a noble woman. Return to your pack, and find me where Tim is. It will be done, student of the Master, Ziza said with a bow. It will be our pleasure. The creature didn't rise and walk out of the bridge. It seemed to melt back into the shadows that shifted and vanished down the corridor. Rain took a nervous breath. Abomination. What had her master been thinking? She was not alone in her opinion. Terran looked suspiciously down the corridor. He glanced at the other shadows around the bridge, wondering if they were just shadows. Holly shivered. As Rain watched the engineer's face morphed into Ziza's, that wide, wicked grin spread across her face. It will be our pleasure, Holly said in the monster's mewling voice. The changeling shook her head, her face returning to normal. Rink chuckled. And the award for the creepiest Sith creation goes to, he said. We don't have to like them, Rain reminded her fellows, and she didn't. Still, if they could find Tim through the Force. She looked at where she had been sitting, and shadows behind it. Lika's father was a master alchemist, at least when it came to artifacts. His daughter was not without her own skill in that area. Rain had shown her one of the Tuca cats that had survived her master's experiments, one of the ones that had been used to bond the nobles with their abilities. Lika had not liked it. Her father had always preferred to bind the Force with non-living objects because it was safer. Living things had their own lives and ambitions, introducing the dark side into them. The results could be unstable, according to her friend. Rain hated to admit it, but she tended to agree with her fellow Sith. Should these things have been created, and what had it meant by sharing his gift with the galaxy? Rain tried not to think about it. Rink brought the hyperdrive back online, as the Fury jumped to its next destination. The young Sith closed her eyes, trying to sense Timon. Again, she felt nothing. Wherever he was, they would see each other soon. She tried not to think about her master and the creature she had set loose on the galaxy. Timon was what mattered in that moment. They would see each other again, and then he would join them. If he was smart, he would see the wisdom in that choice. If not, Rain's eyes narrowed. If not, he would regret, and any who stood with him would regret it too. She had no time to offer mercy. What was hers should be hers. She was tired of waiting. We will be together again, my love. Soon. Chapter 24. Good night. So, peace does still exist. Bela took a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill her lungs. She sat upon one of the training platforms scattered around Vay's cottage, letting the force flow through her. She did not kid herself though. Yes, there was peace here, but throughout the stars conflict continued to rage. The Eternal Empire was tasting true resistance for the first time, and many dark forces were moving behind the scenes, readying their own plots and schemes. Like what is happening back home, she thought, my world drawn into the plot, my people are suffering. She shivered. It was a realization she had tried to avoid these last few years, running from place to place, trying to hide from the storm raging around her. Yet, now, for the first time, she was no longer running, she was waiting for one to hear her and take her into the very heart of that storm. As she delved into the force, she felt it. This path felt right. She took another deep cleansing breath. Finally, it was time. Vay was currently away. The Jedi Master had been summoned to the village below. She had been true to her word, though. She had reached out to her contacts, looking for help for Bela, people that might be able to help Bantoon. It would take time, though, the Master had warned. Many of her contacts had been scattered by the wars, and it might take a while for them to respond to her message. Bela couldn't say how much time was left, but she needed to have faith that someone would listen and respond. Her master had taught her that. In all things that she did, she had to remember her faith. For almost 3 weeks now, they had remained. She and Merritt, Master Vay had offered retraining, both to sharpen their skills and, hopefully, help Merritt regain his connection to the light. She felt the change, opening herself up to the light again. Old strengths were coming back. Merritt was. She shook her head. Things for him were not going very well, but again, she had to trust Master Vay. The Jedi Master was wise. She knew what she was doing. Bela ran her fingers along the stone of the platform. The day's heat was finally fading, but it was still there. The wind tickled her nose, while a bit of rain splashed her face, and the sand and grit on the platform felt rough on her fingertips. Sun, wave, wind, and stone, the 4 aspects of the gods. Even here she could sense them, but that was not the only thing she felt. She could feel her father's presence here. He had trained on these platforms decades ago, but still, a trace of him remained. Feeling that trace, it brought a tear to her eye. Dad. She could almost see his face, not as the seasoned Jedi Master and father, but as the young man who had trained here all those years ago. He had placed his hands on this platform, in the same place she was placing hers. It was as if they were holding hands as they had when she was a child. She could almost see his gray eyes watching her. She could almost hear his voice. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the force. Words her father had lived by, but not her words. She was Bond, and as much as she loved her father, she was no Jedi. She was Paladina. She still followed the light, but the path she walked was different, but that was not a bad thing. Different did not mean wrong. Her master had taught her that. Master Kit had understood. She was the first Paladina, and had understood that the Jedi way was not the only way to find the light. That had been the first lesson she had taught an excited 10-year-old princess, a girl who didn't yet understand what was being asked of her. It would be years before Bela would understand. Master Kit had seen something in her, even then. She had created her own code. She had listened to the gods and the Force, and brought forth the code, and the paladin had followed it. It was a code to live by. The gods gave rise to our people. They gave us emotion. Through emotion comes understanding. Through understanding comes knowledge. Through knowledge comes strength. Through strength we protect. We protect with the gods' words in our hearts. The gods' words are the Force. Bela sighed. Most Jedi Masters would likely call the code heresy. Her Uncle Sai certainly had. But it had served the Paladin well. They served the people, and each other. They protected their world, and their people. All were one, and one was all. Sitting here, feeling the Force flow freely, she was starting to understand what that meant. She had first sensed it years ago, but it had been too big. She had been frightened. She had fled. She had fled to join the fleet, to protect her people in that way, but in doing so, had cut herself off from her Paladina brothers and sisters. She frowned. She had shamed her master and her fellows. She had failed. But was there still time to make it right? Or was she already too late? She reached out with the Force anew, her psychometrics showing her glimpses of what had transpired here. She saw her father again, but also, shy reveal, they had only met once, but the girl born of Sith alchemy was known to her. Her father had believed the girl had some grand destiny. She also saw Zahar, the young boy who had only been walking the Jedi path for a short time. Yet, he remained part of something very old. She could not tell how that would affect him, either for good or ill. He remained a mystery to her, and that mystery troubled Merritt. Something about the boy didn't sit well with him. Master Vey had tried to reassure him, but he would not be put at ease. She was not sure what to make of the boy. Vey said he could be trusted. She wouldn't be training him otherwise. His presence was the most recent, as Vey's new Padawan. He was only just learning to walk the path. Her frown deepened. The Force showed her something new. She felt a powerful presence, an old man, but not an old man. A shadow reborn, someone who was dead, but somehow lived again. He placed his hand where she was placing hers now, and in that moment, she felt his wants, his desires. He was no Sith, but his claims to be a Jedi were false. He was deluded, arrogant, mad, and obsessed. True power. My Jedi. Jedi twins. Mine, Grand Admiral. Mine. Bela gasped and yanked her hand away. She looked down at her palm, the images fading. She took a cleansing breath. What she had seen, what she had felt. Terrifying. The old man didn't live, not yet. Or had he already lived, and it only seemed that way. It was hard to say. In his time, Vey's cottage was long gone, the training platforms nubs of stone on an empty mesa. Her mere presence, and those Jedi that had come before her, their echo drew him. Bela rubbed her hands. Was that vision what was, or what would be? She couldn't tell. Sometimes, the Force was complicated. It seemed impossible to imagine a time without Master Vey. She had been here so long. All things end. The thought made her shiver. Yet another reason that she had fled the Paladina, run from her life. She shook her head. Afraid. Most psychometrics only saw the past, links events had with those things that they came into contact with. As she had trained in her gift, sometimes, just sometimes, she had gotten glimpses of what might come, of those that would interact with what she was touching. Master Kit had been impressed. It was one of the reasons why she believed that Bela could be her successor. You can see the path ahead, young one. A useful gift of one is to lead. The future is always in motion, always forming before us, but for one that can see, our journey would be that much easier. Bela frowned. Easier for others, she thought, but not for me. She reached down into the dust next to the platform, scooping up her gloves. She slipped them on, shielding herself from what was, or might yet be. Her arms were sore from the last few days of training, and that training had reawakened her gift. Perhaps that had been a mistake. Your Highness. Bela shrugged. You don't have to call me that, Zahar. She looked over her shoulder. Vay's Padawan had emerged from the cottage. He stood before her expectantly. You are a princess? Yes. My mother is a queen, but for the moment, I have no throne and no home, and besides. She smiled. You are a chieftain, a leader of your own people. If anyone is higher here, it is you. Zahar snorted. He had told both Bela and Merritt about his origin, how his planet had suffered a disaster, a plague killing all those over 16. The surviving children had turned tribal to survive, protecting the little ones. They had saved both Zahar and his clan. She had been drawn to him through the Force and gotten them to safety. Zahar was grateful to his master for that. If not for her, he would have succumbed to the disease eventually, as would all of his people. He was wise enough to accept that. I was chieftain for only a short time, the boy said, and now my clan has gone scattered. Do you think about them? The young man nodded. It was my family, but now, they have families of their own. The Litloons adopted into new homes. Even the Olders have found a place, or so Vay has shown me. He smiled. They don't need me anymore, and have found new lives. I'm happy for them, and grateful that they get to grow up and live lives that don't depend on fighting and scavenging. I did my part for them, delivered them to safety, and now, I'm learning things that will let me protect them all. As a Jedi, I can protect everyone. Bela nodded. An honorable goal. Zahar seemed to understand what was being asked of him. An interesting boy, to be sure. At about 17 or 18, Zahar Darlighter had the potential to be one of the greats, and learning at the feet of Master Vay would help him get there. For now, though, he was a student. His short black hair was cut in the traditional Padawan style with the small ponytail and braid. He was tall, pale skin with sharp piercing eyes. He was also very strong in the Force. Vay believed he had great potential. Vayla could testify to that. She felt it every time they sparred. How are you doing? She asked him. Merritt didn't hurt you, did he? The boy gave her a humble smile. Only my pride, he admitted, which needs to be pricked from time to time. Vay likes reminding me that I'm not as good as I think I am. Why's that? Bela thought. A Jedi should remain humble, but the kid was good, especially with the lightsaber. Scary good? The boy shrugged. He surprised me when we sparred. That move at the end, it caught me completely off guard. So you harbor no ill feelings then? The boy smirked. Only if he doesn't show me how to execute the move myself. His humor made her smile. A rare thing in these troubled times. You left this inside, he said, holding up her own weapon. She had forgotten that she had left her saber on the table, the result of feeling safer here, she guessed. A mistake that, one she would have to avoid in the future. In a galaxy at war, was anywhere truly safe? He held up her weapon, examining it. A single, cross-guarded hilt, was sheened in white, with a chrome metal cross-guard, with 4 symbols engraved in the center. Zahar nodded thoughtfully. I don't think I've ever seen a weapon like this. You should visit Bantoon, she responded. They all look similar. We construct our lightsabers in a group. We all have our styles, but as a whole, we try to keep our weapons close to the same design. It is a sign of our unity as an order. Zahar flipped the weapon over. Why the metal cross-guard and the symbols? The cross-guard helps protect the emitter, and it offers a few tricks if we need them during a duel. The symbols represent our gods. Sun, wind, stone, and wave, the gods gave rise to our people, and through their voices we hear the Force. Zahar nodded. He didn't seem taken aback by her talk of the gods, a good sign in the prospective Jedi. Too many in the Order viewed the Paladina as backward heretics. A sensible weapon, he said, handing it to her, and you use it well. Thanks, though not as good as you. I've had a lot of time to practice. And I'm badly out of shape, she admitted. I didn't use it much serving in the fleet. They will change that, he promised. You have only been here a few weeks, and I've already seen the improvement. Bela nodded. She couldn't deny that either. Vayla was a harsher taskmaster than Kit Shalaya had been, but she had relearned much, and was regaining her strength in the Force. If only Merritt could be doing so well. She smiled slightly. May I see your saber? It is quite different from others that I've seen. The boy nodded and removed his weapon from his belt. It was a double-bladed weapon, but the hilt was shorter than the standard saber staff. Its dual yellow crystals powered by a single power cell. Some would call it a foolish design, but after they saw the boy fight, they would not doubt its effectiveness. Zar's style was a very aggressive form of the Naiman style of saber combat, and had designed the weapon with that in mind. He could also toggle the blades on and off during combat, switching quickly from the double blade to a single hilt style. It was confusing, even for someone familiar with lightsaber combat. She had watched Zahar and Vay spar. The boy held his own against his Jedi master. The two of them getting lost in the Force when they danced back and forth. Bayla had just crossed blades with him today, and had been hilariously outclassed. Merritt had been watching, and not been happy about that, fearing for her safety. It had led him to spar with Zahar, and that had not gone well. Zahar bowed slightly as he handed his weapon to her. She took it and closed her eyes. Despite her gloves, she focused on it with the Force, calling on her gift. Her talent took over. She saw the recent pass through Zar's eyes, felt his confidence as he sparred with Merritt. Yellow-white blades wove their way around Merritt's orange-colored weapon. Bayla saw herself as well. She had a worried look on her face. And why not? She could sense Merritt's frustration. Even with Vay's help, the light side of the Force remained blocked to him. Now he found himself facing someone he didn't trust. Merritt had not liked Zahar from the moment they had met. He said that there was something familiar about the boy, familiar and dangerous. Seeing Zahar kick her during their duel, knocking her down, had done little to curb that distrust. Now he and the boy were dueling, their blades flashing with an intensity that was only a few steps from a real fight. Why would she not be worried? When the end came, it came quickly. Zahar tried to sidestep, shutting down one of his blades, trying to come at Merritt with an overhand strike. Rit didn't even try to parry it. He reached out with his frustration. Pinning the blade in place, Zahar found himself stopped in his tracks. Hey, what are you? Merritt didn't let him finish. He kicked the boy in the belly, sending him sprawling. As he stumbled back, the Dark Jedi flicked his wrist, lightly burning the boy's hand, causing him to use his lightsaber. Zahar ended up on his back, his opponent standing over him, his blade merely an eyelash from his eye. Merritt, Vay called out. She could feel the darkness radiating off the victor, perhaps even thought he had given in to his rage and anger. She need not have been concerned. Don't worry, Master, he answered dryly. I'm in control. He looked down on his beaten opponent. A cruel sneer came to his face. You are good, kid, Fallen Star purred, but you rely too much on your physical skill. You were ignoring the other gifts of the Force. This was a saber duel, the boy spat. We weren't supposed to use Force powers. No, your master told you, no Force powers. She said nothing of the fact to me. His smile widened. An enemy would not warn you if they were trying something devious. You have to anticipate. You knew that I willed the darkness, yet you didn't expect treachery. Why? He shut down his blade and stepped back. In dealing with dark opponents, suspect everything. We are cunning and sly. You must remain on your guard. He held out his hand. You must always remain on guard. It is a lesson that I learned the hard way. Zahar had stared up at him for a moment, his own anger flaring, both for his defeat and Rit's condescending tone. He took a deep breath and let that anger out. Zahar smiled. I'll remember that for next time. Good. He helped the boy to his feet. Where did you learn that hand strike? Merritt frowned. From someone I thought I could trust. Could you show me how it could be useful? Fallen Star watched him for a moment, perhaps seeking some sense of mocking from the boy. Sensing none, he shrugged. Some knowledge should not be so easily shared. Excuse me, Zahar, Bay, Master. He strode off then, heading for the small exit in the side of the rocks. Bayla watched him go, her expression curious. She felt her old friend's frustration. He had come here to free himself from the darkness, but he had needed it to end his duel with Sahar. He was not happy about that. No, he was not happy at all. Bela blinked, returning to the present. She smiled, inspected the boy's odd lightsaber, and handed it back to him. A sensible weapon, she replied. The boy nodded pleased. He was a proud young Jedi, make no mistake, but he was not too proud. Have you been friends with Master Phalanster long? Long enough, she said, dusting off her robes. Why do you ask? The boy shrugged. Before our duel, I sensed a sense of possessiveness from him. She blinked. Possessiveness? Zahar nodded. He was worried about you. He didn't even try to hide it. Merritt isn't a Jedi, she reminded him. Not anymore. But he wants to become one again, doesn't he? Bela pursed her lips. She wasn't sure if that was an accurate read of the situation. He wanted to be able to access the light side again, and hoped that Vay would be able to help him with it. So far, that had not happened. She could sense it from him. He was growing more and more impatient, angry. He tried not to show it, but it was hard for him to hide things from her. She had come to know him well over the last few weeks. He trusted her. She was grateful for that. She had been alone for so long, it was good to have someone she could turn to, and Merritt, well. He might not say it, but she felt that he was glad to have someone he could speak openly with as well. Your Highness. Bela, please, Zahar. Okay, Bela, can I ask you something? She nodded, wondering what was going on. The boy had suddenly turned pensive. And was he blushing? He smiled slightly. I've heard that the Paladina can have relationships. That is true. There are too few of us back home. We need to spread our gift. It is the only way it has survived. I can't see that, but what? The boy's blush darkened. Are you and Merritt together? She blinked. Now it was her turn to blush. No. Really? Yes? But I got the feeling that you two were. No, she said flatly, the coldness in her voice stopping him in his tracks. Bela glared. She didn't want to talk about this, not now, maybe ever. It was none of the boy's business, their past. Her foolishness, She took a deep breath and centered herself. She remembered her training. She managed a sad look. I pursued a relationship with him when I was younger, but he rejected me. He wanted to be a Jedi, and my path led away from him. I came to accept that. But he is not a Jedi anymore, not trying to be one anyway. That is true. Bela shook her head. She didn't want to think about this, not now. She wanted Merritt to find his way back to the light. He deserved it. She hated seeing him wrestling with his own darkness, suffering because of the choices he had made. He had told her he had only reached out to the dark side to save a life. Wasn't that a good enough reason? Was that a reason to cut him off from the light forever? How was that fair? She reached out to him through the force. She felt. She blinked. Oh my. She turned to Zahar. Excuse me, she said. I need to go. The boy nodded and let her pass. Tell him that I am not angry at him. He is quite skilled, and I think he has much to teach. She nodded. Though at that moment, she was not thinking about the force. She felt it. Pain. Loneliness. Fear. Fear above all. Merritt was suffering. She wouldn't allow that. She couldn't. She followed that fear. It was like a beacon. He was in pain. He needed her. She found him outside the cave where they had moved the night fire. She looked at the makeshift hangar. They had been using it for centuries. Large enough to hide several ships from anyone who might be looking down from the air or space. The rock formations around it rich in minerals that block sensor scans. Perfect for a Jedi master seeking privacy. At the moment, only the night fire and Vay's personal ship were docked there. She could see CC moving around the outside, closing up this maintenance panel or that one. The droid nodded to her before slipping back inside the ship. She nodded back, but her attention was focused on the figure kneeling in meditation before the entrance. He was dressed simply, black pants and a white tank top. Merritt, she called out. Yeah, he answered. I'm not disturbing you, am I? He shook his head. and gestured for her to approach. She did, though he didn't rise from his meditations. His eyes were closed, his glasses off, pinned to the collar of his shirt. "Hi," she said. "Hello? Is everything okay?" He sighed. "That is the question, isn't it?" She didn't answer. She didn't think he wanted her to. He finally opened his eyes, their golden glow bright in the twilight. "Is there something you need back up?" "I've just came from Dahar. He is not angry about your little duel earlier." Merritt shrugged. "You think that I was worried about that?" "Yeah," she answered. He frowned slightly. She sensed the mocking response on his lips. Yet, it went unsaid. "Clever girl," he mumbled. She sat down in the dirt across from him. "Want to talk?" she asked. "Not much to say," he answered. "Are you sure?" He glared at her. "What do you want me to say? Back up. That I was a fool for coming here. That I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" He hissed and rose from his meditations. He paced angrily. "After my fall, I spent almost 6 months searching for any Jedi that I thought might be able to help me regain the light. Vay was only the first, but each one gave me the same answer. I can't help you. You are too far gone. The light is not yours anymore." "I don't believe that." "Then you are in the minority," he replied dryly. "I'm not even sure that I believe anymore." "Rit," she said, shocked. "I can't feel IT anymore." He snarled. "I thought retraining would be easy, but it isn't. Zahar is just a novice, and he can do things that were difficult for me as a Jedi. Things that were so easy for me as a youngling are impossible now. I can't touch the light, can't use it. It has abandoned me. It. He stopped and fell to his knees. "Maybe the darkness is all I am now, all I will ever have." He took a shuddering breath. When he looked up at her, his eyes were shiny. Not quite tears, but so close, oh, so close. She looked into his pained expression, speechless. "Oh, Rit. Is it hopeless? And if it is, maybe I should just accept it. Go where I'm supposed to be. I could be." She blinked. "You could be what?" He didn't answer. "It doesn't matter. The light will win eventually. The eternal throne will fall, and so will the Sith. When that happens, the Jedi will rebuild the Republic as they always have, and then they will come." He shuddered. "Once the Sith are gone, they will hunt down all the dark Jedi. We're too dangerous to let around free. They will hunt me down and kill me, that, or. They wouldn't do that." He gave her a sad smile. "I know my value back up. The Council will not care about my motivations. I'm too dangerous, and they are right." He shook his head. "I should have accepted that long ago. They are going to lock me away, and I deserve it." "No, you." He stopped her with a sad look. "I should leave. Vay's help is a waste of time. I might as well try to do some good while I can. Hunt down monsters like me." "You are not a monster." He shrugged. "Are you sure?" He hissed sinisterly. Something in his eyes almost made her back up, almost made her leave. She. Her eyes narrowed. No. She would not be frightened off. "I know what you are," she said, "and I'm not afraid." He snorted and shook his head. "That makes one of us." He looked up at her then. A single tear ran down his face. "Bela, I'm scared." His words were all it took, 3 words that were more plea than anything else. Something in her broke. She put her arms around him. Even as he knelt at her feet, she sank to her own knees, holding him. He didn't resist. He lay his head against her shoulder, holding on to her for dear life. "You should go," he murmured. "No." "Bela." "No," I said. She forced him to look her in the eye, his golden gaze meeting her blue-gray one. "You are not a monster, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm here, and here I will stay. I won't abandon you. I will never abandon you." He looked at her, his expression unreadable. She felt his emotions roiling like a bubbling cauldron. "What more can I say?" she wondered. "How can I prove to him that I won't leave?" She took a shuddering breath. He was so close, too close. It happened almost on instinct. She touched his face, her hands gently cupping it, and then she kissed him. It was a soft chase kiss, but it was a kiss. His golden eyes widened with surprise. She immediately realized her mistake. "Oh no. I'm sorry," she gasped. "I didn't mean." He stopped her with one raised finger. SHH. Before she could say more, he was there. They were there. He kissed her back, pulled her tight against him. He. The galaxy fell away, and everything became heat and desire. The world spun crazily. Bela found herself on her back, wrestling with Merritt in the dust, grabbing hungrily at each other. She. Oh gods. Oh yes. She was so hot, so wet, she. He pulled away, he rolled away and regained his feet, leaving her gasping, panting in the dirt. She looked up at him, not sure what was going on. What? Why had he? She thought he would be angry at her, and as he looked down, she saw that he wondered if she was angry at him. She was not angry, just confused. What? She was about to speak, but he stopped her with one raised hand. "Don't," he growled. "Do not say you are sorry." He smiled wickedly, hungrily. "I'm not." She blinked, still not sure what was going on. Her fingers brushed her lips. Oh my. Oh no. She had told herself she had moved beyond this crushable crush. One action had changed that. One kiss had brought it back. "Merritt," she croaked weakly. "You should go back to Vase," he said, motioning in that direction. "But what about?" "I'll be fine," he promised. "I'm going to spend the night aboard ship. I need to think." She nodded dumbly, stumbling unsteadily to her feet. She couldn't. "Oh, Rid. Ask me to stay," she thought. "Say the words, and I will stay with you. I will be yours." He didn't say anything. Why? He had to know. He had to feel it. He shook his head. "I will see you in the morning," he said, gently motioning back towards Vase Cottage. "Good night, back up." She nodded and turned like a droid with a malfunctioning motivator. She walked back on unsteady legs. She rubbed her lips again. The kiss. His kiss. She took another shuddering breath. "Night, Rid," she mumbled. "Good night." Chapter 25. The Ghost? She is here again? Taya did her best to suppress her frown. It was another nice day on Bantoon. The council meeting for today had been canceled, Avi having been called away to Sanctuary Base. The rest of her advisors had scattered, carrying out their own roles in the plan, or seeking out private vices. They were welcome to them. She was perfectly happy here. She was the prime Sith Lord in the palace, which meant she had to remain, and unless there was some kind of emergency, her main job was to stay. Which meant she had the day to herself, and she had decided to spend it with the children, watching them play together in the garden. It was soothing for her, a break from her duties as a council member and one of the High Lords among the Sith here on Bantoon. The arrival of a certain shadow in a plain blue and black gown was not welcome. She didn't like that this time was being interrupted. She tried to ignore the watcher, to focus on the little ones. Ange and Ander were playing with Maya, Barrick, and Zen's little one. A game of hide and seek among the plants and statues of the palace garden. Ander and Ange were hiding from the older girl, but they were having trouble being silent, and 5-year-old easily found them, sending them running with happy squeals and giggles. Taya smiled, just children being children. Maya, the oldest of the young ones, took more after her mother than her father. The same tanned skin and dark hair. For the first few years of her life, the child had been raised in secret by HK, a hostage during the days of Avaryss' plan to destroy Survivor Squad. That situation was no longer necessary, with both the parents back in the fold. So, the girl had been returned, and Zen and Barrick were now free to raise their little one. Not that they spent much time with the girl. Both had their duties, Zen on the council, and Barrick, well. Barrick was Barrick. She watched Maya closely, curious if her time under the care of an assassin droid had affected her. True, he had been upgraded with nanny protocols to tend to his duties, but an assassin was still an assassin. As a result, the girl was quirky, to say the least. It was rare she was seen without some sort of mask or another. Today's was made from a simple piece of black paper, with 2 round holes cut so she could see. Of course, the holes were covered by clear black plastic lenses. Similar to her father's mask, Taya thought. During her fostering with HK, Avaryss had insisted that the droid show the girl holos of her father and mother so that the child would be accustomed to them if she was returned. He had also told her stories about her parents claiming them to be heroes of the Empire. Maya had taken to those stories and developed a strong love for her parents, proud to be their child. The masks she wore were to honor Barrick, who was rarely seen without his mask given his injuries and what Avy's experiments had done to him. The girl loved him. Taya suspected he loved her too, but remained distant. How strong would their connection be if he accepted her love and returned it? If only he would show it more, but the changes done to him made him cold to say the least. Zen, though a skilled warrior, was not really mother material. She went through the motions, but focused more on her duties. Given her Jedi upbringing and Sith appetites, such behavior was not really surprising. Someone needed to be a parent to the child. Who better than the first of their group to be a parent? Taya, in her role as Avy's right hand, did her best to make sure that the next generation of their houses developed in the best ways possible. Let her fellows say she was not a true Sith, that she was too soft for her role. She didn't care. She was a mother again, and that was the one thing she had desired after Zayast. After Aya, Taya tried to play the role of mother figure for Maya, just as she did for her own daughter. The girl deserved a little love and motherly care. Emperor knew her mother didn't seem very well equipped for the job. No. Let the others see her as a nursemaid. She was helping to mold the next generation of Imperial leaders. That was a power all its own, and it was all hers. Well, hers and Avy's. Avy was the guiding force in Anders' life, preparing him for his throne. Yet, another duty that her friend would not trust to others. Taya once again looked up, noticing their uninvited guest. Queen Viseria 9 stood on a small shadowed patio, saying nothing, simply watching. Her protector Valentine at her side. The blonde Sith pursed her lips. She trusted Avy, believed in her, but she had doubts about leaving the queen alive. Avy said that the old queen was properly leashed and not a threat. Taya was not so sure. Viseria had been Jaz Darbin's widow and ruled this world herself for decades. Yes, they had the woman's eldest daughter and heir, but was that enough? They had taken the queen's world, put a blaster to her children's heads, but was that enough? The queen had survived some dark times if the stories were to be believed. Viseria had been driven from her home as a child only to seize it back at 20. Her near bloodless coup was more than enough proof of her strength. That, and she had seduced a Jedi, gotten him to abandon his code, and fathered children upon her. The queen was no mere pawn. Her world had been taken, her guardian and best friend turned into a loyal attack dog by Avy's schemes, and her children threatened with death to ensure the woman's compliance. If the situation was reversed, Taya would have been looking for any way and reason to hurt her captors. The queen was no doubt looking for any weakness to exploit, to hurt the Sith. Taya made her way over to the woman. If the queen thought of hurting the children as her way to avenge herself, she was gravely mistaken. The children were under her protection. Taya would die before she let anyone hurt one of her little ones, but she would much rather kill, slowly and painfully. Yes, let the queen, and anyone else, beware. The woman had to notice her approach, but did not move, didn't even try not to be noticed. Taya was impressed with her bravery if nothing else. Of course, what could she do? Valentine, her protector, belonged to Avaryss now. It would break the woman's heart, but she would kill her mistress if the Dark Lord ordered it. Another detonator in our court? Taya thought to herself. Most of the sworn protectors they had under their control would have resisted if they could, if their programming had not been tailored to serve the Sith. How many harbored hatreds for the Sith and their allies? How many would act if given the opportunity? Too many, she was sure. Avi remained unconcerned. She trusted in the system that bound the protectors. The Sith had infiltrated Bantoon well before the rule of Vesseria, and made sure the protectors would be theirs when they took power. Tacitus had done his job well in that. It had made his heirs. Avaryss' job so much easier. Valentine glared at Taya as she approached. The Sith could feel the woman's rage, her desire to hurt the Sith, but could do nothing. Her programming, and the death knell venom flowing through her veins made the woman the perfect slave. Taya could kill the queen, and she would be able to do nothing to stop it. Speaking of the queen, Taya expected to feel her rage as well, and why not, given what the Sith had done to her world. Strangely enough, she sensed no rage, merely sadness and loneliness. "Your ladyship," the queen said, without turning to look upon her. "Your Majesty," Taya responded. She walked up next to the older woman and watched the children. For the briefest of moments there was a tense silence, neither wishing to give an inch. The two stood looking out over the garden and said nothing. The only sounds were that of birds and children laughing. Taya stayed. She would not leave until the old woman was gone, until she was sure the children were safe. "I've missed this," the queen said, closing her eyes and sighing. "I've missed the laughter of children." Taya was not sure what to say. The queen continued. "It has been a long time since mine were little. They have grown strong and found their way, but I still miss having them here. My dear little starfishes." Taya nodded. She understood. She remembered her times on Dromongos with Aya. When Aya was gone, a shiver ran down her spine. She feared that she would never have that again. I tried to treasure these moments," she said to the queen. Viseria nodded. "They go so fast. One minute they are babes in your arms, and the next." She shook her head. "It has been a long time." A shudder ran down the older woman's spine. She shook her head. I had always thought that Jazz and I would be able to enjoy watching our grandchildren play here. Part of me hoped that Miri and Bela would have started their own families by now, that we would be able to watch their children grow up together." Taya felt a surge of anger from the queen, anger not directed at her or Avi. "Do you blame your husband?" she asked. The queen shook her head. "I blame duty. Even in our best moments, duty always stood between us. My duty was to the throne, his to the Force and the people he protected." Viseria shook her head. "Duty was always there. It shared a bed with us and never let us forget its presence. Power asks much of a person," Taya said. She could sympathize with the older woman. It had been her duty to Avaryss that had caused her and her family to go to Zayast and called her away before the Emperor had come. It was because of Avi that she had not been there when her family died. She didn't blame her, she couldn't. Avi had not known what was coming. Taya looked at the queen. "Your heir is safe, for now," she reminded her. "Continue to obey, and your firstborn will be returned to you one day." The queen barked a cold laugh and shook her head. "You have my heir, yes, Sith, but not my firstborn. And died a long time ago, long before Miri was even born." The queen's eyes narrowed. "She died during the First War, and that is something you can't forget." She turned and looked at the younger woman. "Do you know what that is like? To lose a child?" Taya winced. Part of her wanted to lash out, to slap the woman. "How dare you?" Yet, she held her anger in check. The queen didn't know. How could she know? She took a deep breath, focused. "I know what it is like," she said coldly. The queen looked at her, but said nothing. In the end she merely nodded. No more needed to be said. For a time they watched the children. Maya surprised Ander, who squealed and took off running, the older girl in pursuit. Taya blinked. Was it just her, or did it appear that Maya was in two places at once, flickering like a bad holo signal? Interesting. She looked again at the queen. She was still a threat, she couldn't deny that, but it wasn't because she was a queen. No, it was because she was a mother. And a mother never forgot. "What was her name?" she asked the older woman. "Anara, after my mother." "I am sorry," Taya said. "And your child?" the queen asked. "Aya." "I'm sorry," Viserys said. Taya nodded. Yes. So was she. War takes children, the Sith said. That could not be avoided. Only then did she anger flash in the Queen's eyes. It wasn't war that killed Anne. It was Hudlow. It was a Sith. Taya didn't respond. What could she say? Hudlow had been the name that Darth Avaryss had used when he lived on Bantoon. A name that Avi had taken and used to bring the nobles over to her side. He had plans for her, Viserys continued. He tried to manipulate my family to further his own ends. When that failed, when he was discovered, he killed Anne and young Yoster, the young man she had come to love. The Queen turned to Taya. And now another Hudlow has come to my world. She has turned my daughter into a wall decoration and threatened my son. Things do not have to go the way they did before, Taya said, trying to reassure her. Our time here is almost done. Soon our work will be completed, and the galaxy will be forever changed, for the better. The Queen snorted at that. Is that what you tell yourself? It will be what will happen. The Queen nodded. And what of my world and my family? You and your family will be eliminated, Taya thought. I will not be able to rule here if you were still skulking about. Of course she didn't say that. There was no reason to. It was not yet time to kill the Aistillo family. They still had value, at least until the temple was finished. Your world will continue on, she said. Your people will be citizens of the new empire. They will live in a new age of security and order. And what of my daughter, Bela? Your people hunt her. She will be found. She will be brought back here. Her defeat will show all that we are the true power here. The Queen nodded, her eyes cold, her hands curling into fists. Perhaps, or maybe, she will find you first. Taya turned. The Queen was smiling, a cold, cruel smile, a smile that would have done any Sith proud. Queen Viserys IX, wife of Jaz Darbin, smiled at her, and that smile promised so much. A terrible vengeance. Punishment. Tell me, your ladyship, have you seen the Garden of Bones? It is a most interesting landmark here on Bantoon. I haven't had the pleasure. The pleasure? The Queen laughed. Did I say something amusing? The Queen wiped at her eyes. The garden is perfect for you and your kind. It is where we send murderers. Baron Hudlow himself was meant for it, but he ran away before he could be found. The Queen shook her head. The garden is on the sea floor of the western coast. Row after row of murderers, the feet sealed in Durcrete blocks, sealed and submerged in the ocean. Everyone there took lives, and now they help give life. They feed the fish and other animals that live in the garden. The Queen looked down at Taya's feet. I'm sure that both you and Lady Avaryss will fit right in there, provided my Bela doesn't kill you both when she returns. Taya's eyes narrowed. Be careful, old woman. The Queen shrugged. Don't worry, she said. Your children have nothing to fear. We do not punish families on this world, only those people who deserve it. I think you might deserve what is coming, Lady Taya. Again, Taya was tempted to strike the old woman. Avi be damned, but again, she held her emotions in check. The Queen would die once the threat of her daughter had been neutralized and when she was gone. Bantoon would be hers. Avi could have the rest of the empire. Taya just wanted this one world. Her world. Ange was happy here. She would ensure that it would be a safe place for her. Good day, Your Majesty, she said, leaving the Queen's side. Good day, Your Ladyship. Taya left, imagining how good it would feel to put her blade through the old woman's smirking face. When Avi returned, she would ask her to be the one to carry out that duty. Once they were sure that Bela Aistillo was dead, then they would no longer need to keep any of the royal family alive. Only then would Taya be free to do what she wished here. There were plenty of Aistillo cousins. Some even supported Sith rule. One would be a good match for Anj, and it would serve to seal any breach between the Sith and the Bond. In time, Taya's family would be the ruling family. It would be a good way to ensure their future here, to ensure Anj's future. She looked back. The Queen was gone, off to her as someone else. Her protector, a slave of the Sith, at her side. Taya pursed her lips. She would have to mention the woman's threat to Avi. Her friend would not be happy, but would not be surprised. Of course, nothing would come of that talk. They still needed the queen alive for now. They still had many enemies here. The Paladina, the nobles, not to mention possible enemies among their own Sith. The mere thought made Taya's head hurt. So many enemies, so little time. For now, she tried not to think about that. The temple was almost done, and Avi now had her hunters to ferret out their enemies. Soon everything would be as it should be. Avi would be Empress, Zackle destroyed, and the Republic and Jedi brought to heel. The Empire would be warned, get in line, or be destroyed. One by one, Avaryss would gather all to her, and in the end, all would be hers. Taya's eyes fell on the children again. Her little Anch, the mirror image of her mother, much as her sister Aya had been. It was for her that Taya was doing this, her happiness. Soon Bantoon was theirs. Her daughter would grow up to lead this world after her mother, and her child after that, and theirs after that. Once Bela Istillo was dead. The thought made her smile. That death would hurt the queen, but Taya would not let her suffer long. She was a fellow mother after all. Her death would be quick and painless. The queen deserved that at least. Soon, Taya thought. Soon all would be as it should be, regardless of what that queen said. She didn't matter. She was a ghost of the past, a ghost soon to be forgotten. Yes? A shiver of anticipation ran down Taya's spine. Soon. Chapter 26. Friends and Family. You are not welcome here, Jedi. Leave while you still can. Shira flashed the old one a toothy grin, showing her sharp fangs, while the fur on the back of her neck began to stand up. She had not been sure what to expect when she came to this place. A place of stolen slaves. Finding an aging Sith pureblood blocking her entrance. This was unexpected. This was the fourth world they had checked, and the first one they had landed on. The others had been desolate, with no real settlements, or stations where criminal organizations processed their recently captured goods. Of all of the places they had been, this one seemed the most promising lead. The Amanda Fallow had been given landing clearance less than an hour ago, and all thanks to Urba's Hut connections and the promise of a credit transfer. According to him, this place was technically a Republic world and what was considered the outskirts of their territory, though any government presence had fizzled out years ago. Which made this the perfect place for a pirate gang to set up shop, close enough to Hut space to collect their prizes, and just far enough away to discourage reprisal. Though, if her Hut friend was to be believed, reprisal was unlikely. An arrangement had been reached by both parties, a profitable arrangement. The one who ruled here, a weak way, offered services for the Hutts against their enemies, and in exchange, every now and then, took Hutt slave transports as payment for his work. He didn't resell the slaves he had taken, or so Urba's contact had said. He instead let them live here, either as indentured laborers or free beings. The Hutt's contact had not been so sure. Anyone with means was ransomed back to whoever might pay for their freedom on their home worlds. An interesting arrangement, Shira had to say. It might even have been preferable for many taken by the Hutts. She had reached out with the Force while they had been in orbit. She didn't sense the typical sense of hopeless malice and fear that one would expect from a pirate world. If these people were still slaves to the pirates, they didn't seem to suffer much under their rule. Curious. Of course, how this world ran was none of her concern. They had a mission here, to find a certain former Bantoon soldier, and through him Bela Istillo. Hopefully. Nevin Rokes, the last of the Knights of Bantoon, had been on a ship that might have been one of those raided by these brigands, and if so, he had likely been brought here. If so, Shireville needed to speak with him. They had touched down shortly after sunset, the peak time according to the planet's landing control. The spaceport was a small one, for small ships like theirs. The big one was reserved for the larger raiding vessels and their support ships. Ships that Shira could see in the distance, likely being serviced by the pirates' ground crew. She was not sure what welcome they would receive, a representative from the local boss, she supposed. And so, she had planned accordingly. Her crew stood behind her, their weapons in plain sight, but not raised. A show of strength, if nothing else. Dump Joyce and Rick's Hunt flanked her, with Erba taking up the rear. All were armed, even the Hut with the vibro pike. Court was behind, Erba with the hand blaster. Court was not a frontline fighter, though he had been trained in self-defense. If any blasting did start, the Hut would protect him while they fell back to their ship. Erba had joked about that, saying that Shira wished him to be a sponge for blaster fire. Yet, even he could not deny that he was the most resistant to such weapons, unless he was hit in the eye or in the mouth. I shall endeavor to keep my mouth shut, the Hut promised. Everything had been discussed, and it had seemed like a good plan. Shira would go out into the main settlement, a town called Eulogy, and ask around about Rogues. Of course, that was before they were met by their welcoming committee, a single-agent Sith pure blood. What he was doing here, she could not guess. This was not the Empire after all, but he had sensed her, and so had come down to meet her. She was curious what that might mean. The Sith wore no armor, merely a set of dark gray robes, but he did have a lightsaber, and physically he remained quite intimidating, despite his advanced age. Though gray-haired, he still had an imposing physique, and his yellow eyes were cold and sharp. The two Force wielders stood, looking eye to eye, evaluating each other. Whether this would lead to violence, she truly could not say. Her crew had her back. She wasn't worried about that. Rix and Joyce were both skilled, but against a Sith, their skills would not help them. Both had served in the Republic military, however, so they both knew the rule of thumb when engaging enemies like Sith combatants. Keep back, let the Jedi handle the Force wielder. Just keep any other common soldier out of the fight. One-on-one, a Jedi could match most Sith in combat. Even an old and powerful one like this, and yes, he was powerful, she could sense it, but... Her eyes narrowed. He didn't have the typical darkness surrounding him that most pure bloods were known for. Again, curious. You are a long way from home, Sith, she called out. So are you, Jedi. I suspect you are here on behalf of the Republic. If so, I think it best that you should leave. The Sith crossed his arms. The people here have enough to deal with. They don't need you bringing Republic problems down on their heads. His words surprised her. Was the old worried about the people here? That didn't sound very Sith-like. Are you their defender then? The Sith shrugged. I am an outcast, like most of the people here. Only I chose to be an outcast. The people here, most of them were taken from their old lives, to be sold, only to wash up here, on this world of the lost, and cast aside. The Sith's eyes narrowed. As I said, they are simply trying to build new lives here. They don't need Republic interference drawing pain and attention down upon them. Again, Shira considered what was being said. When she was younger, she might have thought this Sith a liar and simply attacked him. Maturity, and Master Vey, had taught her to be more patient and be willing to consider more than simple combat. Which was why she had tried to walk the Consular's path this last decade. She still enjoyed a good fight, but it wasn't her default response to a difficult situation. How best to handle this? The Sith didn't want to fight, but he didn't wish her to complete her mission either, and what was that remark about being an outcast? If he was not here on behalf of the Empire, or the Alliance. Before I leave, may I have your name, Sith, so that I can know who I've had the honor of speaking with? A hint of a smile came to the old one's lips. You are brazen, little one. I give you that. You are addressed by Narv House Vokay, former general of the Sith Empire, and exile. Shira's eyes widened slightly. The name was known to her, as were many tales about the man. Anyone who had served on the survivor squad would know it. Chris Capistan, Galadriel Locke, Roxy Tag, they had all known the man, fought him, and fought at the side of his son. It was amazing to find him here. They were very far from the worlds that the few Sith defectors had been placed on after the First War. The Republic had watched those worlds closely, but with the rise of the Eternal Throne, most of those safeguards had been abandoned, and now he was here. Timon Tag's grandfather was here. I am Shira Veal of the Jedi Order, she called back, agent of the Alliance, and once a member of Survivor Squad. I served with your grandson Timon, if you remember his name, sir. The old Sith tilted his head in thought, his expression guarded. Shy reveal, he finally said, "Yes, I have heard this name. Timon has spoken of you, and done so with both honor and respect." The general nodded. "What brings you here, Shy reveal, agent of the Alliance?" "I seek a man, taken from a Hutt slave transport. He may have been brought here." "What is your business with this man?" "He may know the location of someone who may be of use in freeing the galaxy from the Zakul, and other threats as well." She made a point not to mention Avaryss. The man was still a Sith after all. If what the other survivors said about him was true, it was unlikely he was working for her, but Shira decided on caution. Bela Istilo's safety was still at stake. Secrecy was still her best defense. She took in the former general, surprised by his presence, but something else as well. "I was unaware that Timon was able to speak with you during his time with the survivors, sir. We tried to keep our location and our membership covert, as the survivors did in the last war as well," he answered, "but it was not during his time with you that he spoke to me. We have only just reconnected, actually. He has grown into a fine man. You and your fellow survivors should be proud." That got her attention. "Timon is alive." The old one nodded. "He lives here, with his Wookiee compatriot. They are members of the crew that runs this world." Shira's head spun. Timon was alive. She smiled. Roxy would be so happy. What he was doing with the pirate band, she couldn't say, or how he had come to be with them in the first place for that matter. One thing was for sure. The Force had taken a hand in this meeting. "May I speak with him?" "He is away with Captain Booze right now, but will return shortly after midnight. In the meantime, if you and your people wish rest and refreshment, please follow me. I would be happy to show you around." Shira grinned. She sensed no lie in the old Sith, and despite the strangeness of all this, couldn't help but smile. Timon was alive. She had thought their little group the only survivors of the destruction caused by Avaryss' treachery. To find Timon alive gave her hope. If he survived, maybe Finn has as well. It was something to hope for, at least. After so much darkness, it was good to see a bit shining light. Tim was tired as the speeder finally slid to a stop back inside the town of Eulogy. They had spent the bulk of the late evening negotiating with the various mining heads that served as the bosses of Death's mineral production. The recent delivery to Hutt Space had been finalized, but the bosses saw a chance at a greater profit. The companies were curious about what was going to happen with the rise of the Alliance. Ore prices were already climbing again as ships and weapons would soon be in high demand. Captain Booze had preached caution. He was still not sure that the Alliance had a chance in hell of defeating the Eternal Fleet. They might have the numbers sure, but between the fleet and Arcann's legions of sky troopers, it was unlikely that Alliance would be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Eternal Throne. Unless they had some secret strategy no one knew about, which was possible Timon supposed. The survivors had played the game of trying to sting the Zakul only to be slapped down hard on Tatooine. He wasn't sure what the Alliance could do to avoid a similar fate, but who knew? Anyone could be beaten if the conditions were right. Now was not for such thoughts. The ships were in dry dock, and wouldn't be heading out again for another week, and now that the caretaker work with the farms and mines were done, Tall Booze's crew was free for a time. Timon had hoped to share that time with Switch, hopefully with his grandsire nowhere around. He smiled slightly. Not that he didn't mind having the old one here. After all, he had practically raised him, but he had a tendency to hover. That made having some quiet time with his girlfriend difficult. Timon was a grown man now. After all, he wanted, and needed, to have some time with Switch. They both wanted that. He was trying to make the old pureblood understand. And it wasn't like the general was going away. He held true to the idea that a threat was coming, and was determined to help Tim meet it, and the best way to do that was to remain. So, for the time being, Nar had decided to stay in the colony. He had become a bit of a celebrity, truth be told. A Sith war leader who had abandoned the Empire based on his own honor and principles. Such a thing was rarely seen. Tall Booze had welcomed him, just as he had welcomed Tim, even offered him a job of sorts, watching over the colony while the crew was out. The old man seemed to take pleasure in the position, having been out of any real action for so long. He might not have been in the Empire anymore, but he still respected order, and did what he could to enforce it. Good traits in a peacekeeper. Yet, he also understood the free spirit of eulogy. He lets things play out, and only got involved if things started to spiral completely out of hand. He had broken up several fights, and helped resolve some disputes over this or that in the settlement, and for the most part, those involved accepted his judgment. His grandsire had said if anyone had a problem with his decision they could bring it to Captain Booze, but so far, no one had. Thus, his grandsire had become a valuable member of the community. He kept a small apartment not far from the center of town, and emerged every evening like clockwork. Timon blinked. He. At his side, Rufo barked. The Wookiee noticed the strange look on his face. A smile came to his face. He sensed someone. And he was grateful for it. He entered the last breath to find his grandsire sitting at one of the corner tables. A small party of outsiders surrounded him. Two he didn't recognize, a large muscular woman, and nondescript-looking man. A small muscular hut was lounging nearby, helping himself to a tray of patty frogs that the twin sons kept for high-ranking guests. Next to his grandfather sat a familiar figure. She was not clad in the robes of a Jedi, but he would know her from anywhere. The fact that a certain young doctor was nearby made it certain it was her. "Master Shira," he called out. The beast woman turned and flashed him a toothy grin. "Hey there, kid," she said. "Look at you, all grown up." He gave her a humble smile, feeling a bit like the Padawan he had been when he had first started working with the survivors. "You're alive. I can't believe it." It was at that moment another familiar presence entered. Switch must have just started her lunch. She was still clad in her overall, with a small grease stain on her cheek. "Miss Juno," his grandfather called out, "come forth and meet some old allies of the son of my son." Switch obeyed, but not before brushing up beside Tim and planting a chaste kiss on his cheek. Shira took note of that and smiled. "Miss Juno Carnis," she said to Switch, offering her hand, "I am Shira Veal, a friend of Timon's." "Call me Switch, everyone does." She took the Jedi's hand, but her eyes remained on the old one. "I see no introductions are needed," she said, looking at Nar. He shrugged. "I was just bringing Timon's old friends up to speed on our time here. They are apparently on a mission of some importance." Timon nodded. He should have guessed. Shira Veal was not the type to make a social call. "You will need to speak with the captain," he said. "This colony is under his protection, so." "I understand," Shira said with a slight bow, and again her toothy smile blossomed. "Your mom is going to be so happy to see you're alive, boy. She wouldn't admit it, but she has missed you every day." Hearing that, hearing words that he had hoped for, prayed for, but thought he would never hear again. "Mom, she is alive." Shira nodded. "She was hurt during the cave-in, but she survived. She is with the Alliance now, working with Colonel Locke. If you would like to speak with her, I have her comm frequency back on our ship." Timon's legs felt rubbery. He almost fell to his knees. He hadn't realized how much he had needed to hear this news. His mom was alive, but with that thought came another. What can I say to her? How could I explain all this? And Switch, how would he explain that to her? His expression turned sheepish. Would she understand all this? Would she feel proud? Or would she think he had shamed her? "You two will have much to talk about when you are reunited," Shira said. Tim could only nod. Yes, he thought. We will. It was at that moment that Tall Booze arrived, flanked by two of his enforcers. He noticed the hut first, but his eyes fell on Nar and his grandson. "Nar, Tim, what is going on? We were not expecting guests." "A matter of friends and family, Captain," Timon said. "And also a matter of business, Captain Booze," Shira said respectfully, slipping into her role as a consular. "There may be someone here that we need to speak with. It could be important." It always is for a Jedi, he said, gesturing to Shira's lightsaber, hanging for all to see on her belt. Tell me, the captain continued, is this conversation you seek going to end badly for the one you have come to find? I hope not. I merely wish to know about someone he may have seen. After that, we will be on our way. We have no wish to cause you any trouble. Booth considered that. After working for the old Weequay as long as he had, he understood that in the captain's eyes, the colony and profit came first, in that order. He didn't usually like dealing with Jedi. He could send Shira away empty-handed. He looked at Timon, his war leader. The young half-blood nodded back. If anyone's word was good, it was Master Shira's. The captain accepted his opinion. Very well, Jedi, he said, taking a seat at Nara's table, sitting across for the Jedi Master. So, let's talk business. Chapter 27. Target. So beautiful. Avaryss sighed with delight. The case had only been open a few moments, and already the chamber was filled with song. All 5 keys sang as one, and the song was the sweetest she had ever heard. Sweeter than her son's voice, and softer than Finn's passionate kisses. The Dark Lord smiled. The song of victory. She sat alone in her chambers in Sanctuary Base. In her meditation chamber, the one place off limits to all. Even the members of her council could not enter this room. It was from here that she prepared the final stage of her victory over not just the Zakuul, but the Republic, Jedi, and Sith Empire as well. She knelt upon a rough and scratchy mat, her knees chafing. The temperature was slightly colder than she liked, with the smell of incense burning and a small fire behind her. She hated that smell, and her master had known it, so he had commanded that it always be present in her quarters. A minor annoyance, but it did keep her focused on her hate, so, even after Fear's death, she still kept it here. To remember old hatreds were a connection to the dark side, and right now she needed that. The dark side's guidance would be invaluable today. As she breathed in and out, she thought of the various slights she had faced, and of all those that had tried to block her path to her desire. Many of those were dead, but so many more remained, so many who saw her as done, or small. Well, she thought with a growl, I'll show you all just how grand I am. Faces danced before her closed lids, allies and enemies both. Yet, neither brought her a sense of joy or hope. In this moment, all were to be hated, even if they didn't deserve it. They had not done enough to serve her needs, and so they were to be left out of her rage. So many of them, and they had all looked down upon her. It sometimes seemed that all had looked down upon her, the girl from the fringes of the Empire. The farm girl that had escaped her home all those years ago with just the clothes on her back. The thug, the hired sword who had risen too high. Well, she was about to add another title to her list of accolades. Empress of the First Galactic Empire. Destroyer of Zakuul. Master of Masters, the Dark Lord of the Sith. The keys promised her all this, and more. Now, with the temple nearing completion, the next step in her plan was finally in reach. She nodded grimly. It was time to test her new weapon. The key's song increased in pitch, as it agreed with her decision. She reveled in that song, and in her hate. Had anyone been in her meditation chamber, they would have noticed a red glow suffuse her body, and the dark side opened itself up to her. Only now was she ready. She took another deep breath, gathering her hate. It is time, she knew. It was time to pick a target. She had to be smart about this, and wise. The test would need to be small, unnoticed by the major galactic powers, but it had to be something, and somewhere, where her war effort would profit from the choice. Her thoughts turned to Darth Avaryss, the first Sith Master she had truly destroyed. He had made a galactic statement when his plans had come to fruition, but the result had been his undoing. He tipped his hand, showed his power, and all sides rallied against him. The Zakuul had stripped the Empire of much, but it was still a threat, the same with the Republic and with the Alliance out there now, trying to build a force capable of opposing the Eternal Throne. She would not risk both sides choosing to put aside their differences to come after her. No, she had to remain in the shadows until she was ready. Until she was ready to slide the blade deep into her enemies' backs. She opened her eyes and activated the chamber's holofield, the empty space around her filled with the fist-sized images of planets. Dozens of worlds floated around her, and below each, information gathered by both her agents and from the various libraries and government reports. One by one those worlds floated before her eyes for her evaluation, and one by one she dismissed them. Nandarin, Ossip, Timon's Holding, Gear, Vincent, and Tapora. All had their fine points, but she had yet to find exactly what she was looking for, and so the search went on. Despite the huge number of inhabited worlds out there, it was not an easy decision. Everything needed to be perfect. She had originally considered attacking the Wookiee home world. She had an almost irrational dislike for the creatures, and make no mistake, they would make valuable soldier in her army. Yet, she dismissed their world as well. The Wookiees were too close to the Republic. Them suddenly switching sides would draw too much attention, and so, she moved on. Sluice Van, Woostry, Tantandone, Skykes. She shook her head. No, she thought. No. Still, not what she needed. The keys had risen from their case, and were now orbiting her. Their song seemed to be encouraging her, as she continued her search. She decided to switch tactics. She brought up the information about the various species on each of these worlds, hoping that might help her make a decision. She needed strong beings, creatures that could be the backbone of her new army, but again, someone not so closely affiliated with any of the galactic governments. She abandoned her search of the core worlds and pushed farther into the outer rim. Surely she could find what she was looking for there. Her comlink beeped. Avaryss rolled her eyes in frustration. She dismissed the holos and brought up the signal. General Glask appeared before her. She flashed him an angry glare. I gave orders that I was not to be disturbed. My apologies, my lord, but we have received a transmission from your HK unit. I thought that you might wish to speak with the droid personally. Avaryss nodded, some of the anger drained from her face. Proceed. The image of the Imperial vanished, and was replaced with the holo of her loyal assassin droid. Greetings. Hello, Master. I do hope things are proceeding as you desire. Her eyes narrowed. She was in no mood for small talk. Report. Reporting. I am currently moving through one of the sectors of the Outer Rim. My contacts within certain droid circles have yielded little information on the location of the target. Then why are you contacting me? Answer. Because your creatures, these hunters, seem to be performing unknown actions. They have suggested that I alter my course several times. Curiously enough, these locations are near where the target was sighted in the last year. Yet, I have not given them any information about the girl's movements or previous whereabouts. Most curious. Avaryss smiled. That is their job, HK, and their purpose. They hunt through the Force. Acknowledgement, as you say, Master. Also, the company of troopers you have sent with me are also acting strangely. Strangely, how? Explanation. They do not act like typical meatbags. They fulfill their physical needs only. They eat, sleep, and carry out other bodily functions with little conversation with each other, or this unit. They are almost droid-like in their efficiency. Impressive for someone born a common meatbag. Soon they will be the rule, not the exception, HK. Especially when my plans come to fruition. Acknowledging statement. As you say, Master. Avaryss nodded. So far, so good. The Nell troopers were showing no sign of side effect from their changes, even though being born of the most recent iteration of the substance. Between them and her hunters, she would soon have the army she needed to fulfill the Sith design. The total conquest of the galaxy, not through force of arms, but through cunning and the manipulation of the Force. The Sith Golden Age would return, and she would be its architect. Is there anything else, HK? Report, a small matter only, Master. My contacts have revealed to me that I'm not the only one hunting the target. Several well-known hunters are on the trail as well. The meatbag Calo Nord among them. Avaryss nodded. Again, not a surprise, given the price of the bounty placed on the woman's head. Query, do I have your blessing to engage these hunters? If the opportunity arises, only if they stand in your way. The target must be removed. Things are finally coming to fruition with my plan. I can afford no mistakes now. The target will be dealt with and dealt with for good. Excited assurance. All will be as you desire, master. The meatbag girl will not be a problem anymore. The holo vanished, leaving Avaryss alone. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So, Calo Nord was closing in on Bela Istillo as well. How interesting. The bounty hunter had intrigued her during her first meeting with him years ago. A powerful force savant that was as ruthless as his ancient namesake. In truth, she had considered offering him an exclusive contract to deal with Bela Istillo, but his history had made her reconsider. She frowned slight. From what Taya had told her, and Finn had confirmed, Nord was the son of Captain Cooper, and the Cooper family had had too many dealings with the Istillo crown to completely guarantee the man would fulfill the job she wished him to. It was a shame. Nord was extremely good at what he did, and might even have beaten HK to the prize, but for now, she had no use for him, not in dealing with this prize anyway. She reactivated the holo field once again, switching from the species to target world. The search would go on. Zafel, Cardoin, Yagdal, and Gand. So many would be targets, and so little time. She shook her head, and let her rage fill her up again. A suitable world would be found. She would not rest until she had it, and when did, the beginning of the end would finally arrive. You will be giving your final orders 3 hours before mission is a go. Reckoning will serve as my flagship, while Deathstroke and Warcry stay on station in reserve. Avaryss smiled. By the time anyone realizes that we are there, it will be too late. The 3 Imperial officers stood at attention before her. They had been summoned to Sanctuary Base an hour after Avaryss had decided the world that would be the first to fall. She had been willing to take days to make the decision, but with the guidance of the dark side, it had only taken 6 hours, and now they needed to get ready. Reckoning will be ready to serve when we are called upon, my lord, Captain Bast assured her. The dark-skinned Imperial gave her a cruel smile. We gladly serve as the tip of your spear. I will speak with Deathstroke and Warcry's commanders, Admiral Kennedy informed her. They will be ready when they are needed. I would expect nothing less from your brave soldiers, Admiral, she said. You have always come through for me. The old man nodded, a hint of a smile on his lips. Yes, she thought. His promotion had been well-deserved. Kennedy had been one of the first officers to support her new strategy. Though considered overly cautious by his peers, the Dark Lord had found him to be a skilled officer with much to contribute, and he had paid off her faith in him with extreme loyalty. It had been he that had helped shield her fleet during her exile, and her mission to destroy Survivor Squad. He used his place in the Navy to draw away any attention that might have doomed the plan in his infancy, and had been well rewarded for his efforts, and for his injury in her service as well. Kennedy had lost an arm to the former Jedi-turned-smuggler Mox Vernalia. The old man had since replaced the missing limb with a metal one, and wore that injury as a badge of honor, as he should. He had not shirked his responsibility, and done what was necessary to defend his Dark Lord, which left the third member of their party. General Glask frowned. The Dark Lord turned. Is there a problem, General? Permission to speak freely, my lord. Granted. I mean no offense to Captain Bast and his crew, but Reckoning is a new ship to your command, and untested. Perhaps assigning another ship might be wiser. You question me, Bast said, giving him a dark look. As I said, no offense is meant, but this mission is of extreme importance. Why use an untested resource? Because it is untested, Glask, Avaryss responded. Few are aware of Reckoning's shifted loyalties. It is still on the registry of ships that serves the Empire proper. Avaryss smiled. If something does come unstuck, there will little or no evidence linking us to the strike. Bast stood up straighter. He seemed to take the Dark Lord's words as a challenge. My men will carry out their duties with peak efficiency, my lord. You will have your victory. I do not doubt that, Captain, she said, handing him a data pad. The Reckoning will need to go through one of the shipyards here, to be outfitted for this mission. Target profiles will be provided to your fighter crews within the hour, and I expect battle drills to be conducted. I want our people ready to face what will come when we are over the target. All will be as you say, my lord, the young captain promised. It will be my pleasure. With a final nod, the Dark Lord dismissed her officers. They had much to prepare, and so did she. Avaryss took a deep shuddering breath, the echo of the key's song still in her head. After years of careful planning, finally, what she had set in motion during her days on the Dark Council were finally about to bear fruit. She had her target world, but would not reveal it until the very moment they launched this mission. She could not afford to take any chances, not with the nobles and her fellow Sith being so suspect in recent events. No, she would need to be patient a bit longer. Of course, the mission could not officially launch until Rain's return. The temple remained unfinished, and until it was, she would need her apprentice's mental skills to fulfill the need that the structure would provide when completed, that, in the matter of the final ritual, the one that would bind the place to both her and the keys. Only then would things finally be ready. She returned to her quarters and her meditation chamber. In his last transmission, Rink had assured her that things were progressing on his end, and that the hunters assured them that locating Tim and Tag would not take much longer. She hoped that the man was right. She was trying to remain patient, but with events pointing at her final victory so close, it was hard to remain objective. Part of her wanted to act now, to strike and let the cards fall where they may. But no, she still had to be calm. Everything would go as she expected. It was only a matter of time. She brought up the holo of the world she had chosen, brought up both its image and the creatures that called it home. It was, without a doubt, the perfect testing ground. Zraicha, as it was known, was a small world in the Outer Rim, only a few hundred parsecs from Republic space. Though it was a part of the Republic, several setbacks in the years before the Sith had returned had reshaped the world's political leanings. The species that lived there, the Zraicha, were of avian ancestry, avian, and fiercely territorial. That territoriality had led to clashes with their neighbors, and finally, with the Republic as a whole during the so-called Age of Peace. The Jedi had been forced to intervene, leading to a more isolationist stance by the locals. That isolationism and the savagery of the locals would serve the Sith very well now. Though humanoid, through evolution, the Zraicha maintained their feathered wings and sharp talons. A Sith task group had clashed with them during the First War, their forces sustaining heavy losses. These creatures knew how to fight, and they are familiar with killing Force sensitives. Just what she needed in her first batch of shock troops. The Dark Lord sighed, feeling a sense of glee and dark contentment. She had hoped to have mission go before the month was out. By the time they returned, the temple would be all but finished, and the final preparations could begin. All that she desired, all the Darth Hakitas had begun years ago, would finally come to fruition. First Zraicha, and then the rest of the galaxy. Though the thought of deploying her soon-to-be soldiers on Zakuul was tempting, she rejected that quick enough. No, she would take no chances with Arcann and his family. Between the temple and the keys, she had the means of destroying the Zakuul down to the last child, and then she would take their fleets and armies for her own. The Eternal Throne would serve her well. Its fleet and skytroopers would keep people busy while she used the keys to consolidate her power. The mere thought excited her. She was about to make traditional warfare obsolete. Conflict would always exist, but soon it would only be directed at forces outside of her own empire, and that empire would be very large and powerful. Vitiate had saved the empire from collapse, but then he had failed it by trying to become a god. She would not make the same mistake. She would build a dynasty that would last for 1,000 years. She would be. Run. The word was not so much a word but a compulsion. She had no time to think, and didn't waste any. She ran, and nearly didn't escape. The wall of her meditation chamber exploded. The blast tore through the chamber, as the bulkhead came apart, as the air inside was blown out into space. Few parts of the base were above ground, but her meditation chamber was one of them. It was located in one of the towers that blended in so well with the moon's skyline. A tower that was now missing its top. Avaryss was blown forward and out into the hall. Before she could recover, she felt the biting cold and pull of the void. Both were cut off as the emergency door slammed down. The Dark Lord lay on the ground, panting. Alarms blared in her ears as troopers rushed to her aid, slapping at the fires that had caught on her cloak. What happened? Her thoughts turned to the keys, but remembered they were not here. They had been moved from her chamber and were en route to a final location, where they would stay before being transferred to the reckoning. The keys were safe, that was what mattered, and that she was alive. Though disoriented, she stumbled to her feet, and as her head cleared, she roared with rage. This was no accident. She knew that like she knew her own name. Someone sought to make her a target. They had tried, and they had failed. Failed. She had been waiting for the next shoe to drop, and now it had, and now she was furious. They tried to kill me. They tried to take what was mine. They. In that moment, she swore a vow. Before the galaxy fell, all who had done this would die screaming. She swore it. Death to all. Chapter 28. The Last Hunt. Death to all. The phrase echoed out through the force. The rage behind it sent shockwaves through his very being. Merritt Fallenstar gasped and nearly fell over. His arms hit the deck as he struggled to breathe, feeling the both heat and cold on his back. He felt the briefest sense of confusion, but that soon passed, and was replaced with grim resolve. Not me, he realized, not me, but her. Avi. He took another deep cleansing breath. Something had happened, something strong enough to break through the barriers he had placed up in his mind, the blocks he had created to shield him from their connection. Yes, something had happened. And his old lover was enraged. He did his best to find his center again, find it, and remember where he was. He was not on fire. He had not just faced death. He was safe. He was still here, on this planet, on Vay's world. He tried not to think of the name, to protect it, even as he tried to restore the blocks in his connection to Avi. He could not let her know where he was. He couldn't let her know where she was. He would not think her name. He tried to keep thinking of her. He certainly would not think of her face and her sweet kiss. He shuddered. What had happened, but it could never happen again. For her own safety and good. It must never happen again. He rose from his meditations and made his way down the ramp of the night fire. He had taken to meditating more and more aboard ship. He didn't wish to distract Zahar and Bela from their training, and besides, he sighed, enjoying the night air. He felt safer here, and his frustrations didn't seem to spill out onto the others. He shook his head. The longer he was here, the more and more certain he was wasting his time. The light was gone. He was either cut off from it, or it had retreated from him, leaving him in darkness. Either way, there was no way back. He feared that there never had been. He found his eyes drawn to where it had happened, where he had knelt on the ground, and Bay had taken him into her arms. Were they? I'm not going anywhere. I'll never abandon you. His hand drifted to his lips, and he remembered. The taste of those lips, her skin. The smell of her hair. The softness as his hand slid inside her robes, He shook his head. No. He couldn't go down into that place. Not again. Why? His mother's voice echoed through the force. Because it is not right, he answered. I'm not right. Though he couldn't see her, he could imagine the look on her face, that concerned, pained look. We don't always know what's right or wrong, kid. We all struggle through the world, trying to find our way. I stumbled on that path so many times, but even in falling and picking myself up, I found something I learned. What did you learn? That I didn't have to be what others expected, the good Jedi, the troubled bounty hunter, the friend, the ally, and the one who tried to find her way back. He listened. He could not deny his mother had gone through things. He could almost see her smile, felt it. You don't have to walk this path alone, you know that. Bela's not scared of you, and unlike those other girls you spend time with, she understands. Can you name anyone else who might? He thought about it, thought about Fable and Tython. Tython had understood power games. The pretty blue Twi'lek had been raised around them. Fable had understood danger and had been drawn to it through her slight connection to the Force. Both women had helped him see sides of himself that he hadn't really understood. Parts of him that had been awakened by his dalliance with Avaryss and Taya. During their time traveling together, Bela had seen some of that, and she wasn't afraid. She had offered to help him, stay with him. Perhaps the girl is just what the healer ordered. She has become a strong young woman, compassionate and wise. He snorted at the thought of that. Backup doesn't need me or my problems, Mom. I may not know everything about my journey, but I do know that it will not end happily. You don't know that. He shook his head. Yes, I do. The Force was complicated, but not that complicated. Everything that he felt when he reached out to it hinted at a bad end. After what he had done, the things he had seen, and the people he had failed. No, a happy ending for him. Impossible. Avi would see to that. He was sure. He could almost hear his mother's frustrated sigh. Talk to the boy, please. He blinked and turned. Ve'alo stood in the shadows, waiting, a concerned look on her face. Mary could not entirely hide his surprise. You can't hear her? He asked the Jedi Master. Of course, who do you think taught her how to remain? The skill has been lost for the most part. So many of the Jedi Masters who knew it passed on before their time, and those that were left had more material worries, and those worries blocked them from accepting the path. Faye shook her head. Arcann didn't simply hurt us when he destroyed Ossus. He changed us, and for the life of me, I cannot say if we will ever get back what is lost. Why didn't you teach others about the skill? Merritt asked. Bring it back. It is not enough to simply know how. It is a sense of being, of oneself. It is about trusting in yourself and in the Force. Too many of the Order that rose after Ossus were unwilling to do that. They tried to hide from their emotions, or worse, ignore the things we lost. That fear and ignorance has taken away from the Jedi. Simply telling others about it doesn't work. There is a difference between knowing the path and actually walking it. Are you saying the modern Order has gotten it all wrong? Not wrong, different. There is still a chance they can find their way back. It may take decades, centuries, maybe more, but I've tried to have faith and teach those that I can. I can't keep that sense of what was alive. I did it with your master and your mother. They smiled. All I can do now is preserve. He considered what she was saying. And where do I fit into all this, Master? If I can't find the light again, then your journey must continue. You must face your destiny and discover the truth. My destiny, he said, and what is that? You already know. His mother's whisper made Vey frown, and she nodded sagely. Merritt grimaced. Yes, he did know. Even thinking about it made the brand on his chest burn like new. He had tried to avoid what had to happen. He had sought out others to help him cleanse the darkness, so when the time came, he could face his past as a Jedi, but his past refused to let go. He had made decisions, choices, and the consequences of those choices still haunted him. His hand went up. He could feel the burned skin, even beneath his shirt, the mark that Avi had left him with before she threw him away, before she sent him out into the darkness to embrace what he had done and become. Perhaps no one could help him, and if that was so, he shook his head. Maybe the only choice was that he had to help himself. He had to face the past head-on and make the final choice. Darkness or light, but in order to do that, he had to go through the one who had opened the door, the one who had offered him the darkness in the first place. His deceiver and first great desire. A shiver ran down his spine. He had sought to change her, save her, and in return had become this person he barely recognized. The one thing he had come to love and despise with equal measure. You know what must be done, they said. I'm sorry, Merritt, but that is how it must be. You can't run from this anymore. Hearing it from his mother seemed to make it more real. She had supported his search for redemption, hoped that he would succeed, but maybe even she knew the truth, and accepted that he simply had to come to the realization himself. He looked at Vey, with pain in his eyes. I don't know if I can do it, master. Her expression remained resigned, perhaps a little sad. You cannot run from your destiny. You must face Darth Avaryss again. And when I do, what then? Vey didn't answer, and she didn't need to. He knew what had to be done. She would never let him go. She considered him her property now. Once he had thought that amusing, but now. Could he do it? She was never going to let him go. She never let anything go. There would only be one way to be free, to be rid of her. He knew what must be done. His hands became fists. It felt like a betrayal. They had been part of each other since they were infants in each other's minds and souls. And she used that to change you, just as you tried to change her, but her will, her lust for power was stronger, and you were overwhelmed. Now he had to be strong. It wasn't just about them anymore. Though he had never met his son, never seen him in person, sometimes, when he slept, he used his old connection to look in on her mind, not enough that she would know, but to see the one they had made together. Ander. He shook his head. My son. He had done so much in his life that felt like a mistake, but Ander, the boy, had been conceived in love, or lust. He didn't regret that, even though that new life pulled him further into a place he didn't want to be. What would the boy say if he knew what Merritt had to do? Avi was his mother. His mother. It was in that moment that Merritt weakened. What was he thinking? I can't do it, he murmured. You can't run from this. Vey repeated, you tried. He glared at her. I can't kill the mother of my child. Do you think she will hesitate if you tell her no again? The Jedi Master asked. You know her. The last time you faced her, she hurt you, burned you, and branded you like livestock, and threw you away to drown in darkness. He nodded. Yes? She had done all those things. You know what fate awaits the boy if you do nothing, his mother reminded him. You saw what he would become. Yes? He had seen. The first in a long line of monsters, a line that would stretch on for decades if not centuries. If he was weak, if he let her have her way, Ander was lost anyway. In that moment, he saw her face, the dark side in its most seductive form. Avi. But then, the vision shifted. He saw true Halcyon's face, her life snuffed out, her soul destroyed by the woman he had been bound to since the beginning. He thought of Mox Chris Capistan, and so many others who had fallen beneath her blade and to her schemes. More will suffer if I do nothing. All would suffer. In that, he felt his weakness fade. The anger remained, the hate for what he had become, but grim resolve filled him up. It would not be anger and hate that motivated this one last hunt. Even in victory, he didn't see that there would be a happy ending. Not for him. He had made his choice long ago. I don't intend to win, he thought. I'm going to take her with me. For the galaxy. For all those that she would hurt, and those that had been hurt. No more Avi. No more. For the Republic. For the people of this galaxy. For the Jedi. One last hunt. For innocence, and the one he would not hurt mold into a monster. For Ander. For my son, he said with cold conviction. I will do this to save my son. What? He blinked. He and Vey both turned. Bayla stood there, her blue-gray eyes wide. Her mouth was open. A son, she said. You have a son. He looked away, ashamed. He had not told her, been afraid to tell her. Afraid of what she would think. He had given in to lust and desire, and gave a son on the one he would now have to kill. The boy would likely never forgive him, but what choice was there? Bayla, Master Vey said, her voice calm and centered. I didn't hear you approach, my dear. Is everything okay? The question woke her up. Bayla shook her head. I heard a voice in my head, telling me I had to be up here, that I needed to understand. Merritt blinked. A voice. Whose voice? It was at that moment that his mother appeared, her blue glow pushing back the darkness. Merrick's fallen star stood next to Vey. The Force Spirit sighed. She needed to know if she is to help you. She informed him she deserved to know. A wave of fury went through him. How dare you, he thought, glaring at the spirit. How dare you? He looked at Bela. He expected to see disgust there, knowing what he had done, how he had sinned. Yet, there was no judgment there. The surprise passed away quickly. Bela looked at his mother. "I've been hearing your voice so much. At first, I thought it was my father reaching out." Merrick's gave her a sad smile. "If he could, he would, dearie. He is still too new to all this. He needs to gather his strength." The girl nodded. She looked at Master Vey. Who was she? It was Merrick that answered, his rage giving way to, well, he wasn't sure. Gratitude that she accepted what she had just heard, and that she remained true to her word. "I will not abandon you. Bela I would like you to meet Merrick's fallen star, my mother." "Mother, this is Bela." The Force spirit smiled brightly. "Hello, dearie." Bela gave her a sad smile. "My sister was named for you." Merrick nodded. "I know. I was there when she came into this galaxy. Your dad placed her in my arms while your mom told me their choice, that she would carry my name." The spirit shook her head. It had been a long time since I had cried, and the last time had been in pain and fear. In that moment, I wept tears of joy. I felt unworthy of the honor. Maybe I still am. Bela nodded. The fact that she was standing in the presence of a Force spirit didn't seem to rattle her. Most might have been shocked into silence. "Not her, not this one," his mother's voice echoed in his head. "She is Vest's daughter, Vest and Jazz. She is strong." Merrick nodded. He couldn't deny that. She looked so much like the old man, especially with her hair dyed black, though he had cut strands of gold running through it, reminding him of the girl she had once been. He had tried to spare that girl great pain. He had tried to let her down easy years ago. Yet, now they were drawn back together, and he wasn't sure exactly what that meant anymore. Her brow furrowed cutely, an expression he had come to adore, that look of her lost in thought. When she looked up, finally meeting his eyes, her expression was cool, as if she had come to a decision. "You have a son?" He nodded. "I have 2 children, actually, but it is the boy who is in the most danger." She nodded again. "This woman, she is the one that my father feared. She is the one that took Bantoon from my family." Again, he nodded. "Your insight serves you well," Vey said. "The question now is," Merrick added, "what are you 2 going to do about it?" "A good question," she agreed. She looked at Merrick. "Vey, we will have to have a long talk later, Rit." He winced at that. "A long talk? Goody." The girl shrugged. "It seems that our destinies are more intertwined than I thought. We both have a reason to free my home, don't we?" "I didn't want to pile my problems on top of yours," he explained. "You haven't. If anything, it is kind of reassuring." She smiled. "You have just as much of a stake in stopping this, Avaryss was it, as I do. Maybe even more so." Bela stepped forward. She reached out to him. "Help me free my world, and I will help you free your son." Merrick licked his lips. Despite his fear, knowing what they would be facing going up against Avi, he also felt liberated. He felt free. She knew. She knew, and she had not discarded him. She wanted to stay. He had no words. He looked at her determined look. The look was that of a Paladin Grand Master. What Kid Shalia had seen so long ago. It was more than that, though. He thought of that moment, their kiss. She had asked for nothing of him in that moment, except that he be himself, and that he stand beside her. It made his heart surge. Something he had shut down when he had broken off things with Fable surged anew. He. She. They. He was ready to accept. His eyes widened. Down. He leapt forward, pushing Bela down even as Vey tried to dart away. Neither of them made it. The rock wall overhead exploded, raining down boulders and pulverized rock. Merrick's vanished. The sudden surge of dark side energy filled the air. Merrick found himself on top of Bela. The girl was not moving, though he could feel her heart fluttering in her chest. His ears were ringing, and everything seemed to be spinning. He could not see Vey or the night fire. It may have been buried in the cave-in, or destroyed. Though the shockwave had left him disoriented, He thought he could hear the roar of a ship's engines, the blinding glow of a spotlight, and out of the dust, a single figure emerged. Looks like my contacts have paid off in a big way this time. The voice was cold and familiar, arrogant and sadistic. Merritt tried to stumble to his feet, but fell down again. Even over the roar of the hovering ship, he could hear the man's cruel laugh. Two lightsabers sprang to life, one red and one green, each held by the man before him, the hunter. He smiled as he stepped out of the dust, revealing a long blue coat, sun goggles, and a white head wrap. Easiest 2 million I ever made, and the price on Vey. I'm sure that is good anywhere in the Empire. You, fallen star, well, maybe I'll take the dead price rather than the living one. Merritt snarled and fought to his feet. Quire Cooper, he thought. Kylo Nord. He didn't know how the man had found them, and he didn't care. Nothing mattered in that moment, no, only one thing did. Fallen Star smiled wickedly. The death of Kylo Nord. Merritt let his fury grow. The man meant to take Bela, take Vey, and kill him. His smile widened, that of a predator, a Tukada, or Ferrix, a shark. He let the shadow take him, letting the dark side clear his head. Take Bela. Not Griffin likely. He had spared this one once, in the Lehan system. Not this time. He lit his lightsaber, his orange blaze sizzling in the dusty air. You want something, Hut Spawn? He called out. Come and get it. The hunter nodded, a merry smile on his face. Love too, he said. The two dark Jedi lunged at each other, blaze flashing. Merritt had been ready to face the past, to try to let go of his darkness, but now he was glad it was still with him. Not yet, he thought as their blaze flashed in a dozen half-a-second clashes. Not yet. Chapter 29. Killer. The world was spinning. Bela Istilla opened her eyes, yet they would not focus. Her ears were ringing, everything hurt, and the air smelled of burning plastic. She tried to regain her feet, but fell down once again. She heard the sound of lightsabers engaging and the flash of colored lights, spinning reds, greens, oranges, and flashes of blue lightning. Yet, what she felt above all was the rage. It was a fury that washed over everything. In that moment, she felt afraid. She looked around and saw Vey laying against the rock wall. The small Jedi Master appeared to be unconscious. She struggled to pull herself over to her, to make sure that she was okay. A thick blue mist covered everything, glowing in the blinding glow of a spotlight. She heard a voice over a loudspeaker, but it didn't make much sense. Nothing made sense. She tried to call on the Force to clear her head, but even that proved impossible. The mist around them seemed to be burning into her, soaking into her skin. It made the act of simply moving feel like a crushing day's work. Shadows passed over, her drawing her attention. She looked up to see slender black metal droids standing over her. One moment they were 6, the next 12. Seeing double. She tried to ask for help, but they didn't listen. They grabbed her and pushed her down on her stomach. She tried to cry out, demand that they release her, but it was no use. They didn't hear or didn't care what she had to say. You are now property of our master, she finally heard over the din, a cold mechanical voice emerging from the droid pinning her back. Do not resist, and you will not be harmed. You are now. Suddenly the mist was pushed away. She felt it, like a gust of wind. One of the droids approaching Vey turned. His arm opened up, revealing a small blaster. Stop or be. Yellow lights flashed around her, a whirlwind of gold. The droid that tried to shoot lost his head as it fell to pieces in a flash of sparks. The one pinning Bela down tried to say something only to have a beam of pure yellow plunge through one of its red optics. His head split into as blaster bolts flashed around her. Bela rolled onto her back. She took a deep breath as the burning sensation and her limbs began to dissipate. Bela, get up, someone shouted. Protect Master Vey. The voice was young and filled with concern tempered with grim courage. It took her a moment while she remembered who was speaking. Zahar. The boy's name was Zahar. She stumbled to her feet, the cold wind waking her up as her head began to clear. Stay where you are. The voice was coming from the loudspeaker of a hovering ship, another droid by the metallic ring to it. That is why we didn't sense the attack, she realized. A droid piloted the ship, its programming giving us no threat of danger until the first blast was fired. She looked up, finally seeing what it was, a slender fighter craft with wide solar wings, looking like a fire moth from back home. She could see the droid sitting in the ball cockpit, the spotlight focused on her. She drew her lightsaber, the silver beam flashing to life. Thump! Thump! 2 canisters launched from the top of the ship, already filling the air with a familiar blue mist. It cannot touch me, she realized. Not again. Calling on the Force to clear her head, she reached and pushed, catching the canisters and flinging them away. Blasts from a small quad laser under the ship's cockpit opened up. Bela let the Force take her, letting it puppet her body to get her away or deflect the blast. Suddenly Zahar was at her side. The boy flung his double-bladed saber at the fighter craft. The weapon cleaved through the quad laser, while Bela used the Force to deflect one of the last shots, catching the spotlight, causing everything to go dark. The droid pilot suddenly backed off. The hovering ship slipped backward as Zahar recovered his weapon. Paladina and Jedi stood together. The ship banked up and headed away from the mountain. Master, Zahar shouted, starting to back up to reach his fallen teacher. Zahar, stay with me, Bela ordered. That ship is coming back. The boy obeyed, reluctantly. He wanted to go to his teacher's side, but he was smart enough to know that she was right. He kept looking over his shoulder. They was not moving. We can't help her if we are dead, Bela shouted. Focus. Zahar took a shuddering breath and turned, his eyes drawn to the approaching ship. They could see the reflection of the ship's wings as it banked, heading back towards their position. Bela took a deep breath and let it out. Her skin was still burning with the residue of whatever neurotoxin the ship had used to try and block her from the Force. At their feet, the remains of droids lay scattered around them, cut down by Zahar before they had a chance to defend themselves. Whoever was behind this wanted us alive. The mist was to weaken us, give the droids time to bind us up for transport. Now that had failed, the ship was coming back, likely to fire heavy blasters, or perhaps launch a missile. We need to work together, she shouted. At her side, the boy nodded. He whirled his double blade in anticipation, ready to meet the ship's attack. She didn't see any more droids, and the blast had left the hangar entrance partially buried, no way to get to the night fire, and not enough time to use his weapons. The enemy fighter completed its turn, and was now driving hard towards them, growing bigger by the moment. Bela held up her blade, ready to face whatever was to come. They might both be dead, but they would meet their fate on their feet. 2 children of the Force, warriors of the light. A second ship broke through the clouds, moving fast. Reinforcements for their attackers. If so. Lasers flashed as Bela prepared for the end. The sky turned green, then orange. The new ship's guns raked the fighter craft. Its wings came apart, unraveling like a broken kite. The engine exploded, sending the ball cockpit flying. It hit the mountainside and was flattened, along with whatever droid had been at the helm. Despite the aid, Bela remained on guard. Just because that ship had destroyed their enemy didn't make it a friend. It fired its repulsors, coming to a dead stop just out of range of their lightsaber throws. Bela's eyes widened. She recognized the ship. It was from her world. An old Riptide 300, one of the best courier vessels to come out of the Bond shipyards. The loading hatch opened, and a lone figure emerged. Clad in black armor with a white featureless face plate, Bela had first thought it another droid, but did a double take when she reached out with the Force. A familiar presence filled her mind. You. It had been years, but... This person was from Bantoon, from the palace. I know you. The armored pilot didn't hesitate, 1 minute standing on the ramp, the next standing next to Bela and Zahar. The move surprised them both. This one doesn't have the Force, but that jump. Even a Jedi would have been hard-pressed to make it. Zahar spun his yellow blade, but didn't attack. Don't come any closer, he warned. I'm not here for you, boy. The pilot was armed. Bela could see a blaster pistol on each hip and a bond dart launcher on this new warrior's wrist. Where is Calo Nord? The question shocked Bela. Calo Nord, the bounty hunter. Here. The stranger's faceplate turned to the flashing colored lights. Their savior's body coiled like a spring. Stay here, my queen. Watch over the boy and the Jedi. The armored figure drew two wicked-looking curved blades. Calo Nord's life is mine. Neither were thinking. They just attacked. Rubble and force lightning filled the air. The ozone made Merritt curl his tongue. It was like fighting a storm. He had suffered dozens of cuts, grit and small stones blown at him by the force, too many for his own shield to block. He was bleeding and cut in so many places. He grinned. That was okay. The pain helped him focus. His pain fed his anger, and anger fed his power. He engaged his fellow hunter again and again. Calo blocked his lightning and struck back with some of his own. Merritt resisted, his shields held, and he blocked the worst of the lightning. Their swords met again and again. Calo's use of two blades might have surprised most, but Merritt had been at war with the Sith for years now, and his experience with the dark side allowed him to feed on his enemy's rage and chaotic nature. In this, the dark side aided him. He was not overwhelmed and stopped the deadliest of projectiles, and then, surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, the storm started to lessen. Their blades clashed again and again. Calo was a whirlwind, his undisciplined strikes almost enough to overwhelm Merritt's defenses. Almost. Then, just like that, the worst passed. Merritt took a breath, savoring the pain he was feeling. It had been a while since he had tested himself against a dark side opponent. He was starting to enjoy this. Calo finally backed off, breathing hard, his sabers before him in a defensive stance. Merritt smirked. He thought he had found the other man's weakness. He was strong, make no mistake about that. True and her brother had both been strong in the Force. Yet, Quire, the man who had become Calo Nord, had never entered the Jedi Order. His sister had gone as a child, but he had stayed behind as heir to his mother and father, having hid his abilities. He knew how to fight, yet he didn't have the discipline of a trained Jedi. He had likely used his strength to overwhelm others, but he was also used to ending things quickly, overcoming his targets with raw power. He counted on his enemies panicking. They were facing Calo Nord, the feared, immortal, bounty hunter, and Quire had learned to draw on that fear. Merritt Fallen Star didn't fall for that. He wasn't afraid. He was angry, but that anger was cold and fully harnessed. Calo was not like that. He was a powerful savant with the Force, but he lacked control. He didn't know how to pace himself, conserve his power, and he didn't know the more subtle skills. Merritt didn't suffer from that weakness. Despite being lost in darkness, the old lessons he had gone through remained. Master Jazz had made sure that his student understood how to conserve his energy and draw on the Force directly if he needed an extra boost. Quire had never learned that. He was all fire, and very little ice. That fire was starting to burn out. That didn't make his enemy any less dangerous, but it did make him predictable. Yes, he had taken out both Jedi and Sith before. Merritt knew that for a fact, but he had come in like a storm and got them before they had a chance to really draw on their own power. His reputation and chaotic nature protected him. That was not the case here. Merritt had taken the other hunter's best shot, and now he found him wanting. Getting tired, Quire. He mocked. His opponent snorted. Still angry about the Nasus job, Fallen Star, or should I say Shadowstone. Nord sneered. If you were going to reinvent yourself, you should have chosen a better name. Few outside of the guild recognized it, and those that did were not impressed with your efforts. Fallen Star remembered the Nasus job. He had been hired to bring in the Hutt accountant Nib Nasus, had fought his way through the man's defenders, only to have Calo use him as a distraction and take the prize out of the window while his guards were distracted. That failure had burned him at the time, but it had been one of his first jobs. He had had many successes since then. So, He didn't get angry with the other man bringing up the past. Merritt's only reply was a shrug. The name is mine. It would have been mine from the start had my mother lived. His yellow eyes narrowed. The title you claimed might impress people, but it doesn't change who you are. I have always been Fallen Star, but you claimed a title because it sounded intimidating. It is intimidating, and I have earned my reputation. It doesn't change who and what you are. And what exactly am I? Merritt grinned. Quire Cooper, a young man who's still trying to break his father's heart. A child who blames the old man for his mother's pain. Though he could not see his eyes, they were hidden behind dark lenses. Merritt knew that the other man was glaring. His posture became more rigid. Don't talk about her. Why not? Fallen Star purred. I didn't know Rhonda Cooper that well, but I do know that she would not have wanted to see this, to see you like this. What happened between her and Co-op was their business. He threw her away, he threw me away, for his Zeltron whore. Your mom died, and you chose to walk away. I was honoring my mother. She got sick, Quire, it does happen. He could have saved her. You don't know that, and neither do I. Merritt shook his head. We lose people we love. That is why the Jedi reject attachment. It is not easy enduring that loss, facing it, and coming out on the other side. Merritt shrugged. My master was like a father to me, and when he died, I drifted, became what I am now. But I'm trying to be better. Can you say the same? Kahlo snorted. Be better. Seriously. It sounds like you're afraid to take what you want. I know what I want, and it is finally in reach. I'll be dead. Both men glanced over, seeing the arrival of the armored warrior, the two curved blades in hand. Merritt's eyes widened as he sensed who was beneath the mask. He couldn't believe it. Tara. She ignored him. Her eyes were on Quire and Quire alone. Kahlo Nord, she said coldly, for you aiding in the crimes of the Sith against Bantoon. I hereby sentence you to death. The bounty hunter scoffed at that. You are going to kill me, huh? Don't you know who I am? Of course I do, as she replied. I'm here to make an example of you. You are the 5th hunter I've dealt with, all for hunting Bela Istillo. Your heads will be sent back to the Hunters Guild as a warning. She dropped into a fighting crouch. Bela Istillo is no one's prey. To hunt her is to court death. Merritt frowned. He agreed with the sentiment, but this was Tara Valentine. What shot did she have against Nord? They had been in the survivors together. She had been one of their best pilots, a smuggler who had signed on to help, given their history. Her aunt was the queen of Bantoon's sworn protector. Tara had good contacts and a fast ship, but she was not a warrior. She was a bit out of her weight class, but he sensed no fear, only grim confidence. Yet, she said something about taking out other hunters. He reached out with the Force, tried to sense her. She radiated pain and cold ambition, and something else. Something more. Kahlo Nord laughed. He started to raise his hand, to call on the Force. Merritt started to move, to defend her. He need not have worried. One moment, Tara was at a safe distance from her target, and then she wasn't. Then, she was right up in his face. She had moved so fast that even Merritt had trouble seeing her. She fired a vicious kick, shattering Kahlo's kneecap. He roared as the Force pulsed outward. Merritt held his ground. He stood into the wave and let it pass over him. Tara was thrown back, but turned that fall into a cartwheel and regained her feet, her blade still at the ready. Kahlo Nord went wild. Lightning exploded from him, fed by his pain. He threw his green blade at her, following it up with a blast of lightning. It would have been too much for most, but not Tara apparently. She ducked the blade and danced around the lightning, her armor absorbing some of it, slowing her slightly. Merritt realized he could not remain out of the fight. What his old friend was doing didn't make sense. She had never had these kinds of abilities before. Yet, she was still his friend. They had fought together. He would not let her be harmed. He would fight. Quire. The injured hunter turned as Merritt lunged, his orange blade flashing out. He blocked with his red blade and stumbled back, his wounded leg, turning his retreat into a stumbling backward tumble. Kahlo reached out for his second blade. It had not returned to him after the throw. It flew from the shadows. It didn't reach his hand. Tara was there. She lunged like a loath cat and snatched it up. Kahlo howled and blasted at her again. She tumbled away again. Merritt pushed the attack. It was only then that Merritt felt it. Fear. He smiled. Kahlo was starting to realize he had overreached this time. He reached out with the force. Distantly he could feel Zahar and Bela's presence. They were safe, and if that was so. Kahlo had baited a trap, but it wasn't working out like he had hoped. That was good. As Avi would have said if she were here. Delicious. He shook his head. No. He would not think like her. This wasn't about making Choir suffer. He was protecting Bela, Zahar, and Vey. Vey. His eyes widened. The master's presence flickered in the force. She was hurt in. Rag! He renewed his attack with fury and rage. Blue lightning flashed. Nord was thrown back, coming down hard on his bad leg. He cried out. Merritt lunged in again. Nord set off another pulse of force energy. It staggered Merritt, but did not stop him. He is growing weaker. Good. He swung his red blade, but it exploded in his hand. The emitter shot out by Tara. An excellent shot. Then she was there again, kicking and striking with one of her knives. She holstered her blaster as she kicked him in the jaw. As he tried to roll away, Merritt caught him and kneed him in the face, breaking his nose. Kahlo fell gasping and choking. The force whirled around Merritt, the darkness calling to him. Do it now. Finish him. Kill him. Kill. 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 It would be so easy. Merritt stood over the broken man, his hand tightened on the hilt of his lightsaber. One swing, and it was done. He took a shuddering breath. One swing. Finn. He glanced over. Tara had stopped and removed her helmet. She looked much the same as she had when they had last seen each other years ago. Same reddish-brown hair. Same pale skin. He blinked. She had added a scar on her cheek since they had last met, and her green eyes were almost glowing now. They were sharper, absorbing the light. Enhanced. He blinked. Yes, she had eyes like her Aunt Char Valentine now, but that was impossible. The sworn protectors of Bantoon belonged to Avaryss now, or so he had heard. They had helped her take their world. How could Tara have gotten their abilities? She gave him a cruel smile. I should have known you would track down Bela. You grew up together. So did you, he reminded her. You lived in the palace for a time, yes. She nodded, but then her expression turned serious. Bela, is she? I sense that she is fine. Tara's smile widened. Good, she said, looking down at the fallen hunter. Guess there is only one piece of business left to handle then. She drew her knife. Bantoon says hello, you son of a Murglak. She spun her dagger around and raised her arm, ready to plunge it into Kahlo's eye. Merritt was there before she could. He grabbed her arm, pinning it in Durasteel vice. No. Tara gasped. Her eyes flashed with anger. What? I said no. She struggled, but he held his own. He used the force to pin her in place, so she could not punch or kick him. He glared down at her. No, he said coldly. Why? She demanded. He is a killer. He deserves this. Don't we all? Merritt responded. Tara hissed. It is because of people like him that I chose this. He needs to pay. I sense a story there, Merritt thought. I'm most eager to hear it. Fenn, she growled. Call me Merritt, please. It is my true name, after all. That made her pause. Merritt Fallen Star, she said. A pleasure to meet you again, Tara. Now, please, put the blade down. She struggled, briefly, but came to realize that he wasn't going to let go, and unlike Kahlo, he was ready to meet her attack if she chose to continue this. Her blade fell from her hand, and Merritt released her. She cursed under her breath, rubbing her sore wrist. If half of what I have heard about you is true, Merritt, you have no moral ground to stand on. Her frown deepened. You're a killer too. He nodded. You are not wrong, Tara, he said, sensing people approaching. He sensed Bela and heard the sound of approaching speeders. That would be Cooper and his people. He looked down at Calo Nord, at Choir, Cooper's son. He frowned. He didn't wish to be seen standing over the dead body of Cooper's son, not if he could help it. The fight was over. He and Tara had won. They could afford to be gracious. A few months ago, he would have killed Choir, and thought it was all part of the game. One hunter to another, you attacked another hunter and got killed. That was what happened. He sighed. He was trying not to be like that anymore. Maybe that was the path back to the light, or he could be kidding himself. I'm willing to try, Master, he thought, thinking both of Vey and Jazz Darben. He thought of Bela. She would approve of this, he thought. He hoped. I'm a killer, he said to Tara, looking down at the beaten hunter with disdain. But I'm trying. She blinked. Trying what? To be better, Tara, he said with a hint of a smile, the yellow glow of his eyes fading. He nodded. I'm trying to be better. Chapter 30. Trial. The old man was waiting when she arrived. Taya yawned as she stepped into the corridor. The palace was mostly silent. It was way after midnight, and only the guards and a few servants were awake. The perfect time for this, or so Adaz claimed. She frowned. A trial of blood. The blonde shook her head. She wasn't so sure of that. The Blade Master was dressed simply this evening, a simple black vest and breeches, showing off his scarred arms. He gave her a cool look. You are late, Counselor Taya. I was putting my daughter back to bed, Counselor Adaz, she replied, and statement, not an excuse. He gave her an arch look. She was still awake, so late. She had a nightmare. I think she sensed what was going on in Sanctuary Base. That made the old man smile. She sensed it. Good. If she was able to pick up something so far away at such a young age, she will be most useful to Avaryss as she grows older. Taya didn't reply to that. Ange would be what she would be. If she chose the Sith path, so be it. Taya had given her word to Finn. It would be the girl's choice. She intended to keep it. They made their way down the dark halls, approaching the wing of the palace reserved for the Prime Minister and her family. Taya shook her head. I can't believe you talked her into this. I didn't need to, Adaz replied. It was Avaryss herself that wished this trial. She needs to know what the girl can do. He gave her a cold look. Something she might have known had you been a better mentor to the girl. Taya frowned. Be careful, she warned. He smiled slyly. That smile said so many things. Why? What would you try to do to me? I have Avaryss' favor. Try it, girl. She almost cursed under her breath. Avi had great respect for the old pureblood, and he knew it gave him a level of protection. She could do nothing to him, or stop what was about to happen. The Blade Master continued. The girl was studying in secret, hiding her powers from you, and you didn't sense it. You had no idea what was going on. She didn't reply to that. How could she? She had been surprised when Avi had told her that Bliss had been sneaking into her private library, that she had gained access to knowledge that she should not have had, not yet anyway. Avi had not been angry with her, but she had been disappointed. She had trusted her with Bliss training, at least until a formal master could be selected. That the girl had managed to slip something by her, it was for that reason that Avi had looked upon her so coldly. That had hurt just as much. Adaz continued on. The girl must be tested, as Avaryss herself was tested. I conducted her trial myself, during her hopeful days, and now, her child will know that experience, as she must. And where's Avi? Taya demanded if this trial is to take place, should she not be here. She is on her way. She was finishing up with the interrogations back at Sanctuary, but she is coming now. A shiver ran down her spine. She had felt Avi's rage after the assassination attempt. That their enemies had gotten so close, it had been a wake-up call and a warning. For almost 8 hours, every interrogation suite in Sanctuary Base was in use, even as the damage was being assessed. 3 Imperials had lost their lives when the tower had collapsed. It might not have seemed like much, but they had gotten close, whoever it was they were. Any Sith would have been disturbed, but in doing so, and nearly getting Avi, they had shown their hand, and that had brought up so many new questions. Why now? Taya had to wonder. They had been here for years, and only now, when they stood on the edge of absolute victory, was the enemy rising now. One last chance to stop us, she realized, to stop her, and then claim what she had built. The blonde shook her head. If that didn't suggest that another Sith was involved, nothing else would. Their Bond allies continued to cry Paladina and Princess Bela, but it was a song that Avaryss wasn't listening to anymore. General Glask had suggested the Underlord's people. Go had more than enough reason to do her harm, and he had many resources on the moons. Again, Avi had rejected that theory. We have vermin in our house, she had exclaimed to Taya over the holo, her eyes flaring with yellow light, even as a hologram, her rage blazing like an inferno. Their Dark Lord had not returned to planet after the attack. Despite being injured, she remained, and had seen to the interrogations herself. Dozens of guards, cleaning staff, and droid wranglers had been brought in, as the Sith sifted through the wreckage, tried to determine what kind of device had been used. It was a slow process, but a necessary one. Taya's mother had even been called up, her history as an expert in interrogation proving most useful. As the lady confessor, that was her job. Meanwhile, Lord Gull's intelligence people were swarming the city that surrounded Sanctuary Base, seeking any leads. Avi had shown doubt that they would find anything. Whoever had done this had been well prepared. They likely would not have left any outside traces. The interrogations were their best bet. Someone had to have known something, and any lead might be what was needed to discover what truly happened. After existing in secret for years, and then being known as untouchable by the locals, someone had struck at Sanctuary Base directly. Someone needed to answer for that, quickly, and violently. Taya didn't doubt that would come to pass. Avi's best people were looking into it. No, her focus was on the next few minutes, and what was about to happen to Bliss. What if the girl doesn't survive, she wondered. Would Avi blame her? They finally arrived at the hall that led to Bliss' room. Adaz volunteered to go in and collect the girl. Taya nodded. She had never gone through a trial of blood herself. She trusted the old man knew what he was doing. She shook her head again after he left. Avi had not given her all the details of what was about to happen, but it would be a challenge for the girl. She is only 13, Taya thought. Was it right to do this? I was not much older than she when I took my trial. Taya nearly jumped as Avi stepped out of the shadows, or rather, melted out of the shadows, like a wraith. The Dark Lord gave her a cruel smile. I survived. I think my daughter is more than capable of doing so as well. Taya nodded, trying to hide her surprise. Avi, well? Avi didn't look well. Though clad in a fine gown of deep purple, the cost of her survival was clear for the eye to see. The gown was backless, showing off her red and blistered skin. The markings that had been branded into her back stood out sharply despite the damage. Her old friend must have been in terrible pain, but didn't show it. Her smile was wide and hungry. Both her eyes and cheeks were sunken in, her usually bone-white skin and taking on a slightly yellowish tinge. Like a corpse, Taya thought with a sense of fear. Avi's yellow eyes glowed brightly, and were red-rimmed, either from the smoke from the attack, or lack of sleep. She looked like she had aged 10 years since going to Sanctuary. Avaryss giggled. What a lovely night for a test, do you not agree, Taya? A perfect evening to spill some blood. Taya nodded, but said nothing. There was something in Avi's glassy, hungry eyes. She is high, she realized, either from painkillers, or from life energy drained from many victims. The former was expected, the latter, probably equally so. Taya had seen that look on her friend's face before, during their student days, after a vicious hunt back on Butcher's Clearing. Avi had drained the lives of both their prey and their fellow hunters to save herself after a bad injury. At the time, she had been impressed by the other girl's show of strength. Neither she nor Naz had realized just how talented Avi had been. They had thought her an up-jumped marauder when they first met, all blade and rage. Realizing that she knew the older mysteries, and was a sorceress, had impressed them, despite their friend being only a first-level acolyte. Avi had found her way into their circle, and the duo had become a trio, and they had all risen very far since, or at least Taya and Avi had. Naz had been killed, and her genetics used later to create Abominus, who at times still fooled Taya into thinking it was their third member. She had many of Naz's memories, and a greater animalistic savagery. Thus, the trio had been reborn. The two Sith Lords waited the return of Adaz. Bliss knew of him, of course, and had trained with him on occasion, when Taya's schedule had taken her away from her student. Now the three of them would see exactly what the girl was capable of, what secret she was likely hiding. Avi paced, murmuring to herself and giggling. Such behavior disturbed her old friend. "Did you find anything out? About the bombing, I mean." "It is still under investigation," Avaryss hissed. "Go, and your mom will find something." She stopped pacing and turned to her friend. "We will need to send word to Rain. I intend to leave aboard the Reckoning as soon as this test is concluded. I can't afford to wait any longer. We need to test the weapon." Taya nodded. "And you need Rain for that, at least for this small test." "Yes, we need to send word to Rink. He will get her to the rendezvous on time, and then. Avaryss grinned brightly. Her lips pulled back, showing white teeth. "We all know, my friend, that a Darth is death incarnate. It is now a lesson we will teach the galaxy. There are many that call me the Lady of Greed. Well, what is more greedy than death? It takes everything and leaves nothing in return." In the dim light, Avi's face seemed to change. That wide smile, the sunk cheeks and eyes. Taya shivered. She wasn't sure if it was lighting, or if Avi was conjuring a glamour, but her face had become a skull, and her burning eyes, the promise of the end of everything. I thought the point of the weapon was not to kill everyone. It is the death of free will, but actual death is needed too. Sacrifice is a part of everything, Taya. Once it is done, once the galaxy sees, we will change everything. We? It was at that moment that Adaz rejoined them, with Bliss at his side. "Mother," the girl said, yawning, Master Taya. Taya looked at the girl. Her dark hair was mussed from sleep, and she was clad in a black silken tank top and sleeping pants. Her lightsaber was in hand. She remembered, Taya thought proudly. She had stressed that the girl never go anywhere unarmed, despite the power they wielded here. They were still in a very dangerous place, so many enemies. And if Sanctuary Base was an inside job, then their own not excluded from that list. "Welcome, daughter," Avi said brightly, turning without another word. "Follow." Bliss blinked. "Mother, you're back." Avi turned back to her, still grinning. She giggled, gesturing to the scars and blisters. "It is nothing. We are more than the crude matter of the flesh, and remember, there is no pain where the power lies." The girl nodded, but she still seemed distracted by the ugly red burns that marred her mother's back and shoulders. Taya followed in Avi's wake, with Bliss in the middle, while Adaz took up the rear. Avi said nothing to her, having prepared this trial herself, with a bit of help from Adaz. She should have included me, Taya thought. I'm still Bliss' teacher. The three made their way down the halls, going deeper into the palace. Even Taya was not quite sure where it was. They were going, where the trap had been set. Finally, after many turns and twists, they stopped. They found themselves in a small solar in the palace's lower levels. All the furniture had been removed. Taya took note of the fact that there were only two exits, the one that they had just entered through, and the one behind them. Adaz signaled the room's security door. The one used to keep out intruders is sealed off the way they had come even as he passed Bliss and took his place at Darth Avaryss' side. Bliss stood before the three, her eyes curious. "Mother, what is this?" "It is a test, my dear. You have learned much, most of that in secret." Her smile turned cruel. "I want to see exactly what you have learned." Taya remained silent, unsure of what to say. When Avi had first told her about this, what she wanted to do, she had disagreed. Why only Bliss? Surely Jeer must be tested as well. I do not need to test Jeer. Abominus has kept detailed reports on his training, and besides, he has already shown he can kill in so many ways. I see no reason to test him any further on that. Bliss looked at her. Master, trust in your training, young one. You are skilled, we both know that. It was at that moment that Bliss realized that they were not alone in the chamber. She heard the groans and hisses. She looked over, seeing what Taya had known would be there, even as her own eyes adjusted to the shadows. There were 4 of them, still dirty from the dungeons of Sanctuary Base, criminals who should have been executed for their crimes both against the Sith and the people of the Moons. Desperate creatures, desperate and violent. The Moons of Bantoon were not a civilized place, not in the dark corners of the mines and cities that sprang up around them. These 4 were some of the worst predators taken from that hell. The perfect test for a trial of blood. They had been brought down, drugged, and chained. Before coming here, Adaz had injected them all with aggressors, to take away their fears and doubts and ensure their savagery was at its peak. They were awakening now, still bound, but not for long. The 3 older Sith back up, the girl was distracted, it gave them time to get clear. Your test begins now, child, Adaz said. Fight well. Avi leaned in close to her old friend, whispered in her ear. Take her, Saber. Taya blinked. Avi, you said? Take IT. Taya complied. She used the Force and plucked the weapon from the girl's hand. Bliss whirled. Master, my weapon. A reinforced portcullis slid down over the doorway, blocking the exit, and allowing the 3 Sith to watch the trial. The 4 predators rose to their feet. Avi used the Force to remove the last of their restraints. They saw the weapons at their feet, long knives favored by the ancient Bantoon, when they were still crusaders raging across the galaxy killing all that wasn't human. The largest of them howled like an animal and threw himself at Bliss. Taya winced. The trial had begun. The girl whirled, dodging as he flew past. Another hissed and lashed out with his knife. Bliss caught his arm and called on the Force. The man fell away screaming, scratching at his arm. Mother, Bliss shouted, let me out. Kill or be killed, girl, Avaryss snarled. Bliss reached out with her hand, trying to retrieve her lightsaber. Adaz snarled and pushed her back, causing her to fall into the arms of one of the criminals. He stabbed her in the side, causing the girl cry out. Taya almost used the Force to kill the man, to snap his neck. Don't, Avaryss hissed. Taya cowed and remained where she was. The trial continued. Bliss may have only been 13, but she had studied how to fight. She didn't panic. Even when the 3rd and 4th criminal grabbed her legs. She fought like her life depended on it. Because it did. She threw her head back, smashing the man holding her in the teeth. He stumbled back sputtering. Bliss fell to the ground and grabbed the dagger he had dropped. She plunged it into the eye of the 3rd attacker, even as she used the Force to hurl the 4th back. Hissing, she threw the dead man back, as the one whose teeth she had broken lunged in again. Bliss twirled around him and seized his arm, again calling on the Force. The man wailed as she attacked his mind, his emotions. Taya had seen her use this power before, only then it was to stimulate the pleasure centers of the brain. Apparently, she had learned to do so much more since then. Avaryss grinned, and cackled. Yes, child, she cried. Make them suffer. Use your hate. Bliss didn't need to be told. Even injured, she responded. Taya looked at her friend, shocked. Avi's eyes were alight with sadistic glee. Her cackling laugh echoed off the walls. Taya almost didn't recognize her. She had not seen the side of Avi before. She had known it was there, but seeing it was a whole different thing. Bliss still had 2 enemies up, while she was hurt, bleeding. She dropped to her knees and spun out with her foot, catching one of her attackers in the knee, shattering it with a Force-enhanced kick. Taya nodded. She had taught the girl that move. The man wasn't out, though. He hissed and snarled like an animal, swinging wildly with his weapon. The first criminal had not regained his feet. He was still scratching at his arms, tearing them bloody, lost in his pain. The other staggered, grasping his head, not really aware of where he was. Taya used the force and flung him into the first. The two men grappled, tearing at each other. Bliss finally lost her footing, holding her side. Her black pants were soaked with blood. She fell and tried to crawl away from the man with the broken knee, who still pulled himself closer to her, and closer still. She thrust out her hand. Taya thought she was trying another force push, but no. Something was happening. The air rippled around the child's outstretched hand. A shimmering heat wave surrounded the injured man. He hissed as he burst into flame. The fire didn't spread up his arm. It broke out everywhere at once. He rolled over and over trying to douse the flames. To no avail. Avaryss sneered. "She stole that spell from me," she hissed. "It was in one of the treatises in my library." Taya nodded, wrinkling her nose at the smell of burned flesh. One of many powers that Avi possessed. The man's pain seemed to have a rejuvenating power on the girl. She struggled to her feet and seized another knife. Now with one in each hand, she advanced. She wiped the blood from her mouth and growled. She leapt on the two fighting criminals. She buried one blade in the back of the one on top and flung him away with the force. She then fell on the last of them, the one who had been on the bottom. She screamed as she brought the blade down again and again. Taya winced. The savagery she was seeing was not what she came to expect from Bliss. Bliss smashed the man's head to mush. Avaryss nodded, pleased with the brutality. She looked at Audas. "As you can see, she will be most useful in the coming years." The old pure blood nodded. "Why take her weapon, my old student? Had you brought your saber during your trial, you would have been allowed to use it." Avaryss shrugged. "This is not just about power. It is about betrayal." She had to learn about the latter, as well as the former. Taya winced. Yes, she understood the value of betrayal. It was like the only adage, beware your master, beware your apprentice. It was what defined the Sith master-apprentice relationship. She had destroyed her own master after all, but that had been a matter of taking what was hers. She had not hated her teacher. Not like Avi had despised fear. She looked at Bliss gasping on the ground, crawling off of the dead enemy. Taya raised the portcullis and went to her. "Bliss, are you?" The girl took a swipe at her with the dagger. "Get away from me." The child lunged at her, only to be stopped, held in a forced grip by her mother. The child raged, angry tears ran down her cheeks. She spat and cursed the three older Sith. "It is over, child," Avaryss said. "Drop your blade." She still hissed, almost incoherent. Avi tightened her grip. Finally, the girl stopped struggling. Avaryss gave her a sick smile. "You are hurt. Let us help you." The girl gasped. I could have died." She sobbed. "You live. You proved your strength." The Dark Lord smiled. "I am proud of you." Bliss shuddered. She looked at her master, at Taya. The hate in the girl's eyes shocked her. "You took my weapon?" Before she could answer, Avi spoke up. She knew what she was doing. "It may seem extreme, but you showed you didn't need it." Taya looked at her friend and at her student. She couldn't believe it. Avi was letting her take the fall for pulling the weapon away from Bliss. She was about to say something, but Audas touched her arm and shook his head. He knew what she was about to do, and she understood why he did it. It is about power and loyalty. Avi was to be empress until Rain or Ander retired her. That was the way of things. She would rather Bliss see Taya as her enemy rather than add another enemy to her long list. Taya understood and accepted, but still. She looked at Avi. "You could have told me," she thought, warned me. Then a new thought occurred to her. The second time, she found herself thinking back to her duel with Finn, of ending up on her knees before him. Avi had told me she would not let me die. She told me she would stop him. She looked back and forth between Bliss and Avi. She used me. She frowned. She used me again. Bliss, with tears in her eyes, fell into her mother's arms. "Mom," the girl whimpered, "Mommy." "I'm here," Child, she crooned, I have you. She helped the girl out of the chamber on their way to medical. The murderous look that the child gave Taya was enough to stop her from following. Adaz remained at her side, watching coldly, evaluating. He leaned over, so that only Taya could hear her. Accept this version of events, he said. Your empress requires this of you. It is for your own good, and that of your child. Taya did her best to keep her face neutral, but inside, she was seething. Was that a threat? Had Adaz threatened her? Or was it Avi? Had Avi put him up to this? Her head spun, so many thoughts, so many possibilities. She watched as he went, as Adaz followed a respectful distance behind Bliss and Avi. We are Sith, she thought. We betray each other. That lesson had been taught to her so many years ago, but still, Avi. Her eyes narrowed. I kept her safe during training. She would have died on Corbin if not for me. She elevated me for that, true, but she sent me to Zayas, my family to Zayas, Aya. Taya took a deep breath and tried to think of Ange of the future. Let Avi have this victory, it was okay. There were still so many rewards left to claim. All she had to do was remain loyal. She was loyal. She took a shuddering breath and let it out. She followed in Avi's wake, in the Emperor's wake. The final victory was about to begin. She would not jeopardize that over some misunderstanding. Avi knew the truth, and Taya would profit from it when the time came. She would have Bantoon and her daughter a future. She simply had to stay the course. Once Rain returned, it would be time for the endgame. Everyone would get what they deserved. She would get what she deserved. Taya nodded, happy in that thought. She would get everything she wanted. She was Avi's ally, love, and partner. She would be rewarded. She was Avi's. She smiled reassured. Loyal. Chapter 31 Siren Song. She is here. The realization came over him as he awoke at the door. Timon blinked and shook his head. Things still felt unreal, like he was walking in a haze. Everything seemed barely visible. He wasn't thinking, only obeying a compulsion. He took a step back and a deep breath. He reached out to the force, cocooning himself in the light. His head cleared, and he realized where he was and what was going on. His eyes widened. He could still feel it, the compulsion, but now he could look at it, analyze it, and recognize it for what it was, and who was sending it. Who had always been sending it, or rather, who had learned to send it shortly after they had first met. He took another shuddering breath. His heart beat faster. He couldn't believe it. She had found him. Zay. He shook his head. She was somewhere in Eulogy, right now. He looked around the small apartment he lived in when staying in town. It wasn't much, far less than a man in his position should have had. Yet, for him, it was comfortable, or had been. Since beginning his relationship with Switch, he had spent less and less time here, returning only when she was in the middle of a big job, and didn't wish to be distracted. The thought made him smile. It was flattering that he was that much of a distraction to the woman he loved. So tonight, he had been staying out of the way. He had been in his room and been meditating. The return of his grandsire into his life had prompted him to go back to old Jedi habits, and now with Master Shira here, it seemed even more important. He had been sitting on the floor, focused inward, reaching out with his mind. Yet now, he found himself at the door, with no memory of rising from the mat, or of what he had been seeing as he looked deeper into the Force. The sense of lost time was familiar. It had happened when he let himself slip into his connection with the Force. This was the first time he had felt so disoriented upon emerging. His head felt strange, like he was on the edge of panic. He felt it, a presence like some great predator behind him, even though there was none. Reaching out with the light had helped. He had found his center again. The connection he felt held the dark, fearful emotions at bay. You will need that connection now, something inside of him said. Zay is here. And she didn't simply come to say hello. He reached for his belt. His comlink was keyed to his grandsire's channel. Nar had gone with Rufo and Master Shira to find their missing bond soldier, the one who might lead to the equally missing princess. Captain Booze had allowed this, even offered the Alliance crew his protection and hospitality during their visit. Death, with his pirate crews, were no match for the Alliance, even as small as it was. If the fledgling group were able to organize well enough to oppose the Eternal Throne, it would be a good idea to remain on their good side. Death might even be able to profit from such a relationship. They had done well staying out of Eternal Throne's way, but it was only a matter of time until Arcann, or one of his underlings, turned their attention to places like Death, for the sake of tribute if nothing else. But the Eternal Throne was not the problem right now. Zay was here, and if she was still allied with the Sith. His grandsire's warnings came back to him, that it was only a matter of time until a Sith showed up looking for revenge on their family for the sins of the past. But Tim could not believe that it would be she who would seek that vengeance, not after their history. He looked down at the Kamink. He could call for help. Let Master Shira know that Zay was here. Considering what had happened to Survivor Base, that was a good idea, but he still could not believe that his first love had had anything to do with that. She was her master's student, true. She followed her lead, but he shook his head. There were too many variables for him to consider, and what was happening in the Force was not making those decisions any easier. He didn't think that the effect was being caused by Zay. If it was some Sith discipline, something to hide herself. I need to talk to her alone. The realization made him nod grimly. I can save her. Master Shira had never trusted Avaryss, and that lack of trust had spilled over onto Zay. She didn't know her like he did. If Avaryss was up to something, maybe he could convince Zay to come over to their side. Who better to tell them what was going on with Avaryss than her own apprentice? I could do it, he thought. I can save her. Like Master Finn saved Avaryss. The thought came unbidden, and made him hesitate. His master had believed that Avaryss was worth saving, had gone farther down the dark path than he should have, and in the end, he had been betrayed. Avaryss had betrayed them. Zay could have warned him, but she had not. What did that make her then? Ignorant dupe, or willing crony? Was she just as much to blame for what happened to the survivors as her master? Again, he had no answer. He reached out with the Force, but was again nearly overwhelmed by that strange sense of disorientation and panic. He withdrew back into himself and focused on finding his center. He took another deep breath and scooped up both his lightsaber and the Lanvarok. He had no idea why Zay was here, but he wanted to see her, needed to see her. They had not spoken since right before everything had fallen apart back at Survivor Base. He wanted to hear her side of what had happened. She owed him that much. He also wanted her to see what he had accomplished here. Death was a safe haven for escaped slaves, second chance for so many creatures. He had always hoped she would be proud of him for playing a part in helping them. She knew what a slave's life was like. Surely she would be pleased to see that he had tried to make a difference in the lives of many who had been trapped as she and her mother had been trapped. He left the apartment, but not before flicking a switch on his comlink. It was not an emergency alert, but it would make sure that Shira and his grandsire were aware that something might be amiss in eulogy. Hopefully I will be able to switch it off before they come back into range, he thought by then. Perhaps Zay and I will be sitting down in the last breath talking about old times. And new ones. Zay would know more about her master's plans than anyone. Shira and the Alliance could use that information. It would be the first step on Zay's redemption. I can help her find that redemption if she lets me. He smiled, eager to see his old crush again. The Force remained clouded as he made his way down to the street. Shadows cast by the dark side blocked any real in sight. He didn't see the disembodied shadow not far from the entrance of the small apartment complex where he lived. He didn't hear the snorting breath and low giggle. He didn't see the device the shadow planted on the building's base, didn't see the readouts click from green to red. Armed and ready. He didn't see the shadow slip away, heading to the next building on the street. He saw none of it, but he would know soon enough. She stood in the middle of the street, waiting for him. The people of Eulogy ignored her presence. The few that were on the street They walked in a daze, barely acknowledging each other. Timon shook his head. The closer he got to her, the more he could feel it, hear it. She was singing. Her voice was low, but strong and clear in the quiet evening. Far too quiet, he thought, but the thought was quickly dismissed. Eulogy could be a rowdy place, especially when the crews were here. Of course, most of the crews were probably at their ships tonight. Booze wanted to go out again, either tomorrow or the next day. Timon could not say if he would be with them. Hearing that his mother was alive, he wanted to see her, let her know that he was okay. He wanted to see her, but in that moment, that thought faded away as well, lost in Zay's song. Everything faded when Zay's voice was risen in song. She stood before him, dressed in a familiar outfit, black bodysuit, red leather vest, with a black hooded cloak with red lining. Her hood was pulled down, and her long blonde curls fell over her shoulders in the most attractive of ways. A lioness on the prowl. Gone was the girl he knew. A young woman stood before him, 18, maybe 19 now. Her figure had filled out nicely. He sensed none of the shyness he remembered. In its place was a cold confidence, and a deep, dark passion. Passions that burned like a fire in the Force. Black makeup colored both her lips and eyes that had turned the same amber color of her master's. Her skin was paler too, showing that she had not abandoned her commitment to the darkness. Her light pike was clipped to her belt, the weapon retracted into its saber mode. She smiled hungrily as she saw him. "I had thought to meet with you in the cantina," she sang out, flipping her hair playfully. "I do enjoy a good cantina, and a stage to perform on." He chuckled. "You perform?" he asked. She nodded. "I sing, but you could have guessed that, I suppose." He felt her eyes on him. Through the Force he could sense her desire. He felt lust. "When it comes to other types of performances, I prefer to do things in private, one-on-one if you will." She smiled hungrily at him. That smile, and her words, was all it took. The Force filled with the idea of what she meant, what she offered. Those ideas aroused him. He couldn't help it. Before Switch, there had been Zay. Had they been a little older, things might have been a bit more intense than what they had been. "You have a long way," he said. She nodded. "You had to know that I would find you. What we had, what we shared. How could I do anything else?" She looked around at the town. She sniffed as her expression turned haughty. "I wouldn't have guessed you would end up in a place like this." He shrugged. "These are good people, Zay. A bit rough around the edges, but good people. They have left slavery behind and made lives for themselves here." He smiled. "I thought you would approve." "Small and pointless lives," she replied. "Lives that would be better spent serving their betters." "Serving the likes of you and me, Tim?" He blinked. "What?" "Zay. Surely you can't believe that." She shrugged. "Is it so hard to understand? Considering where we are. I watched this place for several days before landing, getting an idea of what your home was like. If anything, this place is proof my master is right. The weak exist to serve the strong. Freedom for mundanes is an illusion, Tim. Only those with the Force are truly free. These people exist as the indentured servants of pirates, funding their operations with their semi-legitimate work. They serve you and yours and think themselves free." Zay smiled. "I applaud you, Timon. You have an excellent thing going here, but I have come to offer you more, so much more than you could realize." Tim's head spun. This didn't sound like the Zay he had known. Had she truly changed so much these last few years, or maybe he had never really known her. They had trained together once. Avaryss and Master Finn watching over them, but Avaryss had taken Zay out onto the plains for days at a time, sometimes for a week or more. Who knew what she had learned during those private lessons? Had she concealed that from him? Had she lied to him during their time together? He didn't want to believe it, but he was too much of a realist to deny it. Maybe she thought like this all along, and now, her powers and her master's teachings were simply allowing her to express. Still, she was wrong. She had to be. "We have not enslaved these people," he said. Keeping telling yourself that, she said, maybe you will actually come to believe it. His eyes narrowed. I joined this crew, helped these people because I thought you would agree. I might have, once, she admitted with a shrug. She approached him, he almost backed up. Her stride was so purposeful, even with her slight limp. She moved in, too close for him to raise his weapon. He tried to back up, but she followed. That is close enough, he said. Not for what I have in mind, she said playfully. She reached out and put her hand on the small of his back. Before he could respond, she popped up on her toes and kissed him. Kissed him hard. Her hands were around his neck, as she forced her tongue into his mouth. He didn't take her into his arms, but his head spun, a wave of hot lust filled him. He nearly lost himself. Nearly. He pushed her back, holding her by the shoulders. Stop, he spat. Why, she purred back. Don't tell me you haven't thought about this. Don't tell me you don't wonder what it would be like if we saw each other again. And did so much more. He was breathing hard, his heart pounded, and his blood raced. Despite his surprise and disbelief with what she had become, part of him, the old blood part, wanted this and was drawn to her fire and the dark side that burned so brightly in her breast. That part of him wanted to pick her up and carry her back to his apartment, to strip her of her clothes and armor and enjoy every inch of her, to make her the woman of the man he would have been. The man that might have been had he been born in the Empire. Don't fight me, she demanded. I don't want to MPPPH. She kissed him again, her hand moved down his chest, a single finger tracing down his body, sending ripples of heat flowing through him. He tried to call on the force and push her back, but the strange sense of panic that filled it drained his resolve. He knew if he let go, took her, that the confusion would be gone. It would be replaced with heat and desire. His heart pounded faster, his resistance began to fade. He pulled her into his arms, he kissed her back, getting lost in the sensation, the heat. He pushed back her hair, finding her ear, nibbling and licking. She shuddered. He was getting lost in the smell of her, the taste of her. It was a sensation he remembered, only this was far more intense. He growled hungrily. His hand slid inside her vest, inside her bodysuit as he felt smooth skin, as he slid his hand down her back and gripped her butt. She gasped. I want this, she panted. Yes. She tugged at his belt with her fingers. He was so hot, aroused. He snarled. I want this, she repeated. Tell me you want me. He knew what she wanted, but he had no words. Words were small things. He wanted action. He wanted to pick her up, find a dark corner, and have her. It happened sometimes, men and women, no one would question it. They certainly would not. Tell me, she moaned. Tell me you want me. Tell me I'm better than your mechanic girl. Her words penetrated the lust and heat. Why what? Mechanic girl. Switch. She knew about. Mechanic girl. That was all it took. He pulled back from the heat, pushed her back, holding her shoulders, pinning her at arm's length. What are you talking about? He asked. She sneered. As I said, I've been watching, and your gate guards confirmed it. She shook her head. They told me that if I saw the big half-blood named Tim, I could check the cantina or the mechanic's shop outside of town. They told me you and she were together. Timmons' head cleared, not just because Zay had mentioned Switch's name, but the venom in her voice when she did. She didn't know Switch, but she acted like she hated her. He could feel it. Envy and hatred. It flickered in Zay's eyes, and it killed any sense of desire he had felt. By the force. What was I about to do? She was still in his head. He could sense her, using their old connection. He put up a wall in his mind, forcing her out, blocking off her emotions. Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in anger. Don't, she growled. Don't what? He spat. Don't you reject me. Don't you dare. She pulled away from him, glaring at him. You don't belong with these people, Tim. You belong with me? We belong together. You have to know that. You are mine. Do you hear me? You are mine. He was glaring at her now. Had Avaryss ever talked to his master this way? If she had, he didn't think he would have responded any better than Tim was now. He pinned her with a cold look. It couldn't be easy to find me here, he said. How did you do it? I would always find you, she said, her expression softening. I still care about you, Tim. You know that. We belong. Things change, Zay, he said flatly. Things change. She looked at him with a look of barely restrained fury. He could feel her anger in the force. Hurt and anger. Did you come here on your own, or did your master send you? She allowed me to come. She wants you with us. The galaxy is about to change, Tim. This world, and so many others are about to become obsolete. My master's plan is coming to fruition. Our time is almost here. Time to do what? She smirked. Avaryss left you to die with the rest of the survivors. I don't blame you for hating her for that. You should hate her for that. His eyes narrowed. That was just it. He didn't hate, or at least he tried not to. She leaned in closer. The galaxy is about to change, and you and I can be a part of it. My master is about to make war obsolete. The Alliance, the Zackle, they will cease to matter. The Republic and Sith empires will cease to matter. She grinned. My power is greater than my master. I can do things that she can't. Once she has won the galaxy, there will be nothing to oppose her or us. We can overthrow her, destroy her, and make the galaxy everything we want it to be. She held his hands. Please come with me. I want to share this journey with you. We deserve to have everything. You don't need these people, Tim. You need only me. We need only each other. He looked at her then, considered what she had said. Master Shira didn't need to hear this. They needed to tell her everything. He frowned. I can't, he said. Of course you can. We can do it together. Tim. No. But. I said no. She looked at him, her lips trembled, her eyes wide. I thought you would understand. I do. He let her go. They stood facing each other. He shook his head. I'm so sorry, he said. For what? She hissed. Not being the person you wanted me to be. She took a step back. He did the same. He noticed how she was moving. He knew what was coming next. He had seen this enough time during their training, but that had always been about play, preparation. This, what was about to happen, was going to be real. He didn't want to fight her, but he would. The galaxy needed him to. The Alliance has people here, he told her. I'm turning you over to them. You can't do that, she hissed. You don't have a choice. She grinned, her eyes turning cold and dangerous. Too bad I gave you one. Oh well, such is life. His hand went to his belt, to his saber. He never managed to touch it. A heavy fist struck him in the side of the head. He lurched to the side, coming down hard. The strange sensation in the force reached a crescendo. He found himself surrounded by 4 strange creatures. The beating began. Fists and clawed feet struck him. Through the rush of blood he heard the cackling, bleeding laughter. He struggled to rise, to call for help, but no one seemed to hear, or even be aware. Eulogy remained quiet, lost in the same sense of unreality that he had been. He tried to rise only to be knocked down again. He looked up and saw Zay. She was glaring down at him. Fool, she hissed, firing a kick at his jaw. She caught him with the heavily reinforced boot she wore to protect her bad foot. He went down seeing stars. He tried to call on the force, but he couldn't. The creatures around him, they seemed to give off some miasma of dark side energy. The panic and confusion he had felt. He shook his head. It was them. He didn't recognize their species, some new creature that had allied with Avaryss, or some vile Sith creation. We have him, Lady Rain, the female bleated excitedly. I can't see that, Ziza, Zay said. Timon shook his head. Rain. She smiled down on him. My Sith name, she informed him, my true name. He spat. I liked Zay better. She sneered. The more foolish you were. She looked around. Where are Kalen and Trant? I'm here, Rainy, and we brought you a gift. Timon blinked as he heard a familiar voice, a voice filled with panic. Fear ran down his spine. No. Let me go. Who are you people? Tim, what did you do to him? He looked up. His eye had been blackened, but he could see Switch clearly, pinned between a large Gamorrean guard and young dark-skinned Sith. Zay, or Rain, he supposed, stood at his side. She was now joined by the two more female Sith with darker skin and a green-skinned Twi'lek warrior. He put his arms around Rain and kissed her deeply. She led him as the kiss broke. She looked down at Timon, betrayal and anger in her eyes. You did try to warn me, go. Sometimes you have to let people make their own mistakes, my lady fair. The Twi'lek, go, leaned over and gave Timon a toothy grin. You gave up Rain for some scrawny mechanic bird. He shook his head. Man, you are dumb. Timon tried to call on the Force, only to be struck by another of the large creatures, this one almost as big as he. It laughed and kicked him again. Keep him conscious and hold him, Rain ordered. I want him to see this. Timon was pulled to his feet, forced to look upon Rain, standing next to Switch, the Gamorrean held here by himself now. The blonde Sith walked up to her, stroked her face. Stay away from her, Zay. She sneered. Like I would waste my time, Tim. She looked out over the town. The people remained oblivious to the Sith and her companions. The female creature, Ziza, handed her a remote control. Rain looked at the control with a hint of sadness. She looked at Timon again. Master Avaryss was quite clear what I was to do if you didn't join us, but I'm going to give you one last chance, and to be extra nice. She smirked. I'm going to give you some motivation. Let's see if you remember what hate and rage tastes like. Don't, he called out, struggling, still trying to call on the Force, and still being denied. If you must kill me, fine, but don't. Spare me, Rain said, rolling her eyes, criffing heroes. She looked at the Gamorrean. Trot, when I give the word, twist her head off. Switch struggled, but her cries became a gasp as the large creature tightened his grip. Rain's monsters grinned excitedly, eager to see what happened next. Rain turned to the last breath. I always enjoy a good cantina. Good thing this wasn't one. She pushed a button on the control. The last breath exploded. Timon wailed, the sense of dense of dozens of lives being snuffed out in an instant. Zay. Rain. He struggled, snarling in impotent fury. The creature's grip tightened. People started to emerge from their homes and businesses, woken from the siren song of rain. She pressed another button on the control. A boarding house down the street vanished in a blinding flash. Timon struggled, trying to rise, cursing angrily. Zay. How could she? Damn you. She did a pirouette, grinning happily. Are we angry yet? She asked. He struggled, trying to reach her, to tear out her throat. We are getting there, she smirked, pointing at the market down the street. She pointed the controller at it. Next. Timon howled. Not again. No more. There was a red flash, and he felt heat on his face. He started to fall, and then the world went mad, or maybe it was mad already. He fought through the pain. Switch. Eulogy. His home. Not again. No more. No more. Chapter 32. First strike. She felt it, even before she saw the flames. Shira whimpered as the wave of death rolled over her, voices crying out, and silenced in moments. Jedi. She looked over at Nar. The old pureblood had a concerned look on his face. As one trained in the dark side, he would not have experienced what had happened as she had, but he would have known something had gone wrong. What is that? The question had come from Captain Booze. He and Rufo had accompanied them. Dunk drove the speeder with the pirate captain next to her. Nar and Rufo sat next to Shira. Even in the distance they could see the orange glow outside of Eulogy, a glow that had not been there before. They were on their way back to town. They had sought out the last surviving night of Bantoon. Shira's time with Nevin Rokes had left a bad taste in her mouth. The man proved just how far the group had fallen in the last few months of their existence. The creature had fallen apart at the first sight of the lightsaber on her belt, begging and pleading for mercy. confessing and making excuses for dozens of cruel acts, apologizing for what he and had allies had done. The knights were no more, that was clear from what she had learned. Rox had confessed that his allies had intended to ransom Princess Bela to the highest bidder, but the group had not had a chance to carry out their mission. Princess Bela had been taken by someone wielding a lightsaber, someone who had destroyed the remaining knights, cutting them down wherever they had tried to hide. Rox had feared that she had come to do the same, but she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't waste her blade on such a creature. Still what he had said. Bela had been taken by someone wielding a lightsaber. She was not sure what to make of that. If it was one of Avaryss' Sith, surely they would have heard about it by now. The Alliance's contacts, not to mention people still associated with Dunk, would have let the galaxy know that the princess was dead, or had been captured. Her end didn't help Avaryss' cause unless it was confirmed. Of course, Bela's fate was not what was important, not in this moment, not after what she had felt. Something had gone wrong in Eulogy. Very wrong. Shira pulled out her kamink. Timon, what is going on? She got no answer, only a single tone, a signal of warning should the young half-blood not be able to answer his comm. Fortunately, he was not the only one in Eulogy that she could call. Rix report. She had left Hunt behind, just to keep an eye on things. She trusted Tim, but that didn't mean she trusted the rest of his crew, who knew who might try to make a few credits selling that an Alliance crew had arrived in Eulogy, and who knew who was willing to buy. Rix had promised to keep an eye on things, just in case. Rix, report, she repeated. Again, no answer. In the distance, the orange glow had spread. It now was inside Eulogy as well. And then, another flash. Again, Shira felt the loss of life, the suddenness of many deaths. She gasped in surprise. What is going on? Booze demanded. What is happening to my town? Dunk brought the speeder to stop. The sound of the distant explosion was enough. They could not simply go flying into Eulogy, not without knowing what was going on. Master Shira. The voice emerged from her kamink. Rix, what is going on? There was a brief crackle of static before the commando responded. We got Sith in Eulogy, Shira. I'm counting 3 red blades, and some mercenaries, a Twi'lek and a Gamorrean, and 4 creatures that I've never seen before. There was a pause. There is something really wrong here. I'm having trouble focusing. Didn't even notice the Sith were here, until that first building blew up. Such confusion, Shira thought. That didn't sound like Hunt. Some kind of glamour, using the Force to avoid detection. The fact that Rix was able to respond showed the degree of shock the deaths in Eulogy had caused in the Force. Do you see Tim? Yeah, the creatures have him. They got him on his knees. The Gamorrean has mid-switched too. They blew up the last breath, Shira. Some boarding house too. A growl escaped Shira's lips. Sith bastards. She had been in the last breath this time of night. So many people. We're on our way, Shira said. See if you can cause a distraction. Roger. Shira put her paw on Dunk's shoulder. Punch IT. The soldier responded as Shira and the others drew their weapons. Even Rufo and Captain Booze. Given the state of the galaxy, it seemed unlikely the Sith would choose this moment to pick on a place like Eulogy. Which meant one thing, one possible culprit. Avaryss. Shira's eyes narrowed. The witch's agents were here. She was determined to make them pay for that. I want him to kill her. Rain was reveling, the dark side was raging both inside and around her. She would destroy this town as Timon watched, and then, in his anger, he would turn, he would see. The thought made her giggle. When he fell, he would realize he was wrong, he would fall into arms, and they would begin a life together. He would understand why these mundanes had to die, and then, to seal the deal, he would bring her the mechanic girl's heart. She couldn't deny it. When she had asked the gate guards about him, if they knew a Timon tag, they hadn't, but they did know a tall half-blood named Tim Volke. If he isn't at the cantina, the first guard had said, checked the mechanic's shop on the edge of town. Yeah, the other guard had agreed. He has a thing for Miss Switch. He is always stopping her for a private lube job, if you get my meaning, miss. The guards had both laughed at that. Rain had not. She got the meaning, and in her jealous rage, she took the two guards' heads. That is when she decided to bomb this wretched place. Timon was hers, and hers alone. He was hers. She could forgive him for taking a plaything, heck, she had too, but what she was sensing, his fear for this girl, that was unacceptable. Unacceptable. She had waited years. How dare he betray her like this? How dare he? Zay, stop it now. One of the creatures hit him again, preventing him from focusing, while at the same time, their powers kept him disoriented. She could feel that too. It was taking all of her concentration to maintain the glamour, the web she had woven. She had cast it around this place, but people were starting to wake up. Realizing something was wrong. She had to move fast. She primed the next detonator, the one they had planted in the building down from them, the one with even more people inside, workers she guessed. She smiled as she raised the remote in. Bam! The remote in her hand was struck by a blaster bolt, shattering it. The leftover heat burned her hand. She spun with an angry curse, shaking her burned fingers. Still she was able to draw her light pike, prepare to block the next shot. It wasn't aimed at her. Bam! It hit one of the hunters, one of the two holding Timon. The creature died with one final bleeding giggle. As it fell, Timon got free. That is when chaos broke out. He roared as he swatted away the remaining hunter holding him. Gull tried to dive in with his short swords, but was struck with a knee in the gut and thrown into Kalen and Lika. Timon drew his blade and made for Trant. The Gamorrean still held the girl as a hostage. Trant, Rain shouted, kill. Bam. She didn't get the chance to finish. Gull tackled her, pulled her down as another sniper shot past right where she was standing. It would have gone through the back of her head. As she tasted dirt, she heard her Twi'lek lover shout, "Somebody get that sniper!" Rain pushed her plaything away, just in time to hear Trant squeal. The Gamorrean staggered back, having been struck by Tim, freeing his blonde plaything, and now. Switch! Run! Rain's eyes narrowed in anger. The girl was getting away. She raised her hand, sending a blast of force lightning. She didn't have the talent her master had, but it would have been enough to kill. The blast never found the girl. It crackled harmlessly to her side. Lika came to her aid, firing a blast of dark side energy from her gauntlet, the one made by her alchemist father. Again, the blast didn't track. The energies flared wildly, disrupted. Rain shook her head. She felt disoriented. Had she hit her head when she fell? One of the three remaining hunters lunged at Tim, getting inside his guard before he could raise his saber. Yet, that didn't stop the young half-blood. He released his weapon and grabbed the creature by the neck, lifting it into the air. He roared with anger as he literally twisted the fool creature's head, ending his life with a sickening snap. He then released it, spun it around, and threw it into Tig. The large monster caught the body, but went down. Rain didn't see SZA. She must have been off dealing with the sniper. Rain rolled to her feet, her blade lit. Kalen and Lika were at her side, their sabers engaged as well. Tig growled, flexing his claws, ignoring his weapon's belt. Trant snorted as he held his axe at the ready, while Gold brandished his swords. He sneered at Timon. "I'll have your head, half-blood. Come and take it, tailhead." Gull almost leapt in, but Rain stopped him. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Tim, her first love. The one who had betrayed her. "Surround him," she ordered. "Attack as one." She grinned wickedly. "We will dance on his grave." Tim watched them as they began to spread out. He tried to back up, give himself room to move, but he found himself cut off by Trant and Tig. Rain's blood burned with excitement, even as part of her recoiled slightly. She had not wanted it to be this way. She had wanted Tim with her, at her side, where he should have been. No, the pleasure of what was about to happen was minimal. She would still do it, as her master ordered, and then she would hunt down the little blonde mechanic, gut her for making her love betray her, making him. Ahoo! The familiar howl made her eyes widen, even as the speeder roared down the street, sliding to a stop as it swung around. But not before slamming into Tig and Trant. The force sent the hunter and the Gamorrean flying. A shadow wielding a green blade leapt out. It moved with the speed that even a Sith's eye couldn't catch. One moment it was flying through the air, and the next, it wasn't before her, the emerald blade swinging at her face. Whoa! She spun backward, pirouetting out of the way as Lady Taya had showed her in the earliest days of her training, backpedaling with difficulty with her bad foot. She extended her pike to the fullest length, trying to get some room between her and her opponent. Their blades met 20 to 30 times in less than 5 seconds. Only then did they pause. Only then did she truly see who she faced. "Master Shira," she said coldly. The beast woman growled. "Well, look at you, the witch's servant girl, all grown up." Shira raised her blade. "I'm bringing you in for murder, girl. You and your flunkies." Shira smiled. "The commander will be wanting to talk to you." "That is not happening," Rain spat back. "My people." She looked up, realized just how bad things had gotten in the last few minutes. Timon was dancing with Gull, their blades flashing. Tig and Trant were both injured, but had drawn hand blasters, trading fire with Shiravil's speeder, using their weapons to keep a Weequay, a Wookiee, and a large human woman at bay. Kaelin and Lika were engaging an old Sith pureblood, the man world with the speed and skill that left her two teammates almost tripping over each other as they tried to land a killing blow. Rain's eyes narrowed. It didn't take a military genius to know how this fight would end. She did the only thing she could do. She hit the button on her beck and call, summoning Rink. Then, she attacked. She fired a blast of lightning that Shira caught with her blade, and then moved in, using her chaotic style to try and overwhelm the Jedi's defenses. Shira met her attacks and tried to go on the offensive. She tried to slice Rain's light pike in half, but the cortosis weave plating held, her knife keeping the Jedi guessing. Of course, she was also pushing herself, trying to keep up with the Jedi Master, would exhaust her reserves eventually. I need to kill her quickly, she thought. A thought that excited her. If she could return to her master with news that she had slain Shiravil, one of her master's greatest rivals. She could. Yikes. Rain was forced to fall back again. The Jedi switched easily between the styles of Makashi and Jimso, her features becoming more beast-like with each exchange. Shiravil no longer looked human. Her face had become the muscle of a beast, her lips pulled back in a savage snarl. Rain tried to catch her with the weighted end of her pike, but the beast ducked, and tumbled under her weapon, getting inside her guard. The Sith only just managed to whirl away as the Jedi's blade sliced at her legs. She cartwheeled back and found her center again, dropping into her guard. Shira hissed and moved in again. Rain gritted her teeth. So much for killing her first Jedi Master. The beast was good, almost too good. She swung her pike back and forth, keeping her foe back. This, she realized, could be a problem. I heard of you before this night, Jedi. My Lady Rain spoke of you sometimes. The Twi'lek gave him a toothy grin. It seems her opinion of you is a bit inflated. I thought it would be challenging to fight a Jedi. I was wrong. Timon moved again as the warrior charged him. He could not deny that Rain's ally was not wrong. His saber skills were not what they were 3 years ago. They had gotten better since his grandsire had come, and he had been forced to train again. But Tim avoided a slash from the Twi'lek's blade. He tried to take advantage when the offending sword was out of position, but the warrior easily adjusted his stance, and Tim almost found himself impaled by the sword in his enemy's opposite hand. He was forced to give ground again. The creature called Gull laughed. Oh, now you aren't even trying. Come on, make me work for this win. Tim backflipped out of the range of his opponent's swords and fired his Lanvarok. The discs caused his opponent to dodge. As Timon made a slight lunge, his enemy tried to close in, expecting another attack. He cried out as one of the discs returned and sliced into his bicep, recalled by Timon's power. as Gull whirled to parry two more returning discs. Timon struck. He would have taken off the Twi'lek's head, but another of those creatures Zay had brought with her appeared. It blocked his attack with the Cortos' weave blade. It laughed as he gave him a shove back. Tim thrust his hand forward, the force push sending the creature flying back. Tripping over the Twi'lek, the two went down in a tumble of arms and legs. Before he could finish either off, he noticed how his grandsire was being ganged up on. He abandoned his fight and ran to aid the old pureblood. The Sith girl, seeing him approach, fired a blast from her gauntlet. Most of the blast dissipated before it could strike him. Timon's eyes narrowed. Something was not quite right. The force flowing between the combatants was off somehow. His force push should have sent the creature that he hit flying, but she had only just stumbled over the Twi'lek. Was he that out of practice, or was there something more going on? His blade met the girl's, and she retreated. Tim ended up standing beside his grandfather. The old pure blood was grinning. "Are you okay, grandsire?" Nar chuckled. "It has been a while since I've been able to test myself like this," he said, his eyes turning to their opponents. "I owe you a debt, children. I had feared that I had lost a step." "You will lose more than a step, old man," the boy declared. If Nar was worried, he didn't show it. He smirked. "Allow me to offer you some wisdom, boy. Be wary of old warriors. To survive to old age among the warriors of the Sith is to show your power, to show true power. Or cowardice," the boy spat back. "You probably stayed back while." Nar roared and raised his hand. The boy, Kalen, gasped as the old pureblood tore through his force shield, tore through them, and lifted him in the air. He gasped as the old one closed his hand into a fist. Kalen Dresco's body compacted like an empty rations can. Blood spurted from his mouth as Nar threw down his broken corpse. The girl, Lika, wailed his name and threw herself at her enemies in grief-fueled rage. Timon flung her back, sending her skidding across the dusty ground. Nar looked down at the dead Sith before him. "There is your cowardice, boy," he spat. Both men moved in to finish off Lika. The air above them was split by a sonic boom. Both men were sent flying. Tim managed to correct that flight and turn it into a controlled tumble. He came up on his feet, noticing that his grandfather had done the same. His eyes narrowed. A Sith interceptor craft now hovered over Eulogy. Its automated belly gun spat fire. Tim backpedaled. He used his saber to block the blast, while at the same time noticed that the Sith girl had recovered the body of her dead comrade. All around them, Zay's, Rain's, allies were falling back to their ship. Timon growled. No, they couldn't get away. He tried to advance only to be pushed back by the ship's weapons. No, he thought. No. Fall back, Rain shouted. Back the ship. Fall back. The arrival of the Fury had broken up her fight with Master Shira, and now the ship's swivel blaster was keeping their enemies back. But it would not last for long. Rain bit her lip. This fight was over, she knew that. She cursed under her breath. They had lost. Avaryss' apprentice was no coward, but the odds were turning against them. They had lost 2 hunters, and now Callan. She shivered. What was going to tell Lady Taya? Her little brother was dead. Trant limped towards the ship, squealing in pain. Ziza had Tig leaning on her shoulder, struggling to make their way back. Gull stumbled up to her, looking furious. We can't still win this, he shouted. No, she responded. Look. Pirates were emerging from the various buildings. The web of disinterest she had wove around the town of Eulogy had failed. The pirates knew they were here, and were now mobilizing. Blaster shots sang out all around the Fury. If they had any heavy cannons, the ship might be in danger. They needed to leave before such a weapon could be deployed. The landing ramp lowered. Commander Holly leapt down, wielding a repeating blaster rifle. She covered their escape. Come on, she shouted. We are going. Gull snarled. He saw Timon, the weak way, and the Wookiee now at his side, them, and the mechanic girl. Rain cursed loudly. She summoned a bolt of force lightning, but it was stopped by the old pureblood. More blasts converged on the Twi'lek and his Sith lover. "We are done," he said, taking Rain's arm. She pulled away from him. She shook her head, her rage upon her. "No, one more death." She raised her hand and reached out with the force. She watched as the blonde gasped. Bam! She cried out as a blaster bolt caught her hand. The sniper again. She gasped, looking down at her hand. She had lost 2 fingers. Go grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. She cried out in fury. "I'll kill him," she cried. "They're dead. There. Licka," Go shouted over the blaster fire. "We are leaving." Teary-eyed, the girl fled back to the ship. She ran past Holly as Gull followed. The changeling fell back, sealing the hatch behind her. Rain was still cursing as Gull set her down. The Fury's engines roared as they clawed for altitude, leaving the village of Eulogy behind. "Hold on back there," Rink called out. Terran appeared at her side. The merc tried to get a look at her damaged hand. She pushed him away. She felt like a reactor ready to go supercritical. "Damn you, Tim. Damn you." Rain was breathing hard. Pain and rage filled her. She thought of revenge, wanting it so bad. Wanting to make Timmons' friends suffer. She thought of ordering Rink to strafe the town. The Fury's cannons could do a bit more damage, but the sound of blaster strikes hitting the ship's shields made her reconsider. The pirates had sent ships after them. Again, she had to accept what had happened. They had lost this round. They had lost. She was trying not to look at her ruined hand. They. Arghh. Timon was gone. She had lost him, probably forever. She. Her eyes widened. She had failed. Failed. Oh no. Master, she thought. The penalty for failure was death. Her master would. No. No. She swallowed hard. No, she thought. Oh no. My ships will stop them. Shira looked at Captain Booze. The pirate lord was shouting into his comlink, calling on his sentry ships to pursue the interceptor. They might bring it down if it tried to attack again, but she doubted it would. Right now, the only thing the Sith could hope for was to escape. Of course, they had hurt the people of Eulogy. Yes, they had hurt this place badly. Shira growled as she closed down her saber. She looked at the damage done to Eulogy. She shuddered. The last breath was gone. Only burning wreckage remained. Her sensitive nose picking up the smell of burned flesh. The same smell that was now coming from one of the town's apartment buildings. It had been destroyed too. She shook her head. So much death. She spoke into her own comlink. Court had stayed behind with Erba. Maybe they could get the fallow in the air. Stop that interceptor. A fool's hope, she realized. She growled. More blood on the witch's hands. She looked up at Timon. The boy was on his knees, badly beat. Switch was with him, tearfully helping him. She also looked down at the dead creatures, the things that had been helping Zay. She had never seen anything like them, but sensed something similar, a kinship of sorts. Sith alchemy, she realized. The creatures stank of it. It was a smell she knew well. She had also begun her life as a creation of the Sith. She knew something like her when she smelled it. They would have to be examined, determine what they were, in case Avaryss had more. As for her own people, they didn't seem the worse for wear. Dunk was striding through the crowd, trying to organize a brigade to help put the last breath fire out. Nar was speaking with Rufo. She heard him mention detonators. Those would need to be removed quickly, lest the Sith finish what they started. If they were on a timer? Rick's Hunt emerged from his sniper's perch. He was bleeding from the shoulder, but it didn't look too bad. He brushed her off when she tried to help him. "I'm fine," he hissed. "Help the others." She obeyed, but not before taking one last look at where the Sith vessel had retreated. She shook her head. You didn't get what you wanted this time, which she thought, thinking of her old rival. She could almost see Avaryss' cruel face. Imagine her reaction when Zay ran back to her and told her what happened. The Jedi smiled grimly. She knew how the Sith rewarded failure. Zay would return empty-handed, The place she was sent to destroy was still standing. How would the Sith Master react to that? One thing was certain, she thought. The serving girl might not be a problem much longer. Her master would not be pleased. Chapter 33. The Price of Failure. The Sith Master's quarters were dark and empty. Shadows filled the empty spaces, the black mirror-shined floor, and slate-gray walls. The only illumination came from a single light shining down over the throne in which Avaryss sat. Behind her, holographic displays showed data coming in from the star system they would soon enter, the system that would be the first to fall to their new empire. Rain watched her master closely. She and her allies had just finished their report, and Avaryss had dismissed the others. Once they were gone, she even sent away her guards, wishing to speak with her apprentice alone. Rain stood before her teacher, trying to ignore the pain in her hand and the cold simmering rage in her heart. What would happen if I tried to attack her? The thought came from nowhere, but from the look on her master's face, the sly glint in her eye. She knows, the girl thought. She knows, and she would welcome it. They had heard of the near assassination attempt at Sanctuary Base. Her master might be looking for someone to blame, and given what had happened, she might not care who she took her anger out on, even someone she considered useful. Rain dismissed the thought, and her master leaned back in her chair, perhaps disappointed in her choice. I won't move until I'm ready, my lord, she thought. I won't move against you until I'm sure I can beat you. Being forced to wait, knowing what was at stake, that she couldn't reach out and take it, enraged her. That rage was good, and the pain kept it simmering in her heart. She tried to hold on to that rage, because if she didn't, her fear would get the best of her. Showing fear before the Dark Lord was a recipe for death. She would not risk it, couldn't risk it. She still had so much more to learn. She would not risk her future now. Avaryss waited until the last of the guards had gone, and only then did she speak. Her lips twisted into a cruel sneer. So, Shire Veal is alive and a member of the Alliance. It seems so, my lord. Avaryss nodded, shifted her back against the back in her throne, likely irritating the scars on her back. She kept her hood pulled up, leaving only her pale jaw visible, her yellow eyes glinting beneath her cowl. Her long fingers steepled before her face. Rain bowed her head. Hopefully, her master would understand how things had gone so wrong so quickly, and accept that Rain's defeat was not a true failure. At least, Rain hoped as much. It was just as possible that her master, even now, was planning an execution. Her execution. Failure is death. She shook her head slightly. No, that could not be the end. This could not be her end. She was trying to keep her calm and not focus on what could happen in the next few moments. Her master was not the kind to take bad news well. Avaryss continued on. And in your attempt to engage the mongrel, you not only lost 2 of my hunters, but got Taya's little brother killed as well. Again, Rain didn't respond. She didn't want her master to think she was making excuses. Darth Avaryss shook her head. Less than well done, my dear. The younger Sith winced. The words had been spoken so calmly, but the disappointment in her master's voice was clear. She needed to speak carefully, make sure that disappointment was all that her master felt in this. On the journey back to Bantoon, Rain had wrestled with how best to explain what had happened on Death, and she still had not come up with a satisfactory answer. When their ship had been redirected here, to the Sith vessel Reckoning, she had been unsure what to expect. I need to speak lightly. Choose my words carefully. That was an understatement. During the journey, she had spoken at length with Lu Jane Holly. The engineer was probably the closest thing to a friend her master had, next to Lord Tay, of course. Explain, Kami, what happened, and don't make excuses, the changeling had advised, and don't lose your temper. You come in all defiance and bluster, you will just anger her lordship more. Wise counsel that, even now, Rain took it to heart. Now, as she stood before her master, she realized that she likely had one chance to avoid punishment for what had happened. She was determined not to waste it. So, Avaryss purred, what do you have to say for yourself, my young apprentice? Rain dropped to one knee, wincing as she did so, Her bad foot didn't hold her weight well when she knelt. Her master knew that. She hoped that she would accept the move for what it was, a sign of submission. Her apprentice enduring pain for her lord's satisfaction. Rain began. I miscalculated the strength of the resistance that I would face on death. Timon's resistance, his rejection, shy reveal turning up. It was unexpected to be sure. Her master's eyes narrowed. It is your job to expect the unexpected and respond accordingly, to plan for it, but... The Dark Lord hissed. There was no real plan, none that I can see. You lashed out in a jealous rage and Timon, and the people around him. Do you deny that, Rain? She bowed her head deeper. No, my lord, but there were circumstances on our side as well, hindrances to our work. Is that so? Avaryss responded. Explain. Rain took a deep breath and began. Our abilities were not functioning as they should. Our timing was off. Our powers not performing as they have in training. I have reflected on that and have come to only one conclusion. And that is, your hunters, Rain said, raising her eyes to meet her master's. They were affecting us, just as they were affecting Timon and his allies. I had several chances to use the Force to kill Tim's plaything, and she escaped when interference with the Force blocked me. Lika reported the same. Her gauntlet, a proven and trusted weapon, didn't work as it was supposed to, as it always has in the past. Avaryss snorted, but didn't reply. Rain took that as a good sign. Her master was considering this explanation. Her master frowned, her brow furrowing in thought. I'm not so certain that I can trust Lika's take on the situation. You heard her, my apprentice. She all but accused me of Callan's death. She is in pain, my master. She is mourning. Those who grieve speak without thought. Surely you know how that feels, yes. You know what it is like to lose someone you love, someone that you were prepared to spend the rest of your life with. Avaryss' frown deepened. I do, though you are unwise to bring up such things with me. Some things I prefer to leave in the past and move on. Yet, they are still there, my lord. They still help define you and made you the Sith you are today. The Dark Lord snarled, but didn't respond. Rain took that as a point in her favor. She had spoken with Lord Taya about her master's past, about the pure-blood male, Fel, and how her master had almost given up her own chance to rule to be his mate. Surely she could understand what Lika was now feeling. Her master sneered. Since we are bringing up my past, I think it only fitting to bring up a warning I gave you years ago. Boys of the old blood get women like us into trouble. The Dark Lord sneered. I'm sure you can agree that I was right. Rain's back stiffened. Her final words with Timon still fresh in her mind, the pain in her hand yet another reminder of what had been lost and what might have been. Her master was still trying to provoke her. She refused to take the bait. He hurt you, did he not? Her master continued. Yes. In more ways than one, I think. Let me see your hand, girl. Rain pulled her left hand out from behind her back. The fact that she was missing both her pinky and the finger next to it was clear. The bandages did not hide those missing digits. Ouch, the Dark Lord responded. Still, it could be worse. You could have lost the entire hand. Rain pulled her wound away and hid it behind her back and beneath her cloak. She glared at her teacher. Timon's final choice was his mistake, she said. Of course, we should not make one in turn. What happened does not change that fact that your hunters had a negative effect on this mission. Avaryss' expression turned thoughtful. If what you say is true, then you are not wrong, my child. I will speak with Ziza and Tig, see if they were aware that they were hindering you. If so, then we will need to be more careful in deploying the hunters in the future. We will see how well the ones in HK's service perform. A wise choice, my master. Of course it is. The Dark Lord leaned forward, her yellow eyes glinting beneath her hooded robe. This first test run of the hunters have given us something to think about, given me something to think about, but we must not lose sight of what happened. We must now discuss your performance, or rather the lack of it. I did my best, master. Did you? I gave you much to complete your mission. You had resources at your command that you didn't deploy correctly. Let us evaluate your mistakes so they can be corrected. Rain's eyes narrowed. I know I messed up. Must this turn into a scolding? Avaryss snarled. Scolding. Scolding. You are not a child anymore, Rain. You are my apprentice and heir. The Dark Lord hissed in disgust. For now, anyway. Rain took that for the threat that it was. They had arrived to find Bliss attending her mother again, and the girl had seemed more than pleased to hear about what had happened on death. It seemed that her ambitions had grown since Rain had left the palace. She had even called her mother Master once, and made sure that Rain had hurt her. That is not going to happen, the apprentice thought. I will not be replaced. If Bliss tried, she would be in for a rude awakening. Rain knew things about the dark side her master's vat-produced spawn couldn't know. She had bought those secrets in the darkest corners of the Empire, thanks to her secret patrons. She would be more than prepared when the time came to face her master, and her battle meditation would make their, soon-to-be infinite, army all the more dangerous. Let the fool girl deal with that. Still, if Bliss was confident enough to speak up before her mother, maybe she knew things that Rain didn't. Maybe her own designs had progressed far quicker than Rain realized. If so, she would need to make sure that those designs didn't turn into a reality. But first she had to reassure her master of her commitment to the plan. I mean no disrespect, my lord, she said, bowing her head submissively. By all means, let us converse. Avaryss snorted, but took her acceptance as a victory. She continued on. You had more than adequate tools to defeat Shai-Reveal and her allies, and more than enough to bring Timon back, whether he accepted your offer or not. I deployed my forces when we moved on the town. Did you? What about Holly, Terran, and Rink? You left them behind on the ship. Have you forgotten their talent? They could have aided you. Rain didn't respond. In truth, she had not liked that her master had assigned her old crew to chaperone her on this mission. She had not trusted their presence. Terran is a skilled soldier, but we had other skilled fighters. Gull is no weakling, and Trump proved useful. Even your hunters were skilled. It is not just about fighting prowess, Avaryss said, shaking her head. Think, Rain. Why use brute force when it isn't necessary, or if there is an easier way? The Dark Lord shook her head. Deception, betrayal, cunning, these are the weapons of the dark side. It was by using those weapons that I destroyed Survivor Squad and avenged decades of embarrassment heaped upon our people by Capistan and his allies. Holly played a valuable role in that deception. Could you have not used her to bring Tim into our orbit? Didn't you even consider that? Rain worried her lower lip with her teeth. She found herself thinking about what her master was saying and what had happened outside of the town of Eulogy. She frowned. Her master was not wrong. Terran was a skilled insurgent. You could have used him to prevent Shai-Reveal and her allies from turning up when they did. Rink has contacts with the galaxy's fringe. He could have provided you with useful aid in dealing with these scoundrels. Rain nodded, her eyes widening. I could have used Holly, should have used her. How so? Her master asked. Rain sighed. I could have drawn Timon out of town. Holly could have taken his shape and murdered his plaything, done in a way that all the pirates saw it. He would have had no choice to come with me then. An interesting idea, Avaryss agreed. Any other ideas come to mind? The apprentice scowled. Holly could have also murdered the pirate leader, disguised as Timon's girl. They would have killed her for that crime, and Timon would have tried to help her. He might even have accepted my help that would not have succeeded in the end. Avaryss nodded. All interesting ideas, child, and that was only one ally you possessed. What about your own strength? You said you made the whole town blind to your presence. Could you have done more? Rain frowned, her anger growing. I could have also used my meditation skills. I could have used my song to turn the pirates into a foaming mob, use them to kill the girl, and let Tim see that. The Dark Lord nodded sagely. So, I ask you again, my student, did you really do your best with this mission? Did you deploy your skills in the best way possible? Rain cursed under her breath. No, my lord, I didn't. She pounded the ground with her undamaged hand. Damn it. Avaryss smirked. What has been done is done. We can't change it now, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. None of it does. Rain looked up at her teacher. Master. The Dark Lord smiled. Rain gave her a pained look. Will you destroy this pirate nest, my lord? There is no reason to, especially if this weapons test we are performing is successful. The Dark Lord cackled. Zraicha will fall, my student. The Raicha will be mine. They will be our shock troops in our first real campaign. She gestured for Rain to rise and approach. The dim holo screens around the throne lit up and showed the two Sith what they detected from the distant world. The Dark Lord rotated her throne around to look at them as her apprentice came up beside her. Avaryss' eyes flickered with greed. I need you for this test, my dear. Your battle meditation will be necessary to focus the key's power, at least until the temple is finished. Then, we will be able to strike at any planet in the galaxy. All worlds will either be enslaved or destroyed. All life will bow to us. A new empire is about to be born. Rain smiled. We will be gods, my lord. Avaryss chuckled. No, we will be rulers, and in time, when the galaxy realizes that the loss of free will was a boon and not a crime, all will worship us. They will be free of confusion and choice. All will serve our needs, and the galaxy will know true order. As her master spoke those words, Rain realized something. She can't harm me. Her smile widened. She needs my power. She was never in any danger. The Dark Lord will forgive her. She had to. A shiver of excitement ran down the apprentice's spine. This was the first step. Her master had shown weakness. How long would it be until Rain was strong enough to deal with her? She would destroy Avaryss and take her master's son as an apprentice. The throne would be hers, and she would be free to do whatever she wanted. She sensed her master's fury. She looked down and looked into Darth Avaryss' eyes, burning with hate. The Dark Lord gestured. She shouted out in the ancient tongue. Something in her robes and her lap leapt at Rain. Leapt and seized her face. The apprentice stumbled back, stumbled and fell. She felt sharp claws digging into her scalp, hooking in her hair. She couldn't see. She tried to call on the dark side. She summoned force lightning, trying to burn the whatever it was that pressed itself painfully against her face. Her power passed harmlessly through whatever it was. Her fingers seemed to flow through it, like jelly or water, even though it felt solid against her eyes, her mouth, and nose. The thing clamped down hard, pinching her nose shut. She rolled around, trying to regain her feet. She couldn't breathe. The pain in her wounded hand was nothing compared to this too. She opened her mouth to try and breathe. Something wet pushed its way past her tongue and down her throat. She bucked and tried to cry out, but whatever it was it? She gurgled as she lost consciousness. Everything went away. It felt like she was falling. Water splashed on her face. She coughed and sat up, looking around, confused. Her master stood over her, two of her royal guard at her side. Rain coughed. Her throat felt raw. She tasted blood. My master? Avaryss sneered. What? You thought that I would not punish you for your failure? Rain rubbed her throat. What did you do? Avaryss snorted. You should consider yourself fortunate, girl. Had Darth Fear been your master, he would have punished you harshly for your failure, probably would have used force lightning to light you up like a life-day ornament, or trapped you in your own mind, forced you to relive your worst nightmares. Rain glared hatefully up at her teacher. You said you would never hurt me for your own amusement. This wasn't for my own amusement. This is part of your training. I need you to complete my plan, but do not ever think that you are replaceable. You are not. Rain felt for her light pike. Don't, Avaryss warned. The royal guard raised their weapons, but Avaryss stopped them from attacking. Rain hissed. Her weapon hand was unharmed. She would. Arrgh. The pain curled around her heart so bad that she fell back to the ground. She convulsed on the floor. She thought that she was dying. The pain stopped. She was left whimpering on her side. She dared to look up at her master, tears in her eyes. "What have you done?" she whimpered. The Dark Lord frowned. "Since you will likely be missing Timon, I thought it best to give you a new little friend to keep you company, one who has grown very close to your heart." Rain touched her chest. "A spell. An alchemical creation," her master replied, "and you need not worry, Rain. He will never leave your side, not without my permission. As I said." The Dark Lord cackled. "He is very close to your heart now." Rain coughed. She wanted to put her fingers down her throat and try to force whatever it was to leave her body. "That won't work," her master said, likely guessing what she wanted to do. "You are needed, my apprentice. Do not doubt that. Then take it out." "No, master." "No, Rain. You have earned this fate. Though I am giving you a chance to redeem yourself, take solace in that. Prove that you have learned your lesson, that I can trust you with my legacy, and I will convince your new little friend to vacate the premises." The Sith apprentice's hands curled into fists, even though it was painful to do so with her ruined left hand. "Damn you," she thought. "Damn you." "Now," Avaryss said, "let us discuss who you have been talking to in the Empire. Who you have been conspiring with in your spare time." Rain blinked. "Master, I don't know what arghh." The pain put her down on the deck again. It was so intense, a few seconds seemed like hours. Finally, she felt an end. She looked up at her master again, at the cold gaze glaring out from beneath that dark cowl. "Do not doubt that I knew about your little games, girl. I let them play out so that I might see who was open to my advances in the Empire. So, you will be honest with me now. Do not compound your failure with Timon by lying." Rain coughed and wiped at her eyes. "Master." She shivered. "Damn it. Varon," she croaked, sniffling. I have been working with Varon." "I see," her master said. Rain continued. He is building a consensus on Drum and Kas. He wants to oust Asuna. Yes, I know." Rain wiped at her nose. Her fingers came away bloody. The Dark Lord nodded thoughtfully. "You choose your allies well, my child. Varon was one of the few council members that I was able to work with during my brief membership." Rain looked down at her reflection in the shining deck. She wiped her lips, still not believing what had happened. "I will need to contact Varon after this Zraja mission. He and I have some things to discuss." "And what of me?" Rain asked. "What about you? I told you, this is punishment, but it will end provided you prove yourself worthy of it ending." Rain looked down at her reflection again, angry at the tears she saw on her cheeks. She wiped defiantly at them. She hated her weakness. She hated her master. She figured that Avaryss knew it. The Dark Lord returned to her throne. She sat down and steepled her fingers before her face again. Despite her anger, Rain was smart enough not to argue or try to lash out. There would be another time. A better time. She found her knees, and despite the pain in both her foot and her hand, she bowed in submission. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Avaryss smirked. "Get out of my sight, Rain. Prepare yourself for the test. Zraja is but the first step in our conquest." The Sith apprentice stumbled to her feet, her bad foot aching from where she had fell. Her bandaged hand was bleeding as well. She limped out of her master's presence. "Oh, and do not speak with the other about your little friend. If you try to seek help in removing it, he will hurt you until you remember your place. Such an attack might prove fatal." Rain nodded. Part of her wished to test it, let her master try to complete her grand plan without her, but in the end, self-preservation won out. She had no choice. Only one path led to salvation and the removal of this thing. Its removal and the death of her master. She needed to continue to serve. She had had a bit of freedom before now, but now, her master had snapped the collar around her neck. She was a slave once more. The price of failure. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. In defeat, she had been chained again. She shook her head, and she tried not to think about it. Yet, all she could focus on at that moment was her hate. Hate of Timon for refusing her offer, her love. Hate of Kalen for getting himself killed, and above all, hatred for her master. Avaryss would pay for this. She promised herself that. One day, my master, she thought morosely, saying nothing to the guards as they escorted her from her master's chamber. One day. Chapter 34. The Hunter. Something was wrong. Merritt sensed it. A shadow within the dark side. Something roiling. The promise of greater destruction. A Jedi would not have sensed it. It would have simply been another shadow cast in dark times, but being part of the dark side, of having one foot inside it, and the other slipping deeper every day. He smiled. There were some advantages to being a dark Jedi, he supposed. He had started walking, away from Gabe Cooper's compound in the mountains, out onto the mountain paths that made up this part of Jomark. He went alone, unsure of what he would find, but knew it was out here. Something was out here. Something bad. Since Kylo Nor's arrival, he had thought about leaving, borrowing Tara's stolen heart, and getting as far away from this place as possible. If Kylo, or Quire as he had been known as a child, had found this place, how long would it be till another hunter showed up, looking to collect on Bayla? The Nightfire was Bayla's. It is what her father would have wanted, and since Tara seemed intent at remaining at her side, he saw no reason that he not be allowed to take her ship, and, with luck, draw some attention away from Jomark and his master's daughter. He could use his own contacts to convince the other hunters that he had her. By the time they realized he didn't, she would be in another safe location. He had explained this to her, but she didn't want to leave. She said she needed him, and all but ordered him to stay. Her reaction almost made him smile. He could sense her concern for his safety in the Force, and the fact that she played the royal card with him, trying to order him, told him how serious she was about him remaining. Besides, he had felt a shift in his friend's attitude. The small victory over Kylo had reawakened something. She had been running for so long, and frustration was starting to settle in. Either that, or the recently arrived Tara Valentine had convinced her that running was not really an option anymore. Was she in any shape to start striking back, though? He wasn't so sure, even with Cooper's help. The situation was growing more dangerous by the moment. He had tried to discuss this with both Bayla and her new protector. They all met during a visit to Cooper's medical bay. Master Vade was still recovering, having sustained multiple injuries during the attack. The smugglers had set up in a mountainside retreat, likely a holdover from Jomark's more warlike past. It was the closest thing to a modern medical facility they had, and was far closer than the village below. They now floated in a kolto tank next to her would-be killer. Both were heavily sedated, though for different reasons. Vade to ease her healing, and Quire to prevent him from attacking anyone else in his quest to turn Bayla into yet another piece of merchandise to be sold to the highest bidder. Merritt had arrived to find the two women standing beside Captain Cooper and Zahar, V's young apprentice. The boy's eyes drifted over the two kolto tanks, switching between looks of disdain and concern. Cooper, meanwhile, could only look on his lost son with a sense of pain and confusion. Perhaps wondering how it had come to this, how arguments of the past had tainted his son, and left the young man in such a state in which he would try to kill someone who had almost been like family to him. The smuggler chief nodded to Merritt as he entered. He was grateful that Fallen Star had not ended his son's life. Despite everything that happened, Quire Cooper was still his father's son. He didn't wish to see the boy dead. Merritt said nothing, but he could sympathize. He did know something about the love between a father and his son. Fallen Star looked at Bayla, her brow with furrowed cutely, as she chewed her lower lip, deep in thought about something. Captain Cooper looked over at her. "Still can't believe he came after you," he said to her. The Paladina merely nodded, still lost in thought. "Quire spent so much time on Bantoon, a lot of it with your sister, Merrix. I thought they might have something. Can't believe that he would abandon all that for a pile of credits." "It is a lot of credits," Merritt said with a shrug. Greed can be a great motivator. Fear can be an even better one, Tara Valentine chimed in. She turned to Merritt. I still think it was a mistake sparing him. Cooper gave her a cold look, but she gave it right back. He isn't your son anymore, Captain. He is powerful, and he is dangerous. Calo Nord is one of the most feared bounty hunters in this galaxy. He has killed dozens if not hundreds of sentient creatures. She shook her head. He doesn't deserve your protection. It isn't about deserving, the old smuggler replied. He is my boy, my boy. He is my blood. The old man shook his head. Harming him was never in the cards. I couldn't do it. Tara's expression turned even colder. Fallen Star didn't need the Force to read her thoughts. You can't, she was thinking, but I can. He turned back to Bela. He sensed a change in her, perhaps coming to a decision. After all, she had known Quire better than any of them. As Cooper had said, his son had spent a lot of time on Bantoon, helping to set up his businesses on the moons of that planet. Businesses that Quire should have taken over when the time came. That had never happened. He had left after his mother had died, left and become Calo Nord. Those businesses had passed to Jazz's son, and the Underlord Go had been born. What is going through your head now, back up, he had to wonder. Balin nodded slightly. I need to speak with him. The others around her gave her a surprised look. Zar's the most disbelieving of all. Miss Bela, you can't. He was trying to kill you. I'm aware of that, but there are things he needs to know. Things that have waited far too long. I'm not sure he would listen, my queen, Tara said. I will make him listen, the Paladina replied, and please, Tara, do not call me your queen. The former smuggler, turned enhanced assassin, shook her head. Your lady mother is a prisoner of the Sith. Your older sister's fate is unknown. Our people need to know till the royal line is secure, and your freedom, your possible reign assures that. Bela winced in reply. The line is secure. I can assure you of that, and it will not pass through me. The chance of that went away years ago. Merritt looked at her. What does that mean, back up? She didn't answer, but from the way she was looking at the bounty hunter in the Kolto tank, he could sense nothing from his childhood friend, not even through the Force. Her certainty surprised him. What did Bela know that they didn't? Whatever it was for the best that Avaryss didn't find out. He won't turn me over to the Sith, Bela said. I'm sure of it. So am I, Tara said. I won't let that happen. Cooper gave the young woman an evaluating look. You sound like your Aunt Val, kid. She would be proud, I think. Tara shrugged. She didn't want me joining the Sworn Protectors, even though I wanted to follow in her footsteps. Tara pursed her lips and thought. Maybe on some level, she knew something was wrong. Maybe she realized that the Protectors were not what they seemed. You did find a way to get the abilities of one, Co-op said. Tara shrugged. The galaxy is a big place, and Bantoon's secrets were not as well protected as we thought. After Survivor Squad fell, I sought out those that could give me the strength I needed to help my people. I paid a heavy price for these abilities, but they are mine. I'm not a part of the system, not like Aunt Val and the rest of her fellow Protectors. I got everything they possess, without the programming. It has not been easily adapted to the change, but it has been worth it. For my people. She looked at Bela. For our people, and our world. Bela nodded, and the two women were in agreement. Your sacrifice will be honored, Tara, you have my word on that. The other woman nodded. Honor that sacrifice by staying alive, Lady Bela. That would be nice, the Paladin agreed. Merritt watched the two. His old friend seemed more confident with Tara here, having someone from her own world restored some of her faith in her mission. It was good to see that Bela's cause was not lost, and that she was not alone in this fight. Merritt had done what he could, protected her the best he could. He could only do so much. He had his own battle to wage, his own to save. He looked up at Vey, and thought about what had been said before everything had fallen apart. He would have to face Darth Avaryss again. If he wanted to save his son and daughter, it was inevitable. He would need to deal with his children's mothers. He excused himself, feeling a sense of melancholy. He wished to be alone with his thoughts. As he made his way out, he sensed something in the dark, an approaching shadow. Merritt's eyes narrowed, and he started walking. He wasn't sure what it was, but it was something, shadows moving of their own accord. After a brief stop aboard his ship to get his working clothes, and in Cooper's armory, he headed out of the base and began to walk the perimeter. Something was out here, or would be. The dark side seemed to be coiling about this place. He couldn't tell what that meant, but something was here, or soon would be. He slipped his glasses on, hiding the glow in his yellow eyes. Whatever it was, he would find it first. Bela would be kept safe. He had walked for hours, still not sure what he expected to find. He checked in with co-op sentries along the mountain paths. He told them to stay sharp and call in anything unusual. Like what, Master Jedi? One had asked him. You will know it when you see it, he promised, stopping himself from reminding the man that he wasn't a Jedi. They seemed to take comfort in the fact that he was, even though he knew it to be a lie. Ironic, considering how smugglers were usually targets of Jedi during peacetime. Of course, the galaxy had not known true peace in a very long time. Sometimes, Merritt doubted that it ever would. As he made his way up one of the high mountain paths, he felt a familiar presence fill his mind. He smiled slightly. Hi, Mom. Hello, sweetie. Tell me, why are you trying to abandon that girl? He frowned slightly. I'm not trying to abandon her. She has help now. Real help. He shook his head. If I stayed, I would just get in the way. You don't believe that. I can't sense that much. Though she wasn't there, he could almost imagine her shaking her head. He sighed. I'm just trying to protect her. From what exactly? From me, for starters. Mom, I'm the one threat she isn't trying to guard herself against. Oh, Merritt, it is the truth. His hands curled into fists. She trusts me, and she really shouldn't. She doesn't really understand what I've become. If I had been able to find the light again, maybe I would think I could stay, but like this, as I am now. Dark images flashed through his mind. He tried not to think on them. Desires for revenge, desires to punish those that had wronged him. But, most of all, desire. Lust. He could not deny that he wanted her anymore. It was easy to think of her as just his childhood friend, at first, but now, after he had held her, touched her, kissed her. She has grown in so many ways, and the darkest parts of his mind desired what she had. What she could give him, if he made her his, if she stood at his side. If she turned, if. He shook his head. No, he would not be the one that corrupted her. He would not make the vision he saw in the dark side real. What he wanted wasn't love, it was possession and all that came with it. He was no different from Avaryss now, and that realization. It sickened him. There was only one choice. He couldn't take the risk. He wouldn't put her at risk. No, he would not be the thing that guided her into darkness. Love doesn't lead to darkness, his mother said. James was where you were once, and he found his way back, because of his friendship for me, and his love for Bela's mom. She saved him. We saved him. Merritt nodded. He had heard this story before. There was just one problem. He was far more gone than his master had been, and besides, James Darbin had not been cut off from the light. In his mind's eye, he saw it again. The moment she had come to him, she had kissed him, and then, I will not abandon you. Those words offered much, and he had been tempted to take it, so tempted. To take everything. Her compassion for me will be her undoing. Her passion would take her down a dark path. It could have ended right there. He could have taken her, and with it the final step in having what he wanted. What he could take from her. Yet, he had stopped, accepted the moment for what it was, but still. He shook his head. Forgive me, Master. I should not have done that with your daughter. Again, he felt Merrick's fallen star's presence, could almost see his mother rolling her eyes. The girl came to you freely. You didn't force yourself upon her. She offered comfort, and you took it. He sensed her annoyance. Do not turn a moment of comfort into proof of weakness. Don't put her on a pedestal, and don't think yourself lowly for accepting help. Merritt shook his head. I don't know, Mom. It is smart to be careful, not to seek to give in to rage and fear, but don't turn away help offered in good faith because you fear where it might lead. Remain mindful, my son, but don't turn away those that can help you find your way back to where you want to be. He felt her presence leave his mind. What she had said, it offered comfort. Perhaps he was being too hard on himself. He had spared Choir, he had not given in to rage, and he had stopped himself with Bela, stopped her from what could have been a terrible mistake. He paused. He was approaching the last of Cooper's checkpoints on this part of the mountain path. There should have been 2 sentries up ahead. Yet, he saw no one. He reached out with the force, and felt something odd. He took a step back, and probed what he felt with his will. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. There was what felt like a bubble in the force, a swirling sense of confusion and fear. Not from the sentries, he didn't think. As far as he knew, Co-op employed no one who was that strongly force-sensitive. Something was there, though. Something powerful. Something familiar. It was like the smell of perfume as someone crossed your path. The taste of a kiss that had been long ago. The scent of someone's hair-long desire, and finally enjoyed. He frowned. Is that you, Avi? It felt like her, but it wasn't, and the more he thought about it, he realized it was wishful thinking on his part. Darth Avaryss was no fool. She would not come alone, not into a place with so many possible enemies. She was a ruler now, and would not take the chance of her plans being ended with the stroke of a lightsaber. It wasn't Avaryss, no, but it felt like her. His eyes narrowed. Behind his glasses, their glow increased. Avi would not have come, but she would have sent some of her maggots in her stead, and if they were here for one reason. Bela. He slowly took a step back, his mind watching the disruption in the force. She wants Bela to kill or take her. He smiled wickedly. Like hell. His hand went to his belt, not his saber, but one of the toys he had picked up in the armory. He watched closely, waiting to see what the disruption would do if whoever created realized that they had been detected. The disruption flowed forward. He still couldn't sense inside of it, but did not give it a chance to wash over him. He hit the activator switch and tossed the device, and at the same time leapt back. The sonic grenade he had thrown went off. The result was everything he had hoped for. The shadows split, revealing 2 creatures he didn't recognize. They stumbled, covering their ears. He could see they were armed with blades and blasters. One actually tried to draw a weapon, even as he stumbled against the sonic shock. Merritt lashed out. Force lightning leapt from his fingers, a killing blast incinerating one of the attackers. His weapon fell as the creature died with a gasping bleat. The distortion shrunk by almost half. Merritt laughed, understanding what he was fighting. It was an area of effect, one generated by these things. Kill one, and the effect lessens, but he didn't want to kill the last, not yet. Oh no. He grinned. Let us have some fun first. He kept his distance but reached out with the force, slamming the creature hard against the rocky outcropping, again and again. It was then that he felt 2 more presences behind him, not force-sensitive, but as dark as the thing he toyed with. They moved with incredible speed, both armed with short swords. He ducked under the first blade, but was slashed across the forearm. The pain made him gasp, but he didn't lose focus. He drew his saber. His first cut caught the blade, and it didn't break Cortos's weave. The second attacker tried to come around for a backstab, but he used the force to fling him back, sent him crashing into the wounded creature. He dueled with the one that cut him, a soldier clad in the armor of a Sith soldier, but faster and stronger than any mere non-force sensitive. A sworn protector in Sith garb. It made sense if Avi had sent these. Merritt Fallister didn't toy with his prey. His master had warned him of the skill of the sworn protectors of Bantoon. He caught the attacker in a stasis field, caught him, and then gutted him with his lightsaber. He called on his rage, and seized the second one through the force, and pulled him forward, impaling him on the point of his orange saber blade. By then, the creature that had been generating the distortion managed to struggle to his feet and tried to scamper towards him, only to be pinned by the force. Merritt still kept his distance. He had no desire to be swept up in whatever the creature was trying to do. His anger burned bright. He wanted to make the creature suffer, make it bleed for coming here. But again, he resisted those dark impulses. He slammed the creature's head against the ground. It slumped, no longer moving. He risked entering his field, feeling the strange sense of vertigo and confusion fear. He smiled. It was disquieting, but nothing he couldn't handle. He had learned over the last few years to draw on his fear. He checked his neck and found a pulse. It was unconscious, but was not fatally wounded. Good. He would have questions for this one. He removed some binders from his belt. For a bounty hunter, it was always handy to keep a set at the ready. Once the creature was secured, he was free to tend to other business. He found the 2 missing sentries. One was dead, his neck broken. The second lay whimpering. He had been wounded, but it didn't seem that bad. I'll need to call for a medical team, Fallen Star realized, but first, he needed to make sure the base was secure, warn them that they might have uninvited guests. He raised his Kamink. He needed to contact Cooper. He doubted these things had come alone. His comm squealed with electronic interference. A jamming signal. Merritt spun on his heel and headed back towards Cooper's base. His fears had been confirmed. Jamming meant that these 4 were not alone, and if these did serve Avaryss, Bela was in trouble. He fought the urge to rush forward. Panic would not serve him, not now. The enemy was already inside, and I can't call co-op and warn them. Not by normal means anyway. He took a deep breath and stood still for a second. He reached out with the force. Bela, he whispered. Beware, Bela, beware, enemies among you. Wake up, protect yourself. Beware. He sensed a slight shift in the force. Acknowledgement, he hoped. Backup was no fool. She would know what to do, and so did he. Merritt smiled. He sensed that distortion again, not from the creature behind him, but from down within the base's perimeter, more of those creatures. He moved with the tread of a hunter, whether they realized it or not. The predator had become the prey. He would hunt these creatures, Avi's worms. He would send her a message. She had one too often. It was time for her to lose something. His smile widened. He was going to enjoy breaking her toys. He almost laughed. This would be fun. Chapter 35. Pray. Beware. Bela Istilo opened her eyes. She lay in bed, staring out into the dark. Only the sound of her heart beating and her breathing as it slowed. She blinked and murmured under her breath, Merritt. She got no answer, neither through the force or in person. She simply lay in bed, listening, thinking. Her eyes narrowed. We are not alone. She had been dreaming back on Caffrey. She had been fighting the Knights of Bantoon again. Only this time, no one had come to save her. This time, they were armored and had strange creatures with them. This time. She shook her head. No, Caffrey was the past. This was different. The soldiers and the creatures. They were the now. She knew it to be true. She felt it in the force. She sat up, pushing off the covers, and looked around, realizing immediately that something was wrong. The room was too dark and too quiet. The air was off. The ventilation units had fallen silent. In fact, she could hear no sounds in the usually busy base. Even at night, mechanical sounds were common. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she realized that there was no light from beneath the door, and only starlight coming through the window. The base had gone dark and fallen silent, unusually silent. That was not a good sign. Milady. The voice was a whisper, from the bed across from hers. Tara Valentine had volunteered to share a room with her, to continue in her role as watcher and protector. Bela was grateful for that now. He was warning me, she realized, thinking of hearing Mara's voice in her mind. It was no dream. Though given her dreams, his presence would not have been surprising. Her roommate rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? Tara asked in a low voice. Bela shushed her, raising his hand. Quiet, she hissed. I think we might be in trouble. That was all it took to get Tara Valentine moving. She rose silently from her bed, grabbing her clothes and weapons. Bela followed her example. While they dressed, she informed Tara of her dream and what she was sensing. The former smuggler, having lived around Jedi, didn't question. Bela was grateful for that. If they did have uninvited guests, questions could only slow them down. No, they needed to be moving now. All the while she reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of what might be awaiting them in the hall. What she felt was strange. The Force seemed off. She sensed panic and fear, but it was not localized. Her connection to the Force felt strained, as if trying to see while deep underwater. It felt unreal. She tried her comlink. Perhaps she could reach Cooper or his security chief, but was rewarded with static and the well of a jamming signal. Bela cursed under her breath. So much for the power loss being a random malfunction. She didn't let that stop her. During her time in the Bantoon military, she had often had to set the Force aside to function despite her Paladina training. Being a soldier served her now. If the Force offered nothing, then she would simply have to put her faith in her skills and instincts. That is what soldiers did after all. Both women drew their blasters, opened the door to their quarters, and stepped into the hall. Again they were met with darkness and silence. Not good, Bela thought to herself. Not good at all. The two moved together, covering each other. As they made for their way forward, they noticed that the base alarms still had power, the lights were green, and the lever in easy reach. Bela thought of pulling it, alerting everyone to the possible danger, but held back. So far, there was no sign of any guards, which meant they might have already been dealt with if that was the case. Ring the alarm and wake up the house. Have people stumbling out of bed, perhaps running head first into danger they didn't know was there. How many would die in the panic? They. The sound of a creaking board before them stopped both in their tracks. The two women took the only cover they could find, Tara in a doorway, the door behind her sealed. Bela got low, pressed her back to the wall. The two pointed their weapons and waited. The muzzle of a blaster rifle appeared around the corner. Bela tensed her fingers, tightening on her own weapon. The silhouette was not one she recognized, fully armored, and not in a way she recognized. So, unlikely that this person was one of the organization's enforcers. The attack came from the right, behind Tara. The door she was taking cover by opened, an armored figure appeared, and grabbed her from behind. A blade flashed in the dark. Bela didn't hesitate. She caught the attacker's arm with a spin kick, knocking the viper blade away. Tara grunted as she shoved the man back. The two went down struggling. She heard the muffled sound of a blaster going off. Tara. No. Before she could come to her ally's aid, she was forced to deal with the other trooper, the one with the rifle. She had no time to raise her blaster. His was already coming up, and would be fired before she got the chance. There was only one choice. She called on the Force and dashed forward, crashing into him, pinning his weapon between them. He dropped it and struck at her head with his forearm. She blocked the blow, shielding herself with her own arm, but the force of it still made her stumble. He kicked her blaster away and then attempted to knee her in the gut, but she managed to spin around his attack, but it left her open for a few seconds. Strong this one, she thought, distantly fast too. Almost Jedi fast. The trooper raised his hand, a gesture familiar to her from training. Her neck was exposed, an easy target for a killing chop, and he would have done so had she taken a step back as he expected. She didn't. She stepped forward and drove the palm of her hand up into his chin, putting all of her strength and the force behind the blow. The attacker's head snapped back, his helmet went flying as he fell back, dazed. Bela was on him in less than a second. She had her lightsaber in hand, though she didn't ignite the blade. She caught him in the throat with the cross guard, driving the metal point into his unshielded neck, and twisted. She found herself staring into his face, a human face, His yellow eyes widened in surprise. She pulled out the blade and spun away, regaining her feet. Her attacker didn't rise to meet her. The cross guard had found his mark, opening his throat. He lay there gurgling, gasping as blood gushed from the wound. He was dead in seconds, almost as long as their fight had been. She stood there, her heart pounding, her breath ragged. The paladin shuddered, but didn't lower her guard, not until she sensed life leave the body. She looked down at the bloody saber hilt, the blood on her hands. She took a breath and tried to calm herself. Master Kit had taught her that move. It was not something to be used often, but in a close quarters fight, where it was you or them, it served. She shivered. She looked down at her dead opponent. Sorry, she thought. You gave me no choice. She turned to the sound of footsteps. She raised her weapon, ready to ignite her blade. Tara stood there, hands up and open. A sigh of relief escaped the princess. Praise the gods. You, okay? The smuggler mouthed. She nodded back. Tara motioned her forward. The two met in the room and looked down on the second attacker, as dead as the one in the hall. Bela frowned. Armored, same as the other one, though the helmet was bubbled out at the top, the visor cracked and smoking. Burn marks on the upper chest plate. She shoved the blaster up under his chin, Bela realized, fired into the helmet to muffle the sound. Ugly way to go, but necessary if they didn't wish to alert the attackers. Tara leaned down and pointed at the armor. Sith trooper, she murmured. Bela nodded. So, the Sith had found them. The armor had no markings, and was slate gray, perfect for camouflage, a commando trooper's uniform. Tara pulled off the glove, lifting the dead man's arm, showing her what she had found there, a tattoo, a familiar tattoo. Bela recognized it. It was a sworn protector tattoo from home. She winced. The attackers were from Bantoon, which meant she knew why they were here. Not that that should have been in doubt. They had come for her. More sounds in the hall drew their attention. The two women moved as one. Tara closed the door all but a crack, while Bela took cover behind a small desk. Still the force remained clouded. There was a flash of pain, and then Bela gasped. The force returned to normal, it snapped back into focus, and her senses opened up. She sensed 5 people in the hall, but they were not enemies. She motioned for Tara to lower her weapon. Uncle, she called out, just loud enough to be heard. The door before them opened. Gabe Cooper stood there, with Vay's apprentice Zahar, and 5 of his enforcers. He relaxed at the sight of them. You girls all right? Yeah, Bela said, as Tara nodded. Uncle Co-op gave them a grim look. He looked at Zahar. You getting anything, kid? The force is back to normal, he said. Merritt must have taken care of the creature. Bela blinked. Creature. Cooper spoke quickly, telling them what had happened. Zahara had been the first to sense it, a strange feeling in the force, a feeling that disrupted his Jedi senses. The enemy had approached the base, using it for cover. The boy had tried to call for help, only to find the comms had been jammed. He had been in medical watching over his master. 2 of the enemy troopers had gotten ahead of the pack. They had entered the medical bay without the benefit of the protection field that had given the young Padawan an edge. Zahar had dealt with them. He had then gone and got Cooper, finding several dead guards and base personnel along the way. That had led them here. These soldiers are not normal people, the boy said. They move faster. They are sworn protectors, Bela informed them, genetically enhanced and strong. Coop cursed under his breath. Bela didn't blame him. Facing protectors in battle, it was not something that most people wanted to deal with. Cooper also told them about the aliens, the creatures that had come with the soldiers. According to Merritt, they were what was affecting the force, disrupting the Jedi senses. Have you seen Merritt? She asked him. He is hunting the last of the creatures. He also got 2 of the Sith on the perimeter. Zahar got 2 in the medical bay. And we got 2 here? Tara said grimly. Coop nodded. Sith commando units have 12 members, so we got at least 6 more moving through the base. He turned to one of his enforcers. Wake who you can, get help, but keep it quiet, and watch for ambushes. We will meet in the main hall in 5. Move. 2 of the soldiers headed out. Cooper looked at Tara. You girls need to get out of here now. Bela blinked. Uncle. Make for the ships. We will catch up as soon as the base is secure. Uncle, no. We can help. Yeah, Tara agreed. You need us. These Murglaks are here for you, kid, he reminded Bela. If they get you, then they win. She frowned. Coop shook his head. Merritt was heading for the landing bay. He will have cleared a path. Stay quiet, and stay safe. I'll send you rendezvous coordinates later. What about Vey? Sahar said. She is defenseless in that tank. We're not leaving her, kid. She is coming too. After the base is secured, we are all getting out of here. He turned again to Bela. You are going now. Merritt should already be waiting for you. Bela opened her mouth to say more, but stopped. She cursed silently. Running again. It seemed she had been running from her enemies since Bantoon had fell. She didn't like it, leaving people behind to cover her escape. It felt cowardly. She was a soldier, a paladin the night. She wanted to stand and fight. Go now, kid, Cooper repeated. My people will make sure you don't have any problems. Tara nodded and took her hand. Come on, she said. I know a back way. It shouldn't be watched. Bela nodded and looked at the old man, her uncle Co-op. Be careful, she said. He gave her a sly grin. Hey, it is me. The 2 women made their way down the hall, quick and quiet. They didn't hear blaster fire until they entered the small courtyard. It was a short journey to the hangar. Bela sensed the creature, the strange effect in the force. It was moving quickly, running not far from where they were. The 2 women made for the hangar, only to find the entrance blocked. The doors were sealed. 6 small circular probe droids floated before them, blocking the path and forming a defensive wall, and at its center stood a tall, heavily armored droid. Bela's eyes narrowed as she drew her lightsaber. The 2 yellow lights of the droid's optics focused on her. Identification, target located, Bela Istillo, Paladin of Night, Priority 1. Target 2, unknown human female, unknown capabilities, proceed with caution. An assassin droid? Tara hissed. The droid focused on her. Clarification, assassin droid. A limited description, target 2. The probes behind me are assassin droids, useful in corralling prey, but unrefined. The unit's purpose is, and I say so most proudly, is wanton slaughter. The droid stood a little straighter. Please statement, after so long a hunt, this unit is most excited to engage in that purpose. Bela glared at the machine. So you are here for the Sith bounty. Clarification, negative. I am HK Sigma 3. My master is Darth Avaryss, the Dark Lord of the Sith, and next ruler of the galaxy. As far as meatbags goes, she is quite skilled, ambitious, and smart. The droid leaned forward. Statement, she has to be, otherwise she would not have had me rebuilt to serve her, and deal with meatbags standing in her way, meatbags such as you, target 1. Bela started to raise her weapon when she felt it, the strange echoing effect that had blocked the force earlier. The shadows to the right of the creature parted, revealing a strange purple-furred humanoid. The creature let out a bleating cackle. Princess Bela, it said, you will come with us now. Our master demands it. She regarded the creature. There was something familiar about it. She had never seen one before, but... Her eyes widened. The creature was wearing a gold chain around his neck, a chain bearing symbols she recognized. House Moore, she said to the creature. House Moore serves the Sith now. The thing giggled. I serve the Sith, princess. I am? I was Tenton Moore, firstborn son of my house. Bela almost gasped. This man had been a bond once, human. This thing was one of the nobles. What did the Sith do to you? They offered me power, more power than I ever could have had under the matriarchs, and your full mother. The creature grinned, showing his sharp teeth. I am the future of Bantoon. My kind are the future of Bantoon. The HK made a sound. It could have been a sigh. Query, is this going to take much longer, creature? I would prefer to engage my assassination protocols and commence firing at once. The thing smirked. I just wish for my former princess to realize how hopeless her resistance has been. How it has led to only death and failure. Her failure and the death of all those that would protect her. The creature grinned as it touched a button on its belt. Explosions tore through the estate behind them. Bela, unable to look away from the two enemies, could only stand there. Sense was what happening, feeling the horror. She could feel it, the death pain. Uncle Co-op. She didn't know if he was still alive. No. Police statement, the HK droid said. It seems the explosives we wired into the Nell Trooper's armor worked. Full death toll will need to be tallied later. Damn you. Tara hissed, raising her weapon. Easy, the creature said, even as the assassin probes began to spread out. The thing that had been a Bond noble addressed Bela. This is on your head, princess. Your resistance has brought only death and destruction to those you care about. Ruin and death. That is all the I Still Alive bring. Why not end it now? Come back with the droid, and I, Darth Avaryss, would much rather have you home than wandering around inspiring trouble. The creature held out his long clawed hands. No more people have to die. All those deaths have been pointless. I'm sure you would agree. Surrender yourself to Avaryss, and there will be no more need for destruction. Your mother awaits your return, as do your siblings. The droid added his part to the argument. Statement. Surrender is your best option. I will deactivate my assassination protocols, and no more meatbag lives would end, unfortunately. Bela bit her lip. She felt like she was drowning in doubt and fear. The creature, its presence eroded her will. Death, she thought. So much death. If they fought, she could not guarantee Tara's safety. Tara Valentine was strong and fast with her enhancements, but was that enough? The creature was disrupting her connection to the Force. She would not be good enough to savor her fellow Bond. More death. Then there were the people in the compound. Her uncle might be dead already. Zahar too. She didn't know who was alive or dead. If the assassin probes entered Cooper's compound, the wounded would be easy targets. She felt a tear run down her face. Had it all been pointless? Was all this death her fault? She began to lower her weapons. Milady, Tara said, what are you doing? Bela looked down at her saber and blaster. Useless, just like her. She hadn't been able to save her world. She would not be able to save anyone. Bela. No. She shook her head. What choice was there? The creature was right. The darkness surrounded her, drowning her. She was lost. She was a failure. The thing that had been a Bond noble smirked. It can all end right here. The thing that had been tempting more said, you can protect all those you love by simply, Irk. The thing fell silent as it grabbed its throat. It was lifted into the air, being strangled by an invisible noose. The assassin probes whirled, their weapons powering up, targeting the women. HK Sigma 3 didn't move, its optics focused on its primary target. It showed no concern for the creature, even as it struggled and gasped for breath. Snap. The thing that had been tempting more gave one final twitch as his neck broke loudly. The body was dropped to the ground like it was nothing, a sack of garbage. Bela gasped. The disruption was gone. The Force returned with pure clarity. The Paladina shook her head. No longer did she feel her failures crushing her, consuming her. She glared at the dead creature. Filth, she thought. Disease filth. She looked at the droid. The Bond people had always had a distrust of droids. In ancient times, their world had been invaded by enemies using several battalions of them. She now understood why her people distrusted them. Droids like this. They deserved the scrap pile. A new voice rang out. Avi didn't do her work very well with these things. They are too fragile. They break too easily. Merritt Fallister emerged from the shadows. He was grinning widely. His golden eyes hidden behind his glasses turned their lenses a deep blood red. He looked at the two women, and then at the HK droid. Hello, ladies, he said jovially. Sorry, I'm late. Bela shuddered. She had never been so happy to see someone. Merit was here. She was glad. Better late than never, fallen star. Terra quipped, though, our work isn't over. Merit nodded as he looked at the droid and his probe back up. No, he agreed, it is not. The HK unit regarded him. His yellow eyes flashed as it accessed his memory. Statement, Target 3 identified, Finn Shadowstone. I'm not Finn anymore, but I remember you, too, droid. I cut your head off the last time we met, unless Avi found another of you. The droid didn't answer. Accessing special orders, it said. The Dark Jedi chuckled. Avaryss gave you special orders regarding me. I'm flattered. Clarification. Orders confirmed. If located Finn Shadowstone is to be brought back to Bantoon, your presence at my master's side has been missed, Jedi. She offers you a place at her side. If you have survived this long, then you must understand what she tried to teach you. I learned, he replied, though I doubt it is what she hoped that I would learn. Statement, you are the one my master covets. She has instructed me to inform you that you have been missed. Lord Taya misses you as well. He shrugged. They have a funny way of showing it, he said, motioning at the burning compound behind them. Indifferent statement, meatbags die all the time, Jedi. My master would say you should not be concerned with such things. Bailowin's part of her wanted to go back, see to the survivors, but they couldn't not as long as this droid still functioned. Merritt looked at her. You okay? Back up. Still, a bit off, she admitted, that creature. It gives off a field that makes you want to lay down and surrender, Merritt said, as he regarded the Sith Lord's as assassin. He shook his head. Surrender isn't an option, Bela. Trust me. I know Avaryss, she would parade you through the streets, proof of her superiority, and then she would execute you. She wouldn't take the chance of you inspiring resistance, the rest of your family too. She nodded grimly. She didn't doubt it, now that the thing wasn't feeding her insecurities. She could accept that. No. Surrender was not an option. Besides, she didn't want to surrender. This Sith had hurt the people here. She wanted to make her pay for it. She wanted the Sith to suffer. Warning, the HK growled. If Target 1 will not surrender, it must be terminated, along with all its defenders. Target 3 will not be protected if it engages this unit. Try it, Clanker, Terra spat, raising his weapon. Droid, Merritt shouted, before we begin, I have a message for your master, if you would be so kind to take it back to Avaryss. Query, what is the message? The Dark Jedi opened his mouth to speak, but stopped and laughed. Never mind, your broken parts being dropped at her feet will be message enough. With that, the battle began. Bela didn't have time to think. If she took the time, she was dead. Instead, she gave herself to the Force, did so in a way she had not done in years, since before joining the military. She used it as Master Vey had showed, as she had reminded her. The girl was grateful for those lessons. Blaster bolts went everywhere as the assassin probes tried to engage. Bela threw out her reflector discs, letting the Force guide them as she opened fire with her own blaster. Her silver-white blade whirled as she blocked shots from the probes. She didn't care about them, only the metal killer in front of her, the one who had brought the creatures and soldiers here. She glared at the HK. I'll have your head. The droid drew a pair of blaster pistols, but she cut them in half. It took a step back and fired a flamethrower. She used the Force to push the flames around her, and as they stopped, she reached out with the Force and crushed the nozzle on the droid's weapon. His weapon destroyed. The droid stepped forward, energy shields activated on his wrists as a blade emerged from his right hand. It blocked her blows, even as it slashed at her face. Bala danced away, using her saber to parry the droid's attack even as she fired her blaster, her own bolts ricocheting wildly, striking both the droid and its probes. She had no time to check on Merritt or Terra. She could sense them through the Force. Terra was a blur dodging and firing, while Merritt was an angry storm lightning and his orange blade flashing in the dark. Despite her training, she could feel his anger, feel it, and was drawn up in it. It awoke her own rage, her own desire. I want to break this thing. I want to tear it apart. A metal cord hissed from the droid's arm. It snared her blaster, ripping it from her hand. She spun back and hit the droid with a force push. It slid back, but didn't lose its feet. A grenade launcher on its hip activated. It fired twice. Bayla backflipped out of the way as the weapons popped. Poison gas billowed out. She force pushed the gas away as the droid charged through the cloud, using the distraction. It lunged with its energy shield, pinning her blade, while it slashed out with its blade. She hissed as she felt the steel touch her face, felt the pinch of the cut. The pain didn't stop her. It enraged her. Droid scum. She thrust out her hand again. This time the machine stumbled back. She sliced at his head. A small metal plate on his shoulder rose up. Her saber struck it, and the blade died. Before she could back up, it struck her with his metal arm, sending her sprawling back. She tumbled to the ground, barely avoiding a spray of razor-sharp blades that fired from the droid's arm. It reached onto his hip and drew another weapon that opened and exposed a series of linked blades which coiled into a whip. The droid snapped it in her direction, finally wrapping it around her ankle, pinning her in place. As the whip pulled tight, it cut through her boot and into her leg. Bayla cried out in pain. The droid raised his arm again, either to fire more blades or trigger another weapon. R-A-R-H-H. Merritt's angry cry drew the droid's attention. His lightsaber sliced through the handle of the whip as the droid brought up its shields again, falling back and blocking his attack. Bayla used the force to uncoil the whip from her leg. As she inspected the damage, she got a better idea of how the fight had gone. Broken assassin probes were scattered around the hangar doors. Tara had been pinned behind a pile of crates as the two remaining probes tried to move in and finish her off. Drawing on her pain, the Paladina seized one of the probes and sent it crashing into his fellow. The damaged droid fell from the air and bounced around the ground, losing weapons and comm antennae as it fell. Merritt and the HK droid were still locked in combat. It used his arm shields to deflect his attack, likely trying to wear him down or get him to take a swipe at his head and the pure Cortosa shield that disabled her blade. One-on-one, the droid could be rid, but she wasn't going to let that happen. No one else dies today. She seized the remaining probe with the force and flung it with all her strength at the HK. The two droids crashed together, throwing the assassin off balance. Merritt took advantage. He stabbed out at the droid, damaging one of his arms, and before it could recover, shoved the blade up into his chassis, where the torso and waist linked. HK Sigma 3 sparked as it deployed its grenade launcher, trying to fire off one right into Merritt's face. Bayla wrapped the droid in a force shield. The grenade barely cleared the launcher. It bounced back and got stuck under the droid's chest plate. Merritt barely had time to flip back and out of rage before the grenade exploded, and as it did, the other explosives without the droid ignited, tearing his metal body apart. Crack him. Shrapnel sprayed out from the explosion. Bayla was able to shield herself, but she still suffered several glancing cuts from the hot metal that had once been a Sith assassin droid. The world turned silent. Bayla looked at the smoking ruin where the droid had stood. Puffs of poison gas leaked from a melted metal leg laying 3 feet away from the body. The HK droid lunged out of the smoke, what was left of it anyway. His head and chest propelled by his right arm, it leapt at Bayla, swinging his blade. Krish. Pop. The arm came away mid-swing. The blade went flying off into the shadows. The droid came down with thud. It lay there convulsing as electricity sparked around it. Size. Systems failing, master. Bayla stumbled to her feet. Her leg hurt, and she could barely stand, but Tara was there, helping her. Mary came as well, the three of them all cut by the shards of the beaten droid. An antenna emerged from the droid's head. Its eyes flashed quickly. Tara recognized what was happening. It is dumping his files before it shuts down, sending a report to his master. She raised her blaster ready to destroy the head before it finished its work. Bayla stopped her. Let it report back, she thought. I have a message for who sent it. She approached the wrecked machine. I'm tired of being prey. I'm done. She looked down on the beaten machine with disdain. I hope your master can see this, droid, because I have a message for her. The princess glared. I want you to know, Sith. Know that I'm through running. You won't have to send any more killers after me, hurt others looking for me. You want me? You won't have to look very hard. She stepped on the droid's neck, looking down into his flickering optics. No more, she growled. You like suffering, Sith? You like death. Well, death is coming, your own. She reached down and grabbed the HK's head, yanking it from what remained of its chassis. I'm coming, Sith, shouted at the droid, watched as its eyes finally blinked out. The only sound was the sparking of electricity and the popping of hot metal. Bela Istillo let the droid's head fall. She looked at her allies. Terra had a grim smile on her face. Merritt looked concerned. He pursed his lips, but said nothing. Bela sighed. I'm done running, she thought. I'm coming, Sith. I'm coming. Chapter 36. Dark Victory. All systems show battle ready, my lord. The task force is online and checking in. Very good, Admiral, Darth Avaryss said with a hint of a smile. Proceed with the countdown. Admiral Kennedy offered her a crisp military bow and turned to confer with the captain and the rest of the task force commanders. The Dark Lord said no more. Her eyes were focused on the prize, a small red light in the distance. Zrecha. The reckoning drifted far off from their distant target, the other ships of their task force spreading out around them. They had fielded a relatively small fleet, 3 Terminus destroyers each with 4 Bantoon heavy escorts as support ships. 15 in all, with one of her dreadnoughts standing by should the weapons test fail and a real battle break out. Expect the best, but prepare for the worst. They had sufficient firepower to contain their new holdings, but it would not be necessary. Death Knell would make sure that it wasn't necessary. But if it failed? Avaryss shook her head. No. The time for second-guessing was past. There was no turning back. She dismissed her worries. She was not concerned. The test would be successful. This world would fall to the power of the dark side and Death Knell. A warm feeling suffused her. She was most eager to begin. So long had she waited, and now. The wait was over. The commencement of this victory left her feeling giddy. So many possibilities were about to become reality. She had seen the data collected by their probes, each droid providing census data of her soon-to-be holding. There were somewhere between 2.3 billion and 2.6 billion Rayached down on that world right now. 2 billion new soldiers, tools to be used in the coming war. If all worked as she believed, conventional war would be a thing of the past. Battle would still need to happen on occasion. Conflict was necessary for a Sith to keep her teeth sharp, but the level of conflict would change. The Sith would no longer be tied down fighting their old enemies. The Republic and Jedi would be a thing of the past, and the Zackle would not even be a footnote in history. The dark side would be free to seek out other prizes, worlds hidden deep in the unknown regions, and who knew? Perhaps outside the galaxy as well. It would be a test of her power, and a symbol of her strength. She would lead the Sith Order into a new and glorious future. One day, she would be spoken of with the same reverence as the great King Addis and Darth Vitiate. Avaryss' name would be carved into the very history of the galaxy. A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. All things were about to change, and with it a new era was being born. The era of Avaryss, the day of the Sith. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. At long last, vengeance. She raised her hand to the viewport. The distant world was so small, it was covered by just her thumb. As they engaged, it would become larger, but would still easily be ensnared by her power. She took a deep and cleansing breath. There was no more time for speculation. It was time to begin. She tried not to hurry as she made her way down the Reckoning's command walkway. The crewers at their stations didn't look up. They were all committed to the coming operation. As Sith soldiers, they welcomed battle and a coming conquest. After 3 years of waiting, they were all eager to get back to what they truly were, conquerors of all they surveyed. She paused only briefly to regard Kennedy and Reckoning's captain, listening in as the Admiral gave his final orders, the commands that she had given him hours earlier. Their sister ships would approach on attack vectors around Zraicha, drawing out its defenders. Fighter screens would be used to keep the raised ships back as Reckoning moved into position. Avaryss would then offer the world a place in her new empire, further drawing out the world's protectors, ensuring they had no more surprises. They would refuse, of course. It was their nature, and then she would unleash the weapon, and if all worked as Darth Hikitas had claimed in his writings, the world would be hers. Death Knell would bring it completely under her spell. The two officers stood at attention as she stopped before them. "We will be on station in 6 minutes, my lord," Kennedy assured her. "And I will be ready when we are, Admiral." The man nodded and turned to his fellow officer. "Is my flagship ready, Captain?" "The Reckoning is fully at your command, Admiral, and yours as well, my lord." Avaryss nodded, pleased. "Then let us start the show, gentlemen. Good hunting, and to victory." "All hail, Avaryss," the captain said with a slight military bow. A hint of a smile played on her lips as she turned. With the snap of her fingers, the two royal guards on the bridge fell and stepped behind her. She turned away, eager to reach her meditation chamber. Rain would already be there. Today we conquer a world with the power of the dark side. She was most eager to see the result. The journey down the turbolift and through the halls of the destroyer were a time of giddy contemplation. She had waited so long for this moment, and now that it was here, the excitement was nearly overwhelming. She could barely contain her excitement to keep from running, to accept the pace of her royal guards as they made their way down the ship towards her chambers. Crewers and trooper rushed to get out of her way, some bowing as she passed. As they should, she was the master here after all. It was just a shame that the rest of the Sith Order failed to accept that. "I will show them all," she promised herself. "They will see. They will all see." She thought of Asuna and the rest of her fellow Dark Council members, those that dismissed her as a common thug. Soon all those misguided fools would understand. Avaryss was more than they believed, far more, and when they learned. She paused, her expression turned thoughtful. A new thought had just occurred to her. Why did the other Sith have to learn anything? Maybe, just maybe, it would be better if they were no longer around to learn anything at all. It was rare that the Dark Lord thought on the past anymore, not when the future was so exciting. Still, she came to realize something important. Perhaps she had been looking at this victory all wrong. The guard stopped, awaiting her continued move to her chambers, but for that one brief moment, she reflected on what had come to pass, what had brought her here. The past was gone, best forgotten, but sometimes the lessons that had been picked up along the way should be considered. She frowned. For the first time in years, she thought about a girl named Kira Lilas and what had happened to her. Kira had first embraced the dark side out of a desire for revenge. She had wanted to destroy Darth Fear for harming her family and ending the life of simplicity that she had enjoyed. Kira had been naive. She had been an idealistic, over-patriotic farm girl. She had believed all that had been spouted over the information network. All that the Dark Lords and their Imperial mouthpieces told the free citizens of the Empire. She had been very foolish. She had believed what the Imperial mission had told her. She had been blinded by her desire for revenge and the propaganda of the Empire. She had truly believed that the Sith were a pure meritocracy, that her success would be accepted because she was powerful and that she had succeeded. That belief had not been entirely accurate. As Kira had continued down the dark path, she had changed. She had grown in strength and left the angry young farm girl behind. She had ceased to be Kira Lilas and became Darth Avaryss. Avaryss had been a new creature, unshackled by the past, but had she? Kira had been an indoctrinated fool. She had clung to her beliefs about the Empire and passed those beliefs on to Avaryss. She had believed in the meritocracy, that through power she could succeed. That, by playing the game, she could achieve anything in the Empire. That she could have everything. Those beliefs had become a chain of sorts, too. She could see that now. Chains that the other Dark Lords that had stood above her had pulled eagerly. Philin, Fear, Barriss, Vengeance, Mar, and so many others had used her naivety. They had manipulated her to get what she wanted, and she had been too blind to see it. Only now, that they all lay dead and broken, could she see through the lies and find the truth. Avaryss sneered. Through victory, my chains are broken. Maybe, with today's success, it would be time to break that last chain. She had what she needed to kill a world. Death Knell Phase 1 still existed. It didn't just enslave, but liquefied its targets. She intended to use the keys to spread it over the throne world of the Zakul. Every man, woman, and child that bowed to the eternal throne would die melting away like a snowman on a hot day. Arcann and his kin would be gone, and she would be free to secure the Eternal Fleet and his army of Skytrooper droids for herself. She had intended to bring that army back into the Empire, proof of her superiority, and the reason why the throne was hers. Her mother had been a child of the Emperor. She was by right his granddaughter, the true heir to the throne. Asuna would be cast down, and all that had looked down their noses at her would fall to their knees or lose their heads. That is what she had wanted, but now, as she thought about it, maybe it was better that the Sith became a much smaller order. Maybe Dromund Kaas deserved the same lesson that she would give the Zakul. Death Knell would sweep over every world in the Empire, destroying all the other Sith. She would leave only those loyal to her. The Order would be reshaped in her image. She would walk the path of her grandfather. She would be the god of the new Sith Order. She would. She shook her head. No. That was lay madness. Despite her anger and rage, she needed her rivals. They kept her careful and on her guard. The challenge of holding them at bay kept her sane and strong. To crave power was the cornerstone of the Sith Order, and it was tempting to be the only Sith, to wield all the power of the dark side alone, but she feared that was a trap. Being Sith was not just about wielding power, but accepting the challenge of holding it. That is why a master chose an apprentice, not just to ensure the survival of the Sith teachings, but to have a rival close by, one who knew the master intimately. The one person who could truly test a master's mettle. If the master succeeded, then they had proved their strength and would choose a new student. If they fell, well, the fact that they had trained a Sith powerful enough to replace them was the proof of their teachings. To die by the hands of an apprentice was not a failure, but the ultimate proof of the Sith Lord's success. So few Sith understood that. They played games to hold onto their power. They kept inferiors at their side and called them apprentices, or they trained multiple apprentices and kept those students fighting among themselves. She had played the latter game herself, and had come to see the futility of it. Training multiple apprentices at one time was a foolish endeavor. Yes, it kept the master's teeth sharp, but it took the risk of lesser apprentices banding together and overthrowing the master, and in the end, the next Sith Lord would be weaker than the previous one. No. A single apprentice was the way to go, someone to learn everything and stand at the master's side against her rivals until the time was right for the apprentice to become the ultimate rival. Yes, she thought with a nod. That was how it had to be. She turned away from the idea of using Death Knell on the Empire, for now. If examples needed to be made when she came to power, she would do it, but the Empire would stay intact. Besides, what was the point of attaining victory if she could not gloat over holding it? Let her rival see what she had, and know that they were not strong enough to take it from her. Avaryss proceeded on, her guards following in her wake. The future of Death Knell was just that, the future. She needed to focus on the present. She still needed to take Zracha. It was time to do just that. She had been patient, prepared for this day, and now, the time had come. She was ready. The dark sides will be done. She entered her meditation chamber to find Rain waiting. Her apprentice was in deep meditation gathering her strength for today's test. Avaryss smiled. The girl blazed with the dark side. She could feel Rain's anger and hate. Surprisingly, that hate was not directed at her master. It was directed inward. It was directed at herself. Rain's path to power had always been different than her master's. Guilt and self-loathing had to find the younger Sith. Avaryss could sense that as she stood before her student. She blamed herself for her failure to bring Timon into their service. She also blamed herself for the death of Kaelin. Avaryss sensed fear as well. No doubt the girl was worried how Taya and her mother would react. The Dark Lord understood those fears and was pleased to see that her student had not been crippled by them. She turned that fear into rage and hate against Tython and his allies, while at the same time holding onto it, letting it fuel her strength for today's test. Her master was pleased. She knew how powerful self-loathing could be. It had driven Taya to become Darth Avaryss. Though she had since rejected that pain, the power she had briefly achieved was proof of its value. Avaryss looked down at her student. "Are you ready to begin, my dear?" Rain opened her eyes, her green eyes. Avaryss was surprised to see that. The younger girl's eyes had been yellow more often than not these days. She looked up at her master. "I am ready, my lord. I await only your word." Avaryss paused. The girl's voice lacked its usual fire and confidence. She wondered briefly if she had broken her will with her recent punishment. A heart drinker was by no means a simple slap on the wrist. The spell, one of many she had found in the scroll she had taken from the lost tomb during her final trials as an acolyte, was not done much these days, if at all. One of the many secrets that had been lost when Darth Avaryss had remade the Empire, and rediscovered by her, offered up by the spirit of the female Dark Lord that had been buried in that ancient tomb. A heart drinker was reserved only for an agent that still had use despite a failure. The scroll's writer had believed that to break one's tool for one failure was a foolish waste. Avaryss had come to agree with that philosophy. It was for that reason that she had sought out the spell when Rain had contacted them after her flight from Tython and his allies. It had seemed a fitting punishment for the girl's mistake, but had it been too harsh? Rain was her heir after all. She had no desire to crush her will. She would need it, and her fire, to one day rise to challenge her master. Avaryss frowned. "Are you prepared to do what is needed, Rain?" The girl nodded. "All will be as you demand, my master, and there will be no failure." Her voice remained cool and submissive. That worried the older Sith. Had she been too harsh? Of course not. Something within her whispered, to achieve its full potential, a racing beast must have its spirit broken. Only then can it rebuild that spirit and become a champion. "Remember how fear broke you during your last day on Korriban?" Avaryss shivered at the memory. She remembered that very well. How she had been a shadow of her former self for months, basically an organic droid who obeyed fear's every whim, before regaining her pride and putting her confidence back together again. Rain would need to do that now, but if she was strong enough, she would succeed. Her master was confident of that. "I'm fine," Rain said with a hint of her old fire, her green eyes flashing like two cold emeralds. "Let us do this thing." Nodding, Avaryss accepted the girl's reassurance, though she would be watching her. She sat down across from her apprentice, and using the Force activated the holo displays around them. Ship systems appeared behind Rain, and the girl would be able to see the same displays behind her master. At that moment, they felt the sudden jolt as the Reckoning left hyperspace. The screen above Rain's right shoulder showed that the Reckoning task force was in position. The Dark Lord took a deep breath. It was time to begin. Bridge to Darth Avaryss. "I'm here, Admiral. Report. We are in communication range of Zracha." "Very good. Open a channel to the planet." "Channel open, my lord." Avaryss heard a click and knew that her voice would be broadcast to the planet below them. She began. "Attention, leadership of Zracha. This is Darth Avaryss of the Sith Order. Your world is now a member of the Sith Empire and a protectorate of House Avaryss. You will lower your shields and surrender your military forces to us. We await your response." Avaryss disconnected the transmission and waited. She doubted they would have to wait long. Rain looked at her. The girl arched an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on her lips. "Do you really think that is going to work, Master?" "Of course not, but we do have to be civil about this, apprentice. Niceties have to be observed." She glanced at the tactical display over Rain's head. The Reckoning had received no verbal signal, but the planet did respond. Multiple contacts had risen from the Zracha's atmosphere. The natives were sending up attack ships. They were on an attack vector, heading right for Reckoning, as Avaryss had predicted. Tactical screens also showed the other destroyers of her attack force. Warcry was in position, but about to fall under attack. Deathstroke had deployed his fighter screen, yet was under fire from one of the Rayach's moon bases. Avaryss remained unconcerned. The thrust ships used by the natives were no match for Sith military vessels. Their particle cannons could not get through Sith shields, but they did have low-grade atomic weapons. Those weapons could do damage if enough detonated at once, and the fighters the Sith had deployed would have no defense against those. So far, no atomic were in the air, none that Reckoning could detect, and Rayach were not calling for help, not that they would. The natives despised outsiders. Even if they were outmatched by a superior force, they would go down fighting. Avaryss was determined to not let that happen. This world would be hers, and the keys would make it so. "Be ready, Admiral," she said over the comms. "The test is beginning." "As ordered, my lord." Avaryss nodded, and took a deep breath. She looked at her apprentice. "It is time, my dear. Let's begin." "As you say, Master." The two Sith closed their eyes and opened themselves up to the dark side. A wall panel to the right of Avaryss opened up, and the case containing the keys of Hikita slid out. A simple twist in the Force was all it took to open that case, and then the keys, singing in both the real world and the Force, emerged, levitated into the air, and began to orbit the master and apprentice. Avaryss began the chant described in Darth Hikita's notes, while at the same time reaching out into the Reckoning, finding the supply of death knell they had on board, as well as activating other systems that were needed. Through the Force, she came to know the poison intimately, down to the atomic level. That knowledge would be needed. Rain was deep in the Force as well, reaching out with her battle meditation, finding her master's mind, and those of the Rayach that opposed them. They had practiced this with a single key back on Sanctuary Base, using prisoners as test subjects. Those tests had proved successful, but this was far more. This was an entire world, an entire species. It would be more difficult. "Numbers don't matter," Avaryss whispered. "Worlds don't matter. Size means nothing to the Force." Rain breathed in and out quickly, focusing her strength. She had no time for words, not now. All that mattered was success. The chant continued. The two Sith's voices became a single monotone chant, their breathing synchronized, as did their heartbeats. Avaryss ceased to exist. Rain ceased to exist. Their presence became one with the dark side, and the dark side was tied up in the song of the keys, tied up and growing louder, louder, and more insistent. Master and apprentice, past and future, they had all become intertwined in the now. Avaryss was the past of her house. Rain was his future. As they became one, they became more. They became a doorway, and the keys were opening that lock. The two made one, looked with their eyes, and they saw it, a great dark space, thousands of glowing paths of light, and at the end of each of those paths, a door to another moment, another life, every single being tied together in this one mystical and impossible place. The world between world. In the physical realm, the keys began to rotate faster. They spun and spun, spinning so fast that they almost appeared to be one, like the Sith being around which they orbited. The song vibrated off the walls of the meditation chamber, vibrated and spread out, directed by the mind of the Sith being. It had been shaped as the Grand Temple on Bantoon was being shaped, smaller, but capable of the same effect. Within the Sith being, what had once been known as Rain sorted out the paths before them, finding the individual Rayach. The creature drew his strength from what had once been Avaryss, focusing his power. Two had become one, for that one moment. Two were enough. The realm of the world between worlds began to shift, drawing all the moments of the Rayach's lives together into a single defining moment. Somewhere beyond space and time, the three Mortis gods felt the change, but were powerless to stop it. Father and daughter were left dizzied, while the sun exalted. And even more distantly, the slumbering shape of another, a mother stirred and fell back asleep. Chaos was not the purpose of this change. The purpose was order. The order of the Sith. The Sith being that had been the master and apprentice regarded the many drawn into one, the many paths forced into one. Mundane animals, nameless unpersons, it thought. Feel the power of the dark side. With that, the two Sith unleashed death knell into the Raicha, every male, female, and youngling. It filled their lungs and their bloodstreams. It was a part of them, as if it had always been a part of them. The Sith being gasped. The dark side was infinite and forever. They were not. Minds and wills fell like a child's toy soldiers, but resistance remained. Resistance and "Be gone, Sith," an old man's voice called out through the world beyond world. A voice of pure balance and order. "Be gone, Shadow." A young woman's voice roared a cry like an angry predator bird. The key's song reached its crescendo. The Sith being collapsed. The one became two once more, and the two fell into darkness. She had no idea how much time had passed. Time had no meaning. She was a young girl again, groaning, crawling out of bed, going off to check the collection towers. She was Darth Avaryss. She blinked and came back to the waking world. The Dark Lord grimaced. Being back in her own body felt strange. She blinked, unsure of where she was, what had happened. Who was Avaryss, she wondered. "My lord, Darth Avaryss. This is Admiral Kennedy. Can you hear me?" She sat up, who she was slowly coming back to her, after the glory of the world between worlds. This existence felt small and painful. Yes, she gasped, I'm here, Admiral. Praise the Emperor, the old man said over the comm. The Dark Lord shook her head. For that one brief moment, she had not been Avaryss, she had been Kira Ann. Rain rose from where she had fallen. The girl ran her good hand through her nest of blonde hair. Avaryss looked up, remembering where she was, and what they had just done. "Rain," she asked, "are you okay?" The younger girl groaned. "Did someone get the number of the airspeeder that just ran me over?" Avaryss shook her head, her mind clearing, and with it, purpose. "Report, Admiral." The reckoning shook underneath them, a weapon explosion. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. "Report, Admiral. We are under attack, my lord. The Raicha are trying to ram us. I've called in the Emperor's wisdom for support." Avaryss frowned. "Attack? Had they failed? How many Raicha vessels are engaging us?" 4, but our allies are keeping them at bay." Avaryss blinked. "Allies?" "Yes, my lord," the Admiral replied, sounding pleased. 20 Raicha ships have joined us and are attacking their fellows. We are also picking up transmissions from the surface. Highness members offering their flocks to our banner and requesting aid in dealing with the heretics that have rejected your protection. Avaryss digested what she was hearing, the thrill of victory burning away the last bits of her confusion. She smiled. It had worked, mostly. Zraicha was hers. Rain groaned and ran her hand through her hair. Her face was slick with sweat, and she had a bloody nose. Avaryss tasted her own blood. Her own nose was bleeding. "We did it, apprentice," she cackled. "We did it." Rain hissed in pain. She had hit her ruined hand as she had fallen. "We didn't get them all, master. You heard the Admiral. Some still resist us." "I did," the Dark Lord agreed. "But such resistance will not be repeated, not when we have the Grand Temple to project our power through." Rain coughed and nodded. "What about those people we saw, the old man and girl?" "What of them?" Rain snorted. "They stopped us, master. What if they tried to come after us?" Avaryss smirked. "Let them try, in the Grand Temple, our power will be absolute." She groaned as she came to her feet. The keys lay glowing at their feet, their power drained by the ritual, drained, but replenishing slowly. Avaryss caught her reflection in the floor of the chamber. Her black hair was even more streaked with white than it was before. Her yellow eyes had sunk deeper into her head, but she didn't care. She had done it. "Admiral Kennedy," she called out, informed the task force to engage any renegade Raicha vessels and ordered General Bedge to prepare his troops for ground assault. "We move as one and help our allies secure the planet." "Understood, my lord, and congratulations on your victory." "It is the Empire's victory," she said. "Make sure the crew realize that, and thank them for their service." Understood, my lord. Canady out. Avaryss sighed in relief. She had done it. The weapon worked. The galaxy was hers. The reckoning shook around them. Rain coughed as she stumbled to her feet. The Dark Lord regarded her apprentice. Are you feeling well enough to direct our forces? Rain grinned. I can't draw strength from our new pawns. They were part of us for just long enough. I can use their strength. The apprentice giggled. Shall we finish taking a world together, my lord? Avaryss laughed. Indeed, Lord Rain. The girl blinked. Lord. Avaryss nodded. You have earned it today. Continue on this path, and I will remove the heart drinker from your body. You will be free again. The girl nodded. I'd better get to work then. She knelt down again, drinking in the pain from her bad foot, but also savoring the dark side energy they had unleashed by briefly reshaping the world beyond world. Avaryss grinned. They shifted the force together, tipped it deeper into the darkness. Now they needed to take advantage. She left the chamber eager to lead her troops into battle. The world below had not completely submitted, but that was not a problem. Any resistance was about to be crushed. Battle would wash away any who had not accepted her gift, and when the battle was over, she would return to a completed great temple, and then the galaxy was hers. She resisted the urge to run, to rush into battle. Today, Zraicha, tomorrow. Everything else. I've done it, she thought. I've won. Chapter 37. The Long Goodbye. You finally did it, didn't you, Avi? Merritt Fallenstar sat in the shadows of the Co-op's Follies cargo bay, trying to keep up on his meditations, to follow the suggestions that Master Vey had offered. Sadly, finding his center was the farthest thing from his mind. How could it be, after what had happened? It had begun 3 days ago. After that, he thought it best that he make himself scarce. We fled together, but when it happened, when whatever it was happened, his eyes narrowed. It was at that moment that I truly realized how much I've changed. He tried not to focus on it, but he could not deny it. Some people were just too far gone, and now he feared that he was in that camp. They had fled Jomar quickly after the destruction of Avaryss' pet HK droid, but they had not fled intact. 23 people has lost their lives when the droid triggered the self-destruct in the Sith troopers that had accompanied him. 17 more had been injured. People that had served Co-op well, good people, who might have been a bit rough around the edges, but not evil. Not like Avi, he thought, and not like me. There had been no time, no chance for mourning or looking after the fallen. If the droid had had any backup waiting, they would have been on them in a matter of hours, so they had fled. Coop, his wife, and the people he had left. Vey was still in the Kolto tank, as was Choir. Zahar and Bela had come as well, while CC took the Nightfire alone, the creature that they had captured, the thing that had been a Bond noble, locked in one of the Fire's holding cages. They would need to deal with that problem soon, questioned the thing. What first, Co-op had wanted to get them somewhere safe. They had taken a roundabout path, hoping to throw off any pursuit. It seemed to have worked, but then, 3 days ago, it had happened. He had never felt anything like it, and neither had any of the others. We all felt it, he thought to himself. The others might not understand what came to pass, but I do. He shook his head. All the others knew was that something terrible had happened. It felt like someone had seized the Force by the throat and twisted until it almost broke. That was how Zahar had described it. Bela had said it felt like someone had pushed her under frigid water and held her there until she almost died. Vey, he shivered. Vey had only just survived the experience. She had still been submerged in the Kolto tank when it happened, and even then, it had not been enough. The doctor had needed to pull her out of the tank, stabilize her the best he could. Yet, it had been a very near thing. Vey had almost died, becoming one with the Force, and if she had, the Light would have lost one of its true champions. Merritt had felt no pain when it happened. For him the sensation had been different, he felt, a sort of elation. It was through his connection to Avi. He had felt a sense of empowerment and cruel joy. Part of him welcomed it, the growing dark, and the power that it offered. It had been a heady sensation, and considering how the others had reacted, what they sensed, he finally understood just how far gone he was. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Avi was finally making her move. What the others had felt, and what he had sensed, was her using Hikita's keys. He was sure of it, and now all could sense what the Dark Lord had truly become. When he closed his eyes, he could almost see her, looking both beautiful and terrible at the same time. The wounds she had inflicted on him years ago seemed to burn as if they were new. The brand on his chest seemed to smoke. He could see her sly smile and hear her words. "You know where you belong, my love. The dark side is your power now, just as it is mine. In your exile, and stop trying to be something you are not. The light has abandoned you, and only the darkness will now accept you. Come to me, my love, come to me. It is the only way." Hearing her voice, sensing what she had done, he wondered if she was right. Had all his fighting these last few years been for naught? Was he doomed to serve her, to be what she wanted? Had he ever even had a choice at all? So many questions, and they filled him with an emptiness that he knew could only be filled with one thing. He could stop right now, simply go to Bantoon and accept his place. If he did, would it stop? Could he keep Avi from doing any more harm? He wanted to say yes, but he feared that his judgment was no longer sound. It had not been since that day on Tatooine, in the cave. The day he had opened himself up to the darkness. The day she manipulated me, he thought with a snarl, tried to drown me in her darkness. After that, nothing had been the same. Their relationship had changed. It had become more intimate, but also darker. It had made the upcoming conflict between them inevitable. If I want to save Ander and ANJ, I will have to face her. Vay and his mother believed it was his destiny, but what if, in facing her, he chose to join her? How can it end any other way? Avaryss' voice seemed to echo through his thoughts. We are part of each other, my love. We are a single whole. We were born together, grew up together, and will, in all likelihood, die together. You cannot escape it. He could almost see Avaryss' sly smile. You are mine. He took a shuddering breath. It was not an easy thing to accept. He had never wanted to be anything but a Jedi, but now. He wasn't sure anymore about anything. Years ago, when he had considered going off with her, he had thought it a just sacrifice. He could use their connection to keep her grounded. He thought he would be able to keep the darkness within her in check. He had never considered that she would use their connection to corrupt him, and now that it was done, he feared there was no way back. He believed. You are thinking about her. The voice echoed through the empty cargo bay. Bayla stood before him, her slender figure only just visible in the darkness. Dressed in the same jumpsuit as the rest of Co-op's people, she still cut a striking figure, even with her lightsaber and Paladina blaster on her hip. He could feel her gaze. Her blue-gray eyes were cold, evaluating him. He sighed and shook his head. It is a rare day when I don't think about her, he confessed, but, knowing what you know, you can accept that, right? Bayla snorted and began to pace before him. He didn't rise from his meditations, or ask her what she wanted. He could guess that too, after what had happened with the assassin droid. He was pretty sure he knew what she wanted. You know Darth Avaryss, she said. A statement, not a question. I thought I did, he replied. Bayla stopped pacing and stood before him. You knew her, intimately. Can't deny that, either, he shrugged. Her eyes narrowed. I want to know about her. Tell me everything. He shook his head. Everything, huh? He said, his voice amused. Everything, she repeated. How she thinks. How she fights. How she sees others and the galaxy around her. Everything. And what would you do with this information? Arrest her. Take her before the Senate in chains. Bayla's expression turned dangerous. Plant her in the Garden of Bones. Mary gave her an arch look. He knew what the Garden of Bones was. It was the place in the seas of Bantoon where the Bond executed criminals, drowning them and leaving their skeletons to sway in the waves until the sea consumed what was left. You want to kill her? Shouldn't I? Bela asked. Merritt shrugged. Others have tried. A lot of others. I have something they didn't have. Oh yeah, and what is that? She gave him a cruel smile. I have you. He shrugged. That could help, maybe. Bela remained insistent. Tell me everything, Rit. I need to know. He sighed and rose from his meditations. He stood above her, seeing his reflection in her eyes, the slight crimson glow on her face. His eyes had been glowing brightly since Avaryss had used her keys. That glow reflected off the red lenses that hid his eyes from the rest of the galaxy. Things are getting worse, he knew. And so am I. He removed the lenses, letting her see that glow in all its glory. It served to intimidate most beings he encountered. They stood her group, unwilling to bend. He shook his head, his eyes closed. I can feel your anger. It is simmering right below the surface. Her brow furrowed. Shouldn't I be angry? You know where that can lead. For a Jedi, yes, but luckily, I'm no Jedi. The Paladina are not that different. 23 people, Rit. 23. They were all killed because the Sith want me. He shook his head. Listen to me, back up. Those deaths, and all that have died, those deaths are because of Avaryss. Those lives, what happened to them? It is not your fault. Whose fault is it then? He frowned. There was a lot of blame going around on that front. He was to blame for convincing Colonel Capistan to bring Avaryss into Survivor Squad. The Colonel was to blame for letting Avaryss seek out the keys during her time with Survivor Squad. Hell, if you wanted to get technical, Master Jazz and Shira were to blame for not killing Avaryss when they first met her, all those years ago. You could even blame Avaryss' master for murdering her family. That act had started her down the dark path. Yes, there was a lot of blame to go around, but Bela no. She had no real part in it. Pointing fingers is a waste of time, he said, replying to her question. What matters now is how we respond to what is happening. Which is exactly why I need your help, Bela reminded him. She drew in closer, put her hand on his arm. Help me, she said desperately, please. He looked down at her hand. He could not deny that he felt a surge of warmth at her touch now, a warmth that continued to burn within him, and had since Jomark. Had since they had kissed. The thought made him shiver, not in disgust, but in desire. I'm sorry, Master Jazz, he thought to himself. I guess I truly am weak. He looked into her eyes, those blue-gray eyes, so fierce and determined. Help me, she repeated, please. Her fingers tightened around his arm. I will give you anything. He almost sneered. Anything. Her closeness, her begging. It was giving off prey signals. The predator that Avaryss had awoken in him responded to those with hunger. He reached up and touched her face. She didn't pull away. If anything, she leaned into his touch. You should be more careful, he said in a silky voice. Some men might take advantage of such an offer. Some men. He didn't need to finish. She had spent enough time on the run to guess what such men might do. He expected her to behave as she had when she was younger, to back away and blush, sputtering that she had not meant that. She didn't. She met his gaze and gave him a sly smile of her own. Such men would be very forward, Mr. Fallen Star. Considering what I am, few would take the risk, offending a Paladin a knight. Her words brought a cruel smile to his lips. He was starting to enjoy this game. No risk, no reward, he replied. His finger traced her ear, making her shiver. Some rewards are more valuable than others, she answered with an excited sigh. She met his golden gaze. Her fingers tightened on his arm. Rewards such as these. He shivered as she reached out with the force. He felt her presence touch his mind. What she showed him was surprising. He had expected to be bombarded with images of desire and lust, something to tempt him into aiding her. What he saw was, not so straightforward, but no less intriguing. He sighed, and let himself be carried away. Merritt saw the two of them together, not lost in their passions, but lost in life. He saw visions of them training together, having meals together. He saw them sitting together in her chambers talking about what they were going to do with their lives now that the fighting was over. Somewhere in the distance, he heard his mother's voice. It is not ownership she is offering, my son. It is partnership. She is offering to share her life with you and asking you to share yours with her. Would your Sith girl do that? Avaryss asked for surrender, that you belong to her. He heard his mother laugh. Bayla is clever, like her father. I'm starting to like this one merit. He nodded slightly. He understood. Only in the end did she offer up images of them, lost in their desires. He recognized her bedroom in the palace, the two of them surrendering to their desires, their forms barely visible hidden by the gauzy curtains that surrounded her bed. Then, just like that, it was gone, and the two of them were back aboard the co-op's Folly, facing each other. Merritt gasped, feeling a strange sense of vertigo. Bayla swayed slightly, causing him to reach out and pull he close. His master's daughter giggled. Whoa, she said. Thanks. It has been a while since I did that. Opened up my emotions to someone. An interesting offer. Back up, he said. She shrugged. Why does a reward have to be one-sided? She asked. Why can't it improve the lives of two rather than one? He nodded. That was one way of looking at it. He smirked. That last image was that meant to be the icing on the cake. She returned the smile. Intimacy breeds intimacy. She put her arms around his neck. Besides, you are not the only one who can want. His desires flared, drawn out by her closeness and the heat that flowed between them in the Force. Their noses touched. She sighed and closed her eyes. He leaned in Anne. Princess Bayla. The words came over the Folly's loudspeaker system, startling them both and causing them to pull away from each other. Merritt almost snarled in rage. Damn it. They were in the middle of something. As angry as he was, part of him was also grateful. The image of her in his arms returned, the one of them lost in their desires, the one with them looking upon each other with Sith eyes. That fear remained, he could not escape it, especially now. I can't do this, he realized. I can't be weak. Bayla pulled away from him, finding the nearest comm panel. I'm here, she said into it. We need you on the bridge, your ladyship. Co-op's voice responded. We have just emerged from hyperspace, and we've got company. I'm on my way, she declared. She looked over at him and motioned for him to follow. Merritt fell in step beside her. Company, Co-op had said. What type of company? The Force offered no information or warning, but he expected that what was coming was significant. Events were moving faster now. What was coming? Destiny was on the march. It was best to be ready. For anything. They arrived to find the Folly's bridge abuzz with activity. Coop sat in the captain's chair, staring out at the orange and green world before them. He didn't bother to look over his shoulder at them. Welcome to Trevis, kids, he said. Merritt looked out the viewport. He had never heard of this world. Coop looked at the comm officer. Any word from Adira? Not since her initial warning, Skipper, the man responded. Coop nodded. So she is playing a smart, good girl. Merritt frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, Adira was one of Co-op's daughters with Kimura. She would be about their age now, maybe a little older. What is this place, Uncle? Bayla asked. My daughter's hold, he said. Trevis is a pleasant enough world, by human standards. Clients of mine who need a bit of incentive to do business with me are sent here. It is easier to work with people who have indulged their appetites, and there's much to enjoy here. Food, drink, well, you get the idea. Merritt nodded. Made sense. We got an unidentified ship in orbit. It has been here for about an hour. Adira has spoken to them, but they don't seem interested in leaving. Have you identified the ship? Bayla asked. Coop nodded, leaning back in his chair. It is in our registry, smuggling vessel. It's squawking the name, Amanda Fallow. Merritt smiled. Amanda Fallow. A man to follow. Cute. He reached out with the Force, expecting to find the usual sense of greed and hardness of such crews. He blinked in surprise. No. It couldn't be. Have they spotted us? Coop asked the helmsman. No, Captain, we came out just outside their sensor range. The old smuggler nodded. Merritt could guess what he was thinking. Their little convoy was far from defenseless. Coop's folly had weapons, as did the Nightfire of the other 5 ships that had fled Jomark 2 were fighting ships, including Terra Valentine's Stolen Heart. Not that fighting was necessary. We should hail them, Merritt said. Not the smartest move, kid, Co-op said. If people are looking for you, looking for the folly. There are friends on board that ship. We can't trust them. Coop glanced up and over at him. This is one of those forced things, isn't it? Yeah, Merritt replied. Coop sighed. There are times that I miss you, Jazz, he said under his breath. Merritt said nothing. He understood. He still missed his master, too. Hail the fallow, Co-op ordered. Using our real name, or one of our aliases, Cap, the comm officer asked. Our name, if the ship is friendly, we might as well be friendly. The man opened the channel. Unidentified ship. This is the Co-op's folly. Gabe Cooper commanding. We have you on sensors and are on approach to Trevis. Don't be shy over there. Say hello. Merritt smiled as he felt a touch from the Force, a familiar touch. The comm crackled to life. Coop's folly, this shy reveal of the Jedi Order aboard the Amanda Fallow, and as you can imagine, an amused laugh came over the comm. I cannot help to be shy. It is my name after all. Coop chuckled. Master Shira, good to hear your voice again. I have some friends aboard that might be interested in saying hello. I believe that I can sense at least one of them. Hello, Finn. Merritt winced. He hated having to key those he had known on what had happened since Survivor Base. He would have preferred to let Finn Shadowstone be gone and forgotten. Still, this was Shira. Hey, Shira, he answered, glad to hear your voice after Survivor Base. Yes, I know, his fellow Jedi growled. Much has happened. Merritt shook his head. That was a bit of understatement. What brings you out this way, Master Shira? Coop asked. You still on order business? I called out to her. A pained voice sang out behind them. Thank you for telling Zahara where we were going, Captain. Merritt and Bela turned, while Co-op rotated his chair around. Ve'alo stood before them, looking more than unsteady, supported by her Padawan. You're awake, Co-op said, no small amount of surprise in voice. They gave him a pained smile. I need to be, the ancient Jedi replied. Things are happening. Got your old Padawan on the line, Master, Co-op said. Would you like to speak with her? Yes, but on the surface if you please, Captain. They sighed. There are things that need to be said, things that must be discussed. Master, Zahar said, maybe this is not the best time. You need your rest. She gave him a pained look. I will rest soon enough, Zahar, but for now, this needs to be done. Coop nodded and turned back to the comm officer. Give the follow the landing coordinates and inform Adira that we are about to have guests. Aye, Skipper. Merritt and Bela both approached Vey, the Jedi mass side, but her expression looked hopeful. Now we are together, she said. She gave them all a sad smile. Now, we start to put the wrong things right. The ships touched down within the hour of their first meeting, and then the reunion began. Merritt had been happy to see Shira again. It had been years, and he had feared her lost. He was not surprised to see Cord at her side, or to hear that she had joined the Alliance. What did surprise him was the presence of 2 others aboard the Fallow. 2 large Sith of the Old Blood, or rather one very old Sith of the Old Blood, and a familiar half-blood. He blinked at the sight. Timon. The boy knew the man that had been his Padawan stood before him, towering over him. Master Finn, he said, I had thought you lost. Merritt nodded. Finn was lost, he said. He got lost in his darkness, and Merritt Fallenster had to find his way back. The bounty hunter sighed. You may refer to me as Merritt Fallenstar now, if you please. It is the name that I should have been born with, and have since I have embraced my heritage. Fallen Star, Shira said, as in Merrick's fallen star. The bounty hunter nodded. He was not surprised that Shira would know his mother's name. They had worked with her during the First War after all. As for Tim, he remained the dutiful student, former student. The half-blood nodded. As you wish, master. Merritt winced. I think we can forget the master thing, kid, considering what a foul-up I was at it. Timon shook his head. You didn't fail me, master. Your training, it gave me what I needed to survive. I owe you everything. The son of my son is strong, the Sith who introduced himself as Nar said. You are to be commended, Master Fallen Star. Merritt knew the old one's name, too. He had heard many tales of the former Sith general who had opposed Survivor Squad during the Galactic War. The fact that the man had defected and became an ally of sorts had been a major event in the history of the squad. As for stories, Shira was quick to catch them up on what had happened recently, what had drawn them to this place. She told them of the Stalkhouse raid, and the planet known as Death, and the pirate and former slaves that lived there. She also told them of the arrival of Zay, Avaryss' apprentice, and the death she wrought on the people of the town of Eulogy. 73 people had died in the girls' attack, most of them non-combatants. Timon had blamed himself for those deaths, and had refused to leave until those who had lost their lives had been tended to. Shira had not been happy, but she had understood. Merritt shook his head. He should have been surprised, but he wasn't Avy's apprentice after all. It seemed that his former lover sowed death and destruction wherever she touched. Timon, believing himself responsible for the attack, had chosen to leave with Shira, lest Avaryss' forces returned. Nar had accompanied him, Nar and 2 others. The first was a Wookiee named Rufo, the same one that the survivors had saved in the last days of their existence. The other was a blonde girl named Switch. The bounty hunter watched his student, the way he looked at the girl. It was not hard to see that the two were more than friends. The fellow had been between systems when they had felt Avaryss using the keys. After that, Shira had felt her master reach out to her through the Force, giving her the name of this world, a name given to Vay by her student Zahar. And it was here that their stories had converged. A story that seemed to have a happy ending, for Shira at least. The Beastwoman Jedi smiled when she realized that they had Bela Istilo with them. We have been looking for you, Your Highness. The Alliance sends its regards. It is good to see a friendly face, Master Jedi, the princess said. We have been surrounded by enemies lately. As Coop left to speak with his daughter and see about quarters for everyone, Vay requested that all the Force sensitives join her to catch up and plan their next move. You will all have parts to play, Vay informed them. Trevis was a temperate world, no so different from Survivor Base or Dantooine. Merritt felt comfortable here. Coop's daughter's base, or perhaps it could be called a resort, was built on the shore of a deep blue lake. The planet's multiple moons orbited overhead as the planet sunset in the east. Vay smiled slightly as she marched their small party away from the base and out along the shore. Merritt followed closely with Bela at his side. Shira walked with Timon, with Nar bringing up the rear. Zahar helped Vay walk as she led the way. The Jedi Master seemed to be improving as they drew deeper into the natural beauty of the world. The Force was strong here. That was good. It would help the Jedi Master recover. Through the Force, she was glowing like a star. Any idea what this is about? Merritt shook his head. He couldn't guess. The group walked for nearly 20 minutes when Vay finally called them to a halt. She turned and gestured for them all to gather round. They all obeyed without question, even Nar, who was not a Jedi. Vay stood with her back to the lake, the sun setting behind her. She gave them all a tired smile. It has been a long time, but finally we are here. Nar crossed his arms over his chest. Have you foreseen our coming here, Master Jedi? I have always been here, General Nar, and have known that it was only a matter of time before I came to this place. They giggled. It is strange, I've seen this place many times in my mind. So many times over the centuries, and now that I'm finally here. She shook her head. It has been a long time coming, and I'm grateful to be here, with all of you. Mary gave her an arch look. He didn't like where this was going. They turned to him. We have all felt it, the rending in the force. You know what happened, don't you, Merit? You know who and what is responsible. Avaryss and her keys, he answered, the keys of Hikidus. They are an abomination, the Jedi Master said. They must be destroyed or more worlds will suffer. She turned to the group. That task, it falls to you now. Everyone here has been drawn to this moment, this one doom. The Jedi shook her head. I underestimated Darth Avaryss. Jazdar bin underestimated her. Unless she is stopped, the Dark Lord of the Sith will control the wills of everyone in the galaxy. Worlds will become a place of darkness. This entire galaxy will become a place of darkness. We can't stop her, Master, Shira growled. We will stop her together. I know, they said happily. Yet, there is much darkness still ahead. You will all be tested. Dark Lords do not fall easily. Exar Kun didn't fall easy. Darth Revan didn't. Darth Traya didn't. She shuddered and almost seemed to fall. Zahar was there in a moment, steadying her. She gave him a grateful look. She again turned the Force wielders before her. Jedi, Sith Old Blood, Paladina, Pirate, Bounty Hunter. You have survived, and in doing so, have become what the galaxy needs. Today, Survivor Squad is reborn, and with your return, the failure of Darth Avaryss begins to take shape. And with your leadership, Master, we will not fail. Shira said. They giggled again. I will be with you, all of you, but not at your side. A single tear ran down her cheek. This is amazing. I've always known this day would come, and even now, I am using all my strength to remain in this moment, this final moment in time. Zahar looked at her, his eyes widening, finally realizing why they were here. Master. She lay her hand on his shoulder. You will not be alone, my student. When the student is ready, the master will appear. She looked at Shira. You are ready, Shira. I will need you to take up this charge. The boy needs you, and you will need him. The master needs the apprentice, and the apprentice needs the master. Shira's eyes widened. Master. No. Don't, please, they said gently. She reached out and stroked Zar's cheek. You can't trust Shira, dear boy. She understands what you must face, and you must offer her your strength. She will need to go into a dark place, and will need your light, and you will need hers. The boy looked about to cry. As you say, my master. They looked at her former student. Do you accept this charge, Shira? She whimpered, but she nodded. She knew what was expected of her. They turned to Nar and Timon. The desire for vengeance will be strong, but remember, even a soul drawn to the darkness is not necessarily lost forever. Nar found the light in the loss of his son, and in the father's sacrifice Timon found his own strength. Watch out for each other, and watch out for others. Timon nodded. He didn't know Vay like the others did, but he understood what was being asked. Nar chuckled. Me, a survivor. A most unexpected development that. The Force has a strange sense of humor, does it not, Jedi? Oh yes, Vay agreed. Finally she turned to Merritt and Bela. The girl had tears in her eyes, and even Merritt could not deny the stinging in his own. She gave them both a concerned look. It will fall to you two to walk into the heart of darkness. Avaryss will be drawn to you, and you to her. I could not say that you will defeat her, but you stand the best chance. You will be tested. The darkness will reach out for you. What if it already has its hold? Merritt asked. They smiled again. Then you will need to be extra careful then, yes. He nodded. Yes? So be it. Bela went to her, knelt at her feet. Master, what you are asking, I don't know. Remember your father's teachings, girl? You have tried to distance yourself from them in the past, but now, you will need them most of all. Keep them in your heart, and stay close to those you care about, those you know you must protect. They touched her forehead. Do that, and you have chance. The darkness retreats before love and compassion. Remember that. They helped the girl back to her feet. She stepped back, next to Merritt. He found his hand in hers. He needed that. They both did. They sighed. I was not strong enough to endure what Avaryss did, but know that I don't blame her. This moment, this fate was always mine. I have watched for centuries as those around me entered the Force. I was always the one left behind, and now, finally, I can rest. I will see them again. She turned her back, watching the setting sun. She was not afraid, merely nervous, a child's excitement at going on a grand adventure. One last goodbye, Vay whispered, my life, the very long goodbye. I'm sorry, Bela said, if I had not come to you. This was always my destiny, child. Do not blame yourself. Rejoice that I have come to this point, a natural end to all my work. I'm happy. They stood around her, the new survivors. They watched as the light faded. They let out a tired sigh. Strong am I in the Force, but not that strong. Not strong enough to remain any longer, but in rest, to become more powerful than even I could possibly imagine. She giggled again. Finally, rest. They let out one last tired sigh. She started to fall. Zahara went to catch her. The last rays of the sun disappeared beneath the horizon. The boy was on his knees, holding only empty robes and a lightsaber. The light side surged welcome in the presence of one of eldest of the Jedi. Merritt wiped at his face. Bela leaned against him. As Shira howled to the stars, honoring the passing of one of the light's great champions. Twilight had passed. Night had fallen, but hope remained. Survivors Reborn. Chapter 38. Ghosts. Why, Rainey? The familiar voice asked, a voice that echoed through the darkness. Though she could not see his face, she didn't need to. She knew who it was. Why, Kaelin repeated, why did you let me die? The Sith apprentice said nothing. She kept her eyes closed and her breathing steady. This was nothing new for her. The voices, the accusations of the dead, no. In moments like this, during her meditations, it was quite common. Her ghosts never left her alone. They were never far from her. They were always waiting, always ready to remind her of what she had done and her failures as a Sith. Avaryss insisted that she needed to endure them. Many times, her master told her that conquering the ghost of her victims was one of the many tests that would prove that she was worthy of being the next empress. Though she drew great power from guilt, eventually, she would need to cast it aside. Guilt has no place in our world, apprentice. Cast it aside and embrace your hatred. Hatred for the Jedi, the mundane horde of the galaxy, or even hatred of yourself. But understand one thing. The dark side is all, and you must be a part of it. She tried to do that, to be what her master said she must be, but in the meantime, her victims haunted her, and Kaelin had now been inducted into their ranks. Such was what she had to deal with. Rain took another deep breath and let it out, in and out. Kaelin remained, his shade watching her. She almost cursed under her breath. Damn it. Just go away. He didn't, of course. They never did. Sometimes, she thought. She feared that they never would. She could not say if the ghosts that haunted her were really there, or only in her head. Actual spirits conjured by the Force, or just the result of her guilt and imagination. Regardless, it didn't really matter. Real or not, they tormented her just the same, especially when she was meditating. Go away, she repeated. Yet, he remained, they always remained. She tried to ignore him, to focus on the thing within her, the alchemical beast that her master had forced down her throat. What had she called it? A heart drinker. Whatever it was a part of her now feeding off her power. Now that she was alone, out of her master's sight, she did her best to examine the thing. Examine it, probe it, and determine how best to get rid of it. The thought of being bound to anything fueled her rage. How dare you do this to me, master? How dare you? There had not been time to do this on their way back from Zrecha. She had been exhausted after the battle. Using her battle meditation was always tiring, but having aided in subjugating an entire world, literally reprogramming the wills and minds of millions through the Force, and then aiding in the destruction of all those who had not turned, had left her on the verge of collapse. She had slept for 3 days, waking only when Trump came to inform her that they were back on Bantoon. Her master had been pleased, at the least, and had allowed her to sleep. Sadly, she had done nothing about the alchemical thing inside her student. She may have finally recognized Rain as a full lord, but beyond that, offered nothing, no freedom from the creature, and giving no word what it would take to get her to remove it. The apprentice's brow furrowed, as she tried to reach out with the force, trying to understand what had been done. Only through understanding could she find the way out. Her master was clever, that was for sure, but she was not infallible. I will get rid of you, she thought, addressing the thing curled up within her chest. I will do it. I must find a way. She had been back on the Shea Moon for 5 days now. Her master had ordered her to resume her duties. Even with their final victory close at hand, it was necessary to keep an eye on the gangs that thrived on Bantoon. Despite their clumsy and uneducated ways, they could still cause trouble. Avaryss was taking no chances. We must keep matters in hand, Lord Rain, the Dark Lord, had said. We can allow no surprises at this point. Rain had agreed. Things were moving faster now. With the success of Zraya's operation, the initiative was now theirs, and best of all, the other galactic powers had not seemed to notice. According to Avaryss contacts, both Arcann and the hero of Tython continued their war on each other, squabbling over distant worlds and seeking allies, with not a single eye turning to Bantoon. Meanwhile, Avaryss was using her puppets to sow even more confusion. Multiple raid nests were broadcasting different accounts of the battle. Some blamed the Alliance, others blamed the Zakwal, another blamed a pirate fleet, and so forth, and so forth. If Avaryss' name came up, whispered by an enemy, who cared? Her name was but one of many. The force had echoed with Avaryss' victory, but with so many others being blamed, it was unlikely that anyone would target them, not yet anyway. That gave them time for the workers to finish the Grand Temple. Time to win the galaxy. Deception, secrecy, and cunning, the weapons of the dark side were these, and Avaryss was proving to be its undisputed master. She was a scalpel in a world of hammers, and soon all would learn that. Rain looked forward to that moment. The best way to bring someone low was to wait for their back to turn, slip up behind them, and stab them in the heart. They were now primed to do that. Death knell, with the keys to deliver it was the perfect dagger. Rain smiled to herself. The galaxy's back was turned, and now it was almost time. She reached out with the force again, trying to examine the heart drinker. She even tried to commune with it. Her master was able to command it with the slightest of gestures. If the thing understood, then it should be able to understand her. It didn't answer, which meant that it couldn't, or that it simply chose not to. Avaryss had warned her that any attempt to tell anyone about it would result in it making her suffer. Any attempt to remove it would also prove painful. Yet, she refused to accept that this was her life now, that this would go on. There had to be a way to free herself. She had to find a way. Otherwise, her future was no longer certain. Her success was no longer certain. If she didn't find a way to get rid of the heart drinker, her becoming the next Dark Lord of the Sith was in doubt. The Empire would never be hers. Her eyes stung, the thought of becoming nothing filled her with dread. To be a slave again, bound and broken. She could not. She shook her head, wiping angrily at her eyes, stopping offending tears before they could fall. No, she could not give in to despair. She still had much to learn. Her time to rule was still a long ways off. Her dreams of empire were far from becoming a reality. She would not give up on those dreams, but that is all they were at this point. Dreams. What she wanted, what she would do when she sat on the throne, that was for the future. Right now, she had her own matters to concern herself with, and so she sought guidance in the dark side itself. She tried to focus on what she wanted as she called upon the dark side. Rain needed to center herself, not only to restore her power, but to prepare for her next move. Preparations that would be so much easier if she was not being haunted by ghosts from her past. But easy was not part of the Sith doctrine, was it? Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Passion meant dealing with her emotions. A Sith's life was suffering the consequences of their actions, and not only dealing with those consequences, but rising above them. That is what she was doing now, facing her past, and using her hate and rage to move beyond her past. Suffering was how a Sith defined themselves and rose to greater heights. As Avaryss' student, she was more than prepared to do that. Let the ghosts come, she thought to herself. I am a lord of the Sith now, and I am strong. I can deal with the condemnation of a few shades. She opened her eyes and could see nothing. She preferred to do her meditations in total darkness. What one saw could be deceptive here. It was just her and the Force. The training room beneath her apartment on Shay was quite large enough to engage her 3 training droids when she practiced her saber techniques. Those droids were powered down now, silent and cold, just as the room itself. She kept it 10 degrees below what she considered comfortable, and in the Echini tradition, taught to her by Lord Taya, she chose to train wearing minimal clothing, a simple tank top and black briefs. The cold brought goose flesh to her arms and legs. Her bad leg pained her from kneeling too long. Her ruined left hand throbbed and itched. She had been fitted with a set of new cybernetic fingers before leaving the reckoning, but they had not fully bonded yet. They felt strange and clumsy, and the burning never left. The itching didn't stop. The medical droid offered her painkillers, but she refused. Endure, grow, and survive, she thought. The way of the Sith. As she stared into the darkness, the shadows took shape. She could almost see Kalen standing before her, scowling down on her. I thought you were my friend, Rainey. Now look what you have done. She sneered. Did I order you to engage that old pureblood? No. You took on the challenge yourself, and you failed. You were weak. She pierced the spirit with an angry gaze. You have no one to blame but yourself. Lika and her father might disagree, the Spectre replied. My family might disagree. She acknowledged that with a silent nod. It was a problem, true, but she had a plan to make things right between herself and House Dresco. Provided she got Lika on board, she thought that they might be willing to accept what she had to offer. She could not entirely kill the sly smile on her lips. She may have been isolated, dealing with these thugs, enduring the mess that was the Bantoon moons, but that didn't mean she had not been paying attention to what her master was up to. Death Knell was only one of her master's projects. She had many more that defined her plots and schemes. Project Chrysalis and Project Rejuvenator, to name a few. She didn't know everything about these plans, but in the last few years she had cultivated more than a few contacts among the various soldiers and technicians that served her master. Men and women who fed their vices on the moons that Rain now oversaw. They were more than willing to trade information for darker pleasures. Her master's Chrysalis project showed the most promise. Rain was aware that her master had acquired a certain technology from one of her late master's labs. A technology that would go a long way to repairing her relationship with Callan's parents and Lika's father. She needed that. She would need those relationships when she took over the Sith. The shade of her dead friend laughed. Take over the Sith. Like you could ever defeat your master, especially now. Rain glared up at him. Shut up. Why? What are you going to do to me if I don't? Kill me? He laughed again. I'm already dead, remember. Thanks to you. She said nothing, only glared at the ghost in the darkness. Damn it. Why wouldn't they just leave her alone? Because you don't deserve to be alone, girl. Another shade appeared behind Callan's. A young man with a large kitchen knife in his neck. Yohun Selchu, a former transport pilot, and her first real murder victim. All you have to offer is a painful death. Rain shook her head. You should have just eaten the damn stew, she murmured. I didn't want you to suffer. All I needed was your ship and a way off-world. My family were kind to you, and all you gave us in return was death. That is how she repays kindness, another spirit said to her left. Rain sighed and shook her head. Not him too. Go away, Colonel, she hissed. Go back to the grave that I put you in. Chris Capistan, the leader of Survivor Squad, didn't move. He remained off to the right of her. He stood before her, a cup of calf in his hand, much as he had in life. She could see the hole her light pike had left in his chest, but he didn't seem to feel it now. She could almost smell him, that smell of strong calf and burning meat. He gave her a sad look. During her time at Survivor Base, they had become friendly. Her master had commanded that she watch him, and so she had. They had spoken many times. He told her about his father, a small man who destroyed both his life and ambitions with drink and self-loathing. He told her about his dreams of becoming an artist, dreams that he had put aside because of both war and his father's torments. He had told her about his love for Gilly Locke, how she had been carrying his child at one point, and how that child had been lost on a mission without them realizing the truth. Capistan had been a good man, a warrior poet, and she had run him through with her light pike. And why? Because he called her a slave to the dark side and to Avaryss. She had lost her temper. It had been a mistake. We spent a lot of time talking, kid. I know that you have done things that you didn't want to do because you thought they were necessary. Rain sneered. What I told you were lies, to gain your trust. But know this, I didn't want your life. I respected you, what you endured. If you had come with us, joined us, you would still be alive now. The man she knew as Mr. Chris shook his head. I remained true to myself to the end. I feel no shame in that. How about you, You think about what you did, about the people that died by your hands. What does that make you? That guilt. Are you truly ready to endure that for the rest of your life? She chewed her lip and thought. The guilt is just another test. I will rise above it and become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. I will rule the galaxy after my master. And how will you defeat her with that thing inside of you? Kaelin asked. She had leverage over you now, Rainy, and she has just ensured that you will never have a chance to take her throne. She will remove it when I have proven myself, she replied, repeating her master's promise. Avaryss is a liar, Chris Capistan said. She proved that when she joined the survivors. What makes you so sure that she is not lying to you now? Rain didn't answer. She didn't have one. Even now, as she thought about the creature, she could feel it curling around her heart, settled in her chest. Her master had a means to ensure that she remained hers now and for the rest of her life. Why would she give that up? She needed her apprentice's battle meditation, for now, but once victory had been achieved, who could say? Avaryss was a powerful Sith alchemist. She had conquered death and took a new body for herself. She could do so again, if she chose. What did she need an apprentice, an heir, for? Rain's frown deepened. Were the spirits right? Had her master just been waiting for an excuse to bind her to her forever? Had Rain been made, no longer an heir, but a mere slave? Her eyes narrowed. No. She would not go back to that again. She was destined to be the next Dark Lord. She would train her master's son when she seized the Sith throne. You are kidding yourself, Kaelin spat. She didn't make you her student, she made you her slave, the colonel chimed in. You became a murderer for nothing, Johann added. You will be nothing. No, she hissed. You are wrong. No. You're nothing, Johann repeated. Just another slave, Kaelin spat. I pity you, kid, Mr. Chris said. I pity you. Go away. A wave of dark side energy pulsed out from the apprentice. The ghosts vanished, but she didn't believe them truly gone. She was breathing heavily now, her anger rising. It was at that moment that she felt another spirit's presence, felt a soft hand on her shoulder. She smelled a scent that was tied to her earliest memories. No, she whimpered, not you too. Zay, the woman's voice said with a slight quaver. Zedra is that you? She rose from her meditations, turned and looked at the shade. Seeing it made her knees tremble. She had never seen this one before. Mom, she whispered, Mommy. The image of her mother stood before her, as she had in life. In truth, Rain didn't know if the woman was alive or dead. Her gray and blonde hair, the careworn face, and the green eyes so much like her daughter. She was dressed as she had been the last day she had seen her, back on the auction block, back when she had been sold to her last master. The older woman gave her a hopeful look. Zedra, oh my, look at you. You are a young woman now. Rain didn't answer, her eyes burned, filling with tears. She was trying to stop them from falling. Her mother noticed her injuries, her twisted foot, and blasted hand. Baby, what happened to you? Who hurt you? It is nothing, Rain answered. There is no pain where the power lies. Her mother's brow furrowed. What has happened to you? Your eyes, you look so angry. Rain sneered. Why should I be angry? She asked. It is not like you abandoned me, that you let me sold off to Master Anchor, without even trying to save me. What was I to do, Zay? Something. Anything. Zay answered. She shook her head. Tears ran down her cheeks even as she shook with impotent rage. Why did you let him take me? She knew the answer to the question, but she wanted to hear the answer from her mother's lips, the lips of someone dead to her. What could I do, child? I didn't want them to take you. Rain snarled. Because you were weak. Well, I'm not weak anymore, Mama. I'm strong. I'm going to rule the galaxy. Her mother blinked. Zay, sweetie, what are you talking about? Rule the galaxy. Rain smiled triumphantly. The Force is with me, Mother. It is mine to command. Look at me, your little Zay. I'm a Lord of the Sith, Mother, and I will never be a slave, not ever again. Rain paused, the tears in her mother's eyes stopped her. Mama, why? Why are you crying? The spirit whimpered. Oh, my baby. No. You can't be this. No, not my little girl. Rain's eyes narrowed. I was born with power, and I used it to free myself. Through victory, my chains are broken. My little girl, her mother repeated, You have to stop. The Jedi will kill you. The Sith snarled. The Jedi are nothing. They are a fading light, and the darkness rises. I don't need them to save me. I don't need anyone. She reached out with the Force and called her light pike to her hand. She ignited it. The crimson light pushing back the shadows. The shade of her mother quaked in fear. I don't know you, her mother sobbed. You aren't my little girl. You are a monster. The Jedi will stop you. They will save us. They will save my little. Rain had heard enough. Her rage overwhelmed her. Her lips peeled back like that of an angry predator. Tears of rage ran down her cheeks. Rag! She slashed at the shadow with her blade, only to be stopped by a heavy metal shield. The Sith's eyes widened. What? The Force called out a warning. She spun away, just avoiding being cut in half. She whirled her weapon as his light revealed her enemies. Her training droids. They must have activated when she tried to push the spirits back with the Force, and attacked when she drew her weapon. Rain cursed under her breath, but within her the dark side cheered. She had been lost in her fury, and now, she had an outlet. Now, she had something to destroy. The three droids spread out, trying to get behind her. She extended her light pike to its fullest, jabbing and swiping at the droids, keeping them back. The one in front wielded a heavy club and shield. The one on the left had a blade on each arm. The one on the right whirled a chain fitted with a spiked ball. All three were lethal to most enemies, but she was Sith. To her, they were simply sport. Come on, damn you, she snarled, twirling her pike, the saber blade humming like a swarm of angry shadow wasps. Come on. Oops. The light pike flipped from her hand. She had missed catching it. Her new metal fingers were clumsy. As she tried one of her many sequences, she hadn't had a strong enough grip. The blade went out as the weapon bounced across the floor. The droids swarmed in. Yikes. Rain ducked blades and whirled around club. Chain lashed out, trying to trip her up. She spun through the air as Master Taya had taught her, using the gifts of night, calling on her fear of injury and death, and turning it into rage. She cursed loudly. Clumsy nerf. She had done that twirl hundreds of times in the last 3 years, but her grip was off, thanks to her half-metal hand. It had been foolish to try it until she was used to the change, but she had done it, and now she had to pay for it. Anyone else might have accepted death. She didn't. All the loss of her weapon did, her clumsiness, did was anger her, and that anger was useful. It turned so easily into hate. Club closed in, but she was ready. She caught the droid with the force. Blade charged in on her right. She spun Club into him. She cried out in pain. Blade's had slashed her thigh. It wasn't bad, but Club was there. Rain pirouetted around him. Distantly she could hear her ghost taunting her. Weak slave. I pity you. Not my daughter. No, baby. No. She raised her hands and cried out. Force lightning crackled from her fingers. 8 slender bolts of dark side energy struck the training droids, staggering them. The metal fingers on her left had twitched, unable to handle the current. The attack was nowhere as grand as anything her master could conjure. Force lightning wasn't really her forte, but she had not needed to create a force storm, just get the droids to back off. She reached out with her good hand and retrieved her weapon. The light pike hissed to life once more. The Sith moved in, not trying anything fancy. She would need to be careful. She would need to get used to her bad hand and compensate for the damage. She struck at Chain first, slicing through his weapon. Form 6, 9, combined the best of the other forms. By using the Force, she could blend her style. She used the quick strikes of Makashi, with the spins and leaps of Adaru. She was by no means a master. The rule of thumb is that it took 10 years minimum to master 9, and she had only been studying it for close to 5. She still had much to learn. Some things I will need to relearn, she realized. My hand has slowed my progress. That angered her as well, and she used that anger. The droids tried to swarm her. She met their attacks with both malice and precision. She picked up the pace. She danced around the 3 droids, slashing and stabbing out with her blade, while at the same time using the Force to misdirect her attackers. Club stumbled into Chain with a Force push. She cut at Blade's leg and caused it to cut into Club's chassis. Chain managed to swat her in the shoulder, causing her to stumble, but she turned the fall into a cartwheel and retreated, extending her pike to the longest length. She struck out at the droid's legs. She caught Club square, causing him to fall with an electronic squeal. She retracted her blade into a saber and slashed his head off. She then reached out with the Force and pulled Chain down on top of him. Blades moved in fast. She danced away, taking a minor cut across the belly, not enough to draw blood, but it had left a mark. She reached out and pinned the droid with the Force. It squealed in protest as it tried to reach her. She leapt over his head, spinning her weapon like a baton. She decapitated Blades. She landed with a stumble, causing a jolt of pain in her bad foot. She hissed, but did her best to ignore it. She turned her attention to Chain. It was still trying to rise out of the wreckage of Club. She struck out into quick slashing motions. The last droid came apart, falling in 4 pieces, and like that, it was over. Silence fell, with only the slight pop of hot metal and the whir of damaged droid servos. Rain was panting, winded from using the Force, bruised and bleeding, but alive, victorious. Through victory, my chains are broken. She cried out like a feral animal, a howl of victory. Is that all you got? She shouted into the shadows, demanding a response. Is that the best you can do? Is it ghosts? Is it? None appeared to mock or torment her. She sniffed. I didn't think so. She took stock of her injuries, bruised shoulder, blood seeping from her thigh, and a pink mark across her belly. She frowned. She could feel the heart drinker. It was gorging itself on the dark side energy she had used, feeding off her again. She took a shuddering breath. Damn it. Lights on, she called out. The overhead lighting clicked on, revealing the damage she had done to her training droids. Damage that was already being dealt with by their self-repair functions. It would be enough to get them upright, but some replacement parts would be needed. The techs would take care of that. By the time she was ready to spar again, they would be fixed and lethal. Rain cursed herself for a fool. She could have been killed. The ghosts of her past had distracted her. She had not even realized the 3 droids had gone active. It had been a mistake she could not afford to make again. She caught her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes flickered between green and yellow. Her hair was wild and tangled, her skin shiny with sweat, and blood seeping down her leg. She was a mess, but she laughed. She never felt more alive. She felt worked up, excited. She smiled. She limped out of the training room. She was feeling aggressive. Maybe she would summon Gull. The thought of dominating him and taking him to her bed had a certain appeal. At the same time, part of her wanted to go out, hit up one of the clubs. She was in a mood. She wanted to sing, to get the crowd riled up. She wasn't sure what she would do then. Maybe she would start a riot, or an orgy. Her smile turned wicked. She thought of the shade of her mother, the fear she had seen in her eyes. Pathetic. It didn't matter if the fool woman was alive or dead. Rain had surpassed her weakness long ago. She might as well have been dead as Little Zay was now. She was Rain now and forever, and one day, she would be Darth Rain, Dark Lord of the Sith. Nothing would stop her. Not the ghosts of her past. Not the heart drinker. Not her master, no one. One day she would be strong enough. One day, the ghosts would stay buried, and dead. One day. Chapter 39. Bonds. The captain is aboard, if you wish to have words with him, sir. Timon nodded to CC, who was servicing one of the Nightfire's landing struts. The droid seemed unbothered by everything that had happened. One of the few beings here that was, the young half-blood suspected. Timon sighed. He had only spoken briefly with his former master upon their arrival here on Trevis, and even then, it was only to catch up on the events that brought them all here. Timon shook his head. He needed more. It had been years since he had last seen the man he had known as Finn Shadowstone. His master had vanished after the fall of Survivor Base. Though Timon had known that he wasn't dead, he was strong enough in the Force to know that, but it had been clear that his teacher had not wished to find his former student. He must have felt it. He had to have known that I was alive, but instead he'd become something else, something new. He had become Merritt Fallen Star, a bounty hunter, and Dark Jedi. That annoyed him more than anything else. My master abandoned who he was and became a Dark Jedi. It was inexcusable. Though he had pledged to stand with them, Tim wasn't so sure his commitment was genuine. As for what he offered to help, he wasn't sure of that either. What is going on, Master? He wondered. Are you even really with us? That thought first occurred to him a few hours ago, when they had all gathered to discuss strategy, to plan their first move against Avaryss and her forces. Merritt had been there, offering up what he knew about Avaryss and ways that they could exploit her blind spots. He had even volunteered to go to Bantoon to serve as a distraction for the Sith Lord. I'm the only one who had a chance of surviving, he told the others with conviction. She wouldn't kill me, not before wasting time getting me to join her. And if she succeeds, Shira asked, if she does convert you to her cause. He shrugged. I'll die before I let that happen. There had been more than a few arguments after that. Princess Bela had spoken up against him going, and even Master Shira was not sure that it was a good idea. Other plans were offered up. Merritt had fallen silent then, choosing to simply listen and watch, and then, after several ideas had been rejected by the group, he had left. Returned to his ship. While the others settled into Captain Cooper's facility here, Merritt Fallister preferred to remain aboard his ship. No one had asked Timon to go after him, but go after him he did. If anyone could get through to his old teacher, it was him, regardless of what he had become. So now, here he stood, before the ramp of Jazz Darbin's old ship, the young half-blood wondering what he would say, even as he tried to accept what had happened. He had so many questions for his old master, and wasn't he owed some answers? The young man's eyes narrowed. How had Finn done it? How had he given up so completely, betrayed his vows as a Jedi? Yet, even as he considered what must have gone through his old teacher's mind, a new thought occurred to him. He winced. Am I any different? That was the real question, wasn't it? Timon had also turned his back on the Jedi Code. It was not an easy thing to accept. I abandoned my Jedi life for the thrill of aiding Captain Booze and his crew. I became a raider and pirate. I took Switch to my bed. The former was troubling, the latter, something he couldn't help. He loved her. If that was a violation of the code, so be it. His eyes narrowed. I may not have fallen to the dark side, but was what I did better than Finn, or rather, merit. The young man ground his teeth. It was confusing. He didn't like that. Why did such things have to be so complicated? He took a step forward, about to walk aboard the ship, but paused again, uncertainty robbing him of his desire, filling him with doubt. His weakness annoyed him. Why was this so damn hard? Events were moving so fast now, and the galaxy had seemed to have become a much darker place. The wars between the Zakul and the Alliance was only part of it. Avaryss scheming was only part of it. It was easy to think hope was fading. Tim clenched his fists. Things might have been easier to accept, provided that they had not lost one of the Jedi Order's brightest lights. Master Vey, one of the oldest and most respected Jedi Masters, a guide for the Order for centuries, was gone. But with her dying breath, she had charged those around her with a duty that they all accepted. Survivor Squad was back. They would form a united front against the dark. If the Alliance would not move against Avaryss, they would. Yet, could they do it? As a young Padawan learner, he would have said definitely, but now, he wasn't so sure. He had changed, especially after eulogy. He winced at the memory. What he had learned on death. What he had witnessed. He would carry that for the rest of his life. 73 people. 73 innocent people gone. Murdered by a Sith, murdered by Zay. He still couldn't believe it. How had she changed so much? Or had he never really known her? Had she lied to him from the very beginning? Or had she slowly been corrupted by the dark side? Even now his thoughts drifted back to the aftermath of the attack. What had come to pass after the Sith had fled? The fires had needed to be put out. The enemy dead disposed of, and then the matter of rebuilding had begun, starting with the caring for those innocents that had been lost. It had been a harsh experience. He could still feel the heat from the fire, taste the ash on his tongue, and smell the burning smell of death. It was something he couldn't forget. Something he would never forget. He had spent most of that day and into the next night digging through the rubble of the last breath, hoping to find survivors. He and the rest of their crew. Most of the dead had been incinerated in the blast, but some bodies remained. He had found the body of La of the Blue Suns, one of the two hostesses of the establishment. He had carried her out himself to lay it down next to the others. They didn't find her sister, Lou. Her body had likely been disintegrated during the explosion. So many gone, so many dead. Because of Zay and because of him. No one said anything, not Captain Booze or the rest of the crew, but he could feel their eyes on him. They all knew that the deaths here had happened because the Sith had come looking for him. He may not have triggered the explosion, but by being there, he was still responsible. Death had always been a symbolic name, a place where you could let the past die and build a new life for yourself. Zay's attack had given it a more literal name. Even now he could see her cruel smile and hear her snarl of rage as the battle had begun. So much death. After the graves had been dug and the pyres prepared, only then did Master Shira seek him out with his grandsire at her side. Both agreed that it was unwise for him to remain here. The Sith would likely not attack again so openly, but that didn't mean that they would forget that he was here. "We should leave, son of my son," his grandsire had said. "The hounds of the Sith will return. And when they do, these people will suffer more," Shira added. "You know that." "Yes." Timon had nodded. Yes, he understood. Of course, the decision to leave was made easier by what he was sensing. He was no longer welcome here. He had brought trouble into the lives of those he had tried to liberate. He could not afford, and would not bring any more. Captain Booze accepted his resignation from the crew without resistance. He offered his services to the Alliance if and when they went after the people who had done this, but it was clear that he no longer desired Timon's help. Rufo would accompany them. The Wookiee remained true to his life debt. He would stay with Timon. Switch had decided to come too, though Timon thought it a bad idea. Captain Booze would need her here to help with the rebuilding of the colony, but the young woman remained adamant. "It is dangerous where I am going," he warned his lover. "You would not be safe." "I wouldn't be safe here," she responded. That Sith woman, she knew about us. She might return. She might try to hurt you through me." Timon winced at the memory, seeing Zay and her allies threatening Switch. In that moment, he felt an emotion he was unfamiliar with, but at the same time natural. He felt hate. And he felt the desire for revenge. Most of his young life he had denied his Sith heritage, but now, he was so close to embracing it. What is going on, he thought. What is happening to me? Now standing outside the night fire, sensing his former master's presence inside, he had to ask himself, was part of this Merritt's fault? Had he failed so completely? Had his master's teachings failed him? Timon had chosen to stay on death, but what happened? How Zay had gotten into his head. It would not have happened if his master had prepared him better. Timon didn't want to blame him, but his master had allowed his relationship with Zay, warned him about the dangers of attachment, sure, but allowed them to train together, and all the while began his relationship with Avaryss. A relationship that allowed the Sith to carry out all her dark desires. Plus, had he not spoken up for Avaryss? Had he not convinced Master Jazz and Colonel Capistan that she could be an asset? All these thoughts rushed through the young half-blood's mind. An angry growl escaped his lips. He made his way up the loading ramp of the night fire. "We need to speak, Master," he thought to himself, his expression morphing into something cold and dangerous. "You have some explaining to do." "I had a feeling you would come," Merritt said over his shoulder, not bothering to look in Tim's direction. The Dark Jedi sighed. "I guess we have much to talk about." Timon nodded. He looked around the ship. It had not changed much since Jaz Darbin had owned it. The only alteration that Fallen Star had done was the addition of the some-holding cages in the cargo area. Given his former master's affection for Jaz Darbin, Timon wasn't surprised. Merritt would have thought it rude to alter anything. Merritt stood in the ship's small kitchenette, preparing a meal for himself. He glanced up at his guest. "Would you like some?" "No thanks," he answered. "You know, Captain Cooper has offered us full run of his facility here. The kitchens are fully stocked." "True, but if I'm to fulfill my role in the plan, the less I know about the rest of the group's plans, the better." Merritt turned, offering him a sad smile. "I can't give away what I don't know." Timon's eyes narrowed. "You still think it is a good idea? Simply flying to Bantoon and offering yourself up to her?" His old teacher shrugged. "I'm one of the few people she won't kill on sight, Tim. You have to acknowledge that." "Can you really be certain of that?" Merritt considered that, and again, he nodded. "It is one of the few things about this plan that I am certain about." The young half-blood snarled and cursed under his breath. He began to pace angrily. Merritt didn't admonish his show of anger. He simply stood there and watched. He frowned slightly. Is that anger directed at me or at the situation? His old student stopped and glared at him. I don't know where it should be directed, Master. You, Avaryss, Zay, maybe even myself." The Dark Jedi nodded. "I wouldn't blame you if you were angry with me. After all, I got us into this mess, didn't I? I convinced Master Jazz that we could work with Avaryss and her allies. I said nothing when she twisted our mission to helping her find the keys. I offered no objection when I first saw your interest in Zay, and gave in to my own desires when it came to our Sith allies." He shook his head. "No, I think the largest share of the blame should fall on me. You were trying to help someone you knew. You wanted to save her," Timon reminded him. "That was the lie I told myself. I let my own personal desires cloud my judgment. I didn't see what Avi had become and what she was doing to Zay. All the warning signs were there, but I thought if we worked together, if she saw that we could be allies and all come out ahead, then maybe. Merritt hissed, rubbing at his shoulder. "I knew she was toying with us, using us. I thought that showing her another way was how I could reach her, remind her of the girl I knew growing up. Had I known what she had done to True, how she had stolen her body, I would. The Dark Jedi cursed under his breath. Had I known, I might have realized that the girl that I knew in my dreams was gone, and someone else had taken her place. Someone that I never really knew at all. Timon winced. The pain in his old teacher's voice stirred something in him. The realization that Avaryss had stolen True Halcyon's body had been shocking. Captain Cooper, who had always viewed himself as neutral in the war between Jedi and Sith, was now openly supporting the survivor cause. He had asked both Shira and Merritt if what was done to his daughter could be undone, if Avaryss could be cast out, and True returned. They had no answer. They knew nothing of Sith magic. And so, Co-op had become their full ally in this. As for Merritt's relationship with Avi, considering what he had experienced with Switch, Tim now understood what it was risk himself for someone he cared about, or perhaps that had come earlier. He had tried to help Zay protect her after she had first returned from Nar Shaddaa. Thinking of that now, he felt like a fool. Did he understand what his master had gone through with his Sith lover? Yes, he thought he did. I thought Zay needed my protection. I thought that she could become, whatever said she wanted her to become, an enlightened Sith, the Sith that sees the value of working with the light. I cared for her, master, and she cared for me too. I know it. I know she did, he replied. I saw it in her eyes, in both your eyes. Yet, when she came for me, that caring wasn't there, not anymore. It had been twisted into possession and greed. She didn't want to be a part of my life. She wanted to control it, at least. That is what it felt like. I felt the same from Avi. When she brought me aboard her ship, she goaded me into a fight with Taya. The memory made Merritt shudder. In my rage, I defeated her. I had her down, and was ready to strike the final blow. Avi seemed eager to see me do it. Timon gave him an arch look. She would have stood by and let you kill Master Taya. I thought they were friends. Fallen Star's brow furrowed. I think that as a friendship she was willing to sacrifice, if it finally drew me completely down into the dark side. If I took the final step and became a Sith too, which is what would have happened if I had done it. His former master sighed. She punished me for not doing it, blasted me down with Force lightning, branded me like a piece of property, and left me for dead on a world I didn't know. His words made his old student wince. So she betrayed you too. She would not see it that way. In her eyes, she was educating me, trying to get me to see the truth about the dark side and my place in it. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. When Avi joined us, I thought I had finally had a way to save my dream friend, but in the end, all I found was a Sith. Lucky me? As they spoke, Timon found his emotions change. He was still angry, but not at Merritt. He found himself thinking back to when they had first met. He had been 13, eager to begin his Jedi training. Finn Shadowstone had been brought before him. He had seemed the perfect Jedi Knight, calm and collected, dressed in the robes of the Order. He had said all the right things. Seeing him now, that was no longer the case. Tim's eyes had opened. Maturity had changed his view. His former master was no longer perfect. Clad in his white shirt and black leggings, his eyes covered by red lenses, his lightsaber on his belt, not the same one he had worn as a Jedi, it looked similar, but even from here, Tim could see the differences. He frowned. He had come here wanting to blame his Jedi master, yet Master Finn wasn't here. Merritt, he was a Force sensitive, but he appeared now as what he had always been, just a man. He was a man like his former student. He was like Timon. That realization, it gave the half-blood pause. It made it easier to forgive what had happened. It helped him understand everything. Still, he could not deny the anger. It was no longer directed at anyone, but it was still there. He shook his head again. How could we have been so completely wrong, Master? How didn't we see what we were doing? Merritt shrugged. We let our compassion turn into something else, Merritt replied. We wanted the women we desire to be redeemed so badly that we ignored what was right in front of us. We could not afford to let ourselves get so blinded again, Tim. Or rather, I can't afford to get so blinded again. He smiled slightly. That young woman that is with you. I can feel the connection you share. She isn't trying to possess you, she simply wants to be with you. Don't turn her away, use that connection. Let it ground you. Fallen Star chuckled. Look at me, still trying to play the role of Jedi Master. Considering how badly I messed up the first time, I can't imagine you would want my advice now. Timon smiled. You might be surprised. What you just said, that may be the wisest advice you could have given me. You want me to focus on what I have, not the desire to destroy an enemy. His old teacher gave him an harsh look. Is that what I said? Wow. That really is wise, isn't it? Tim chuckled. Yeah. This one was definitely not fed Shadowstone. That was not necessarily a bad thing. Rid. You up there? The voice at the loading ramp gave them both pause. Merritt smiled. Yeah, come on up, back up. Bela Istillo entered, the Bond princess clad in a large baggy shirt and long skirt. Her lightsaber clipped to a blue sash on her waist. She smiled as she sniffed the air. Oh, food. Praise the gods, I'm starving. Timon bowed respectfully to her. Your Highness. Bela is fine, she said, correcting him. And you are Timon? Yes. Riss old student. He nodded and could not entirely hide his own smile. He could sense how his former master lit up at the presence of the young woman. Perhaps he was not the only one who had found someone new. Someone to keep him grounded in the light. I'll take my leave, he said. I promised I would meet with Master Shira, and Switch is expecting me. Timon left his thoughts not as troubled as they had been when he had first arrived. He didn't see Cece around, and the Nightfire's loading ramp rumbled as it shut behind him. The half-blood chuckled. Have fun, Master, he thought, his own thoughts turning to Switch. He had promised to help her settle into their new quarters. Our quarters. If this place offered anything, it was a chance to be alone with someone. His body stirred at the thought. They had been steeped in death after eulogy. Love was life, mating was life. After so much darkness, it would be good to stand in the light for a while. With Switch, that was possible. He smiled. Perhaps anything was possible. They ate in a comfortable silence, as they had done many times in the last few weeks. Mary tried not to focus on how good Bela looked at that moment. She had always preferred baggy clothes as a girl, and the golden skirt and long-sleeve shirt were definitely that, but the low cut of shirt left her shoulders all but bare, attractively so. The blue sash matched her eyes. She had also washed the black dye out of her hair. It was still short, but the blonde hair made her appear more as she had when they were younger. He liked that too. She seemed more relaxed here, surrounded by allies. He noticed something else as well. She was not wearing gloves, unusual given her psychometric abilities. The fact that she was not was interesting. Had she become more proficient in controlling her powers during their time with Master Vey, or was she simply willing to explore the sensations of this place without fear? An interesting thought, to be sure. It was not until the meal was consumed, and they were cleaning up, that they talked. They stood together in the ship's kitchenette putting away the clean dishes. You left fairly early during the strategy session. Was something wrong? He shrugged. Didn't want to hear anything that might jeopardize the mission. If I do go to Bantoon first, I don't want to know too much about the plan. Bela nodded, but seemed distracted. What? He asked. She shrugged. I think that I can convince Choir to help us. You said that earlier. And I still think it is the best way to get you into Bantoon, provided your hunter's pride can accept that you would appear to be his prisoner. He considered that. Avi might buy it more if I did arrive as a prisoner. It would also explain my resistance. It could work, provided you can get Kahlo on board. It is Choir Cooper we need, not Kahlo Nord. And if I can reach him, well, I think that I can, she repeated. There are things he should know, things he should have known long ago. I see, Merritt answered, not really sure that he did. He simply enjoyed this moment, and yes, he was enjoying it. The two of them together, he had gotten used to these last few weeks together. He had become comfortable with it. Are you planning on staying aboard the ship? She asked. It would keep me from hearing things that I shouldn't, he said again. That is not the only reason, though. She gave him a curious look. What is the other reason? Finney Cooper, he answered. She gave him an arch look. Finney was Cooper's second youngest daughter by Kimura and Adira's right hand here on Trevis. She, like her older sister, was quite beautiful by human standards. The dark pink skin of her people, with hair so blue it almost looked black, the one contribution from her father. Baylor remembered that she had stayed close to Maris since they arrived, curious about his exploits and asking many questions about them. Thinking about it now, she felt a slight flash of possessiveness towards Rid, but quickly dismissed it. She would talk to Finney later. Yes, they would talk. What about her? He smirked. She offered me quarters in the main building, quarters close to hers, a point she made quite clearly. Bela frowned slightly. Really? He nodded. Not a good idea, I think. When I was first starting out in the hunter trade, I encountered another woman with abilities similar to that of Zeltran's. Pheromones, that kind of thing. And he winced. She used those powers to turn me into her attack dog. I did things to please her that sicken me now. I thought it was love, but it was manipulation. He shook his head. I managed to escape, but it left its mark. Since then, I tend to avoid beings with such physical advantages. Bela nodded. She understood what he was saying. Zeltran abilities were known throughout the galaxy. What their biochemical magic couldn't do, their empathic powers could. Finney may have only been half Zeltran, but she was still capable of doing much that her pure-blooded cousins could do. This woman that controlled you, she was a Zeltran. A Falleen? He answered. They're not as open as the Zeltran, but their powers are still hard to resist. Bela nodded. Maybe it is a good idea to keep your distance. Agreed. Again they fell into a comfortable silence. They finished the dishes and she turned to him, her expression thoughtful. I want to try something, she said. He turned to her. Something. She nodded. You are still cut off to the light. Yes. He nodded grimly. That has not changed. No matter what I try, I remain lost in the dark. I had an idea about that. You said that this Avaryss person flooded your mutual connection with the darkness, and you have not been able to touch the light since. Again, yes, so. As I said, I have something I would like to try, if you are willing. He pursed his lips. He seemed unsure, but finally he nodded. Whatever it is, I'm not sure if it could help. I've tried everything. Not everything, she said with a slight smile. She turned and made for his cabin. We should do this in a place where you feel comfortable. Come with me. He watched her go, seeing her approach his cabin. It made something stir within him. He ignored it. That isn't what this about you, Murglak, he thought angrily. He followed her. What are you up to? Back up. She entered his cabin and sat down on his bed. She gestured for him to join her. He sat down, his own defenses going up. He could sense through the force that she was no longer walling herself up as she had in the past few weeks. He could sense her in the light, even if he could not touch it himself. Part of him was jealous of that it seemed to come so naturally to her. She smiled. So, he asked, what is this? Something that might help, she said. She reached out for him. Take my hands, Rit. He looked down. A sense of suspicion ran through him, but after everything they had seen these last few weeks. He did as she asked. Her hands were soft, yet he could feel the familiar calluses where a lightsaber dug into the hands of one who wielded one. She took a deep breath. Close your eyes, she said. He did, and took a deep breath. Come with me now. Merrick gasped. He felt her reach out with the force. She reached out, and they were both falling. No, not falling. Drowning. Drowning in darkness. He started to struggle, to fight. Don't fear. Her voice pierced through the blackness. He could not see her, but she was there. He could feel her. They were no longer in the physical world, but he could still feel her touching the force. It was a part of him. He could feel it moving through him, tangling him like an insect in a web. Yet, it didn't feel frightening. It felt warm, safe, even lost in the darkness. He heard her voice again. It is dark in here. You should not be here, he thought. It is dangerous. You are here with me. We are safe. He shook his head. He didn't really believe that. He was dangerous. He would always be dangerous. So, this is what it is like for you. A bubble of shadow floating in the force. I can't escape it, he thought. Believe me, I've tried. He felt himself reaching out. Or was that Bela reaching out? He felt a sense of vertigo. He was here, in the force, but so was she. He was no longer sure where she began and he ended. It was dizzying. Show me. He felt her mind gliding along the shadows. No longer did they seem infinite, he sensed. It felt like he had found the edge of the shadow, the hard shell of his prison. His brow furrowed. What are we looking for? Not sure, she answered. We will know when we find it. He let her take the lead. No longer sure if he even was him anymore. He could sense other connections, distantly, bright light shining out among the stars. My people, she said, the rest of Paladina. Her admission surprised him. He was sensing the rest of the Paladina. How was? Back up. What have you done? Don't lose focus, she warned. Bela, we have to get out now. You have too. Don't fear. Bela, let go. You can't? Stop. Bela. We found it. He paused. He felt her presence wash over him, holding him, chasing the panic away. Yes, he felt it now. He felt it too. The bubble of darkness he had been trapped in was not perfect. He sensed the scar. A mark made on it long ago. Perhaps in that dark cave on Tatooine. He shivered. He felt it. The place where the darkness had first truly entered. The place where his bond with Avaryss had been torn and flooded with darkness. They had found it. What was done here? It wasn't natural, he heard Bela say. It should not have been done. I had a life to save, he replied. I know. He felt her reach out, felt them reach out. They dug at the scar and tried to tear through. What are we doing? He asked. Letting some light in, she replied. He felt the force around him recoil. He could almost feel the darkness rage, furious at what was happening. It felt like Avi, and it was angry. He felt to reach out for them. No, reach out for Bela. No. He pushed himself outward, shielding her. He felt darkness wash over him, waves of rage and fear, trying to stop him. He felt He could almost feel Avi's presence, her rage. It was trying to stop them. No. You are mine. Stop. He didn't let that rage touch Bela's spirit. He shielded it, even as she tore at the shadows. The darkness contracted, fighting to stop her. Some got through, but she would not be stopped. She continued to tear and... Got it. Light flooded in. The shadow that Avi had brought into their connection recoiled, retreated from the burning, cleansing light. Mary cried out as the light enveloped him and... He gasped. For one brief moment he was lost in a sea of light. It was. Tears ran down his face. He had almost forgotten. So beautiful. He was drifting in light, not drowning, but becoming a part of it. He gasped. He opened his eyes. He pulled his hands out of Bela's. They were still sitting on his bed. Both were panting, exhausted. Her eyes were closed, but she was smiling. I did it, she exclaimed. We did it. He shook his head. Why, what was that? A spirit bond, she responded. A gift of my people. You said Avaryss used your bond to flood your connection with darkness. I bonded with you so that I could help you, open you up to the light again. She giggled. I think it worked. He shook his head. Had it worked? He had felt. He closed his eyes and reached out into the force again. He was still in darkness, No. Wait. He shivered. He felt it. Streams of light, he could feel them. For the first time in almost 4 years, he could feel the light again. It was small, but it was there. He shuddered. He could feel the shadow reaching out, trying to seal off the breach, but he didn't let it. He would never let it again. It was like lancing a boil, letting the darkness leak out. He reached out, protecting the tear. The shadow wailed silently, but it could not undo what had been done. Vela, the two of them, they had. He opened his eyes. He was crying. "You did it." "We did it," she said with a tired sigh. "You just needed a bit of help." She opened her eyes. He gasped, "No." Bela's eyes glowed bright yellow. "No, Bela. No. You shouldn't have done that. You have." She stopped him. "I felt your darkness, but I'm not lost. Your eyes." She turned and looked at the mirror in the corner. "There are side effects to every bonding. Bae, if you have fallen, does it feel like I've fallen?" He reached out with the force. He reached out with both the darkness and the light inside of him. He could feel her now, all of her. He felt an echo of the shadow, but she seemed like herself. If that shadow would grow, he couldn't say. He glared at her. "A bond spirit bond," he said flatly. "It worked," she said, grinning. "You could have warned me. You would not have let me in. You would have thought it too dangerous. You..." His anger was on him. He grabbed her. He pulled her off the bed and pushed her against the bulkhead. She gasped, "Merritt, I..." Not another word. They stood facing each other, both panting, both still coming out of the bonding. The shadow was on him. It wanted him to hurt her, but he would not give in. He had an anchor now. He could stop the darkness now, if he wanted, and he wanted to stop now. That didn't mean he was any less angry. It was just controlled. He glared at her. "Back up, you fool." "Why?" She didn't fight. She stood there, looking into his eyes. Both now had eyes like a Sith, but Merritt shivered. He was still a dark Jedi. He knew that, but he could feel the light again. Even now it slowly seeped into the darkness within him. Bela didn't back down. She glared at him. "I was trying to help." "It was too dangerous," he snarled. "If you get lost in the darkness." "I won't." "How can you say that?" "Because you are with me." He heard it in her voice, the raw emotion that had been reawakened on Joe Mark. He almost whimpered. "Awaken," with a kiss. He rested his forehead against hers. He felt dizzy. He had the light back, but at that moment it wasn't what he wanted. He wanted something else, something he... No. He tried to stop. "You shouldn't have," he murmured. He tried to pull away. She didn't let him. "My choice," she said. She reached up and touched his chin. She took off his glasses. She wanted to see his eyes, to see the fire there. She let the lenses fall from her hands. She smiled slyly. "My choice," she repeated. "As is this." She kissed him. Their lips barely touched, but it was enough. He felt her reaching out, a connection now linked through the light and the force. He kissed her back, fiercely, his tongue in her mouth. She shuddered beneath his touch. She moaned as he kissed his way down her neck. "Rit," she gasped. "Yes. Oh, yes." Their hands moved over their bodies, moved over, exploring. He thought of nothing, not his master, or how he should not be doing this. All that mattered was her. Bela. His Bela. Yes. She tore at his shirt as he pulled hers up to her shoulders. She wore nothing beneath it, exposing her small breast. He kissed each in turn, his lips going down her belly. She pulled him up to look into her eyes as she wrapped her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. His hands grabbed her, steadied her. They both laughed nervously, happily. They would not be stopping now. His belt came away, as did the sash at her waist. Their weapons clattered to the ground at their feet. He carried her to the bed, to their bed. He didn't throw her down, but lowered her, gently, lovingly. She kicked off her slippers, her toes curling with his every touch. They no longer felt exhausted. The heat that suffused them gave them new life, and they used it. He growled as she tore at his clothes. Happy squeals escaped her lips as he pulled off her shirt and dress. She grasped at him, and at the bed, her psychometric abilities overloading with delicious emotion, desire, and so much more. She threw back her head and moaned. It was wonderful. On some level, they were still one. The bond that had brought back the light now brought something else. Heat. Desire. Beyond this ship, the galaxy was in chaos. War was everywhere. But in this one cabin, on this small ship, for a brief moment, everything was right. Everything was heat and light. The two friends, now two lovers, found their rhythm. They moved together with sighs and moans and moved in the way that only they could. Darkness and light, but in that moment, it was all one simple concept. It was life and life. Was good? Chapter 40. Past and Future. Ruby lights filled the chamber. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, knelt before her holocron in the library annex of her apartment in the royal palace. The crystalline pyramid at her feet pulsed with light as images of past memories emerged from the keystone. The gatekeeper, a holographic representation of his creator, spoke as she observed. The voice, so much like her own, spoke the words that she had placed into the device almost 10 years ago now. Once there was a girl named Kira Lilas, and then, one day, she lost everything she loved. Avaryss pursed her lips. Had she really said that? Had she really been so melodramatic at such a young age? She shook her head. Yes, she had indeed. She watched as the memory played out, of young Kira Lilas climbing the collection tower on her home world of Ardana. She had climbed up normally, but then, on the way down, gave herself over to the Force, used it to free climb down the tower itself, culminating with a backflip from the tower, many feet in the air, and coming down unharmed. Avaryss shook her head. Fool girl, she thought. Why had she been so foolish? The girl had been using the Force without even realizing it. She had embraced the light in her calm and simple joy of doing her duty. Foolish and naive, the Dark Lord thought. It was amazing that she survived as long as she had. As the images of that long ago day played, the Dark Lord reflected on what had come before, reflected and frowned. This story had been the first thing she had recorded into her holocron. She had wanted to make sure that her rise was fully known and understood by those that came after her. So many of the holocrons she had explored over the years had never spoken of their creator's rise to power. Those ancient Dark Lords had preferred for everyone to see them at their height, with no understanding or explanation of how they got there. Avaryss had thought such behavior as childish, and the ancients had not been alone in this lack of openness. She thought of her own master. Darth Fear had not been willing to share much of his history with her. She knew he had attended one of the Fury Academies as a boy, and she knew that he had either seduced or been seduced by his future wife Sinestra, and that the two of them had conspired to, and succeeded, in murdering his father, thus claiming his title and wealth. Beyond that, she knew nothing. The thought intrigued her. Who had been the boy that had become Fear? What were his dreams and desires? Had he always lusted after the power of his father, or had there been affection between them once? So many questions, and now those answers were lost to time. She wanted to make sure that those that followed her bloodline had no questions when it came to her rise. She wanted them to understand how she came from nothing, and through cunning and the aid of the dark side had gained everything. That was the lesson she wished to impart above all. The holocron itself had an inscription at its base, written in the old tongue. That inscription was simple. Greed was eternal. Not that Kira's early years showed that. The girl had lacked vision and understanding during her formative years. She had given freely to the Empire, far too freely. Avaryss shook her head. Fool girl. Naive girl. Though she had come to despise Kira's innocence and naivety over the years, she couldn't deny that it was her pain and rage that had given birth to the powerful Sith that now had the galaxy in the palm of her hand. The girl's sacrifices needed to be honored, if for nothing else, to understand why Avaryss had reached such heights. She would not destroy her past and the essence of her ascension. Such information would be valuable to the future members of her bloodline. She had no desire to see them turn into the elitist snobs that had sought to deny her when she rose to the Dark Council. No, her heirs would understand and accept that it was through her own power and cunning that they now stood atop the Empire. Yes, they would understand. Those old fools, she thought, remembering the council meeting she had attended. Old and arrogant. Her time on the Dark Council had not been a profitable one. She understood now that, despite their so-called unity, her fellow counselors had looked down upon her. The peasant in their midst, even Darth Nox, who had begun as a pleasure slave, saw her as a lesser because of his connection to the ancient House of Calic. Darth Mar had done his best to manipulate her, and she had fallen into that trap, mainly because she had feared his power early on, and even as she surpassed him, she didn't reevaluate her decisions. A foolish move that, made even more foolish by the fact that she had taken a harder line with her fellows after her recovery, after she had gained new life by taking a new body. Again, it had been foolish. She had come to suspect that the other counselors knew she was sick during those early meetings, that they were watching her, circling around her like Tukada, waiting for her to die so they could claim the knowledge and wealth she had collected. When she cured herself, and returned to them as a healthy young woman, that had caused further intrigue. Their spies likely found out about the ritual, she suspected, and no doubt, someone talked about her holocron. Darth Mar himself had even come before her, insisting, as her ally and patron, that she turn over her holocron to the Citadel for storage in the vaults of the Sith, so that all in the Empire could benefit from her discoveries. He had tried to play on her patriotism. A few years earlier, it would have worked, but Avaryss had grown a lot since those early days. No, her power was hers, and hers alone. It would only go to her heirs, though strong enough to rip it from her dying grasp. That was the way things should be. That was the way of the dark side, the way of the Sith. Her way. In those days, after her return, when she had taken True Halcyon's body as her own, several of her fellow counselors sought her out. Even that Shutta Asana, pretending friendship and concern, no doubt hoping that Avaryss might be feeling generous after her taking her new body, that her return to health meant that she would let her guard down. That had not happened, and that is when the council began isolating her, blocking her motions, and shoving her to the back of the line. Then had come the last straw, when they had denied her reinforcements on Fallis. Her brother and sister Sith had literally left her to die. She had survived, but in the process had lost her place of power. Avaryss had had no choice but to flee and plan her revenge. Revenge that was finally on the verge of being carried out. The council's many slights had only fueled her desire to proceed with Hikida's plan, and now that that plan was so close to fruition, she felt the surge of power she should have had long ago. Finally, she was a Dark Lord to be feared. She was an empress in the making. They would pay for what they had done. They would all pay. That is why she did this every few months, re-examined her past, to remind herself of where she had come from and what had been tossed aside over the years. Kira had been foolish, potential unrealized. Now, that potential had been fulfilled. Avaryss was now perfect. She watched as the girl's family was obliterated by Darth Fear's enforcer, watched the rage build in the girl, and be unleashed. The dark side claiming her for its own. Despite having seen this, and on a small level, still feeling the pain of having lived it, Avaryss felt something in her recoil from the images, a ghost of the past wailing in pain. The Dark Lord's brow furrowed. Or was something else going on? She had been, off these last few days. She had felt something, an echo of light through the darkness she had embraced. It felt like something had been torn away, and that for a brief moment the light had blazed on her tattered spirit and the remains of Kira Lilas, causing old weaknesses to stir. She had reached out with the Force, tried to sense it, but it was gone. But it had left an echo behind, a very disturbing echo. She was not sure what to make of that, and in the end, it had left a sense of unease in her mind. Had it something to do with Finn? She wondered, had he found some way to break what she had done years ago? Again, she dismissed such thoughts. Finn was hers. He couldn't escape what was done. She understood the Jedi mindset too well. None would risk tainting themselves with the dark side to help him. A Jedi would need to establish the most intimate of links to be a part of the shadow she had cast her lover down into, and none would risk going down into that hole. No Jedi would dare to go that far. Their innate fear of emotion would make sure that they would never make the attempt. They wouldn't risk being corrupted themselves. No, in the eyes of the Jedi, her dear Finn was a pariah, and deserving of his fate. He would find no help from his former peers. He would have no choice to seek her out. Yes, he was hers, and soon he would return to her. She was certain of it. She felt it. It would come to pass. The images changed as the holocron focused on her training. The gatekeeper reappeared briefly, not as the Dark Lord, but as a young Sith acolyte in a breathing mask. Avaryss had chosen these changes to reflect the various parts of her reign. The gatekeeper would appear as the hopeful for her early history, the Dark Lord wearing a hood and mask for lessons, and the wounded Sith wearing a breathing mask for her time as an acolyte in apprenticeship. Seeing all these sides of her transformation kept her grounded, or so she believed. Forgetting the past would not change it. No, she accepted what she was, and what had been done, all of it. Her heirs would need to do the same. That thought gave her pause. Thinking of her heirs, one day, one of them would claim this holocron for their own. Her knowledge, philosophy, and wisdom would be theirs to pass on to their apprentices. The secrets gleaned from so many sources, including the lost scrolls in the Forgotten Tomb, would be theirs. All the spells and rituals she had collected, including the rites of essence transfer, had all been stored here. She had destroyed the hard copy records after, further enhancing the value of her holocron. Everything she had learned, both of the old empire and her new philosophies, were stored here. The holocron was a record of everything she possessed, and offered that knowledge to the worthy. Now, all that was missing was that one worthy Sith, the one who would continue her rule. She had always assumed it would be Rain that took possession of the device, but her recent failures gave her master pause. Rain is powerful and valuable to my plans, but does she have the skill and cunning to free herself from the heart drinker? As the creature's creator, Avaryss could remove it, but she hoped that her student would realize that she could rid herself of it quite easily. It was just a matter of understanding how the creature worked. Was Rain that cunning, or was she too lost in her own guilt and self-doubt to find her way free? Avaryss would be curious to see what happened in the coming weeks. As for her remaining heirs, they had not proved themselves worthy either. Jir was becoming too much like his father. He was cruel and arrogant, which was why he and Abominus worked so well together. She pitted House Avaryss if Jir rose to the title of Dark Lord, but again, she was willing to let matters play out. Jir was her blood, and he had surprised her in the past. Perhaps the boy could move beyond his appetites and embrace true power. Bliss was growing more ambitious by the day. Avaryss approved, but she seemed almost too eager to provoke a confrontation between herself and Rain. Her youth and cunning were making the girl arrogant. That could be a weakness that Rain exploited if the girl moved against her too quickly. Well, Avaryss could do nothing about that. If Bliss was foolish and tried to strike at Rain before she was ready, well, the weak deserved their fate, and such arrogance was a weakness. Which, of course, brought her to her final heir, her dear sweet Ander. The Dark Lord frowned. She feared her perspective was a bit off on him. He was her sweet baby, her darling boy. It was not possible to distance herself from her feelings as a mother. The memory of the medical droids placing him in her arms after the birthing, the surge of love despite the exhaustion and the pain. She could not deny that love. It was part of her. He was part of her, made by her and Finn. That understanding changed everything. It changed her. So, she proceeded carefully in his early instruction. She had let him experience the holocron once. He had been playing in her study when she opened it. The boy had recoiled from what he sensed. What had he called it? The bad light. No bad light. The power of the holocron had scared him, and he had run away in tears. She had gone to him, comforted him. That was the last time she used the holocron in his presence. That was the first and only time she had used it in his presence. He doesn't have perspective yet, she realized, not blaming him for his reaction. The holocron was a powerful item of the dark side, and she had kept her son isolated from its power. In time, and with experience, he would learn to covet the device and the knowledge it contained. There was plenty of time for him to come into his craving for power. For now, she was content to let him be her son, and to play the role of loving mother. He and little Ange were fast friends, and growing closer, and why not? She was his half-sister after all. In time, that friendship would grow into loyalty, just as Taya was loyal to her, so would her daughter be loyal to Ander. The two even shared an imaginary friend, a playmate that they called the Sad Man. Avaryss had heard them speaking of him. Cute, she thought. They were just two children being children, and that was good. She leaned back as the holocron's images switched again, this time showing Darth Fear, the breathing masked acolyte that Avaryss had been told of her early missions, and the early tortures inflicted by Fear on his young apprentice. Avaryss sneered. What would you think of me now, Master? I stand on the cusp of absolute victory. My house will soon rule a unified galaxy. A galaxy unified in order and security. All those that laughed at us and looked down upon us will be swept away. Would you be pleased with my success, Master? She stared at the image of herself as Fear's apprentice. She still remembered all those early tests and insults. She remembered the punishment inflicted by Fear the first time she had tried to rise against him before she was ready. They had been necessary lessons, but pain of them remained. He could have handled things differently, she thought. I have learned from his mistakes. Staring at the apprentice she had been, she shivered. It was not easy to look into a mirror and be real. She reflected on what came before, and what she had endured. She remembered her apprenticeship quite well, unlike the time before she became a Sith. Kira's memories had faded with the passing of time, until they were now barely remembered dreams. The only day she remembered from that girl's life was the day that life had ended with the death of her family. Maybe that was why she had recorded it in such intimate detail within her holocron, and why she returned to every couple of weeks. She chose to look at what happened, endure it as she had as a girl, and remember why she was doing this, and why the galaxy needed to fall. Never again, she murmured. Never again would someone have the power that Fear had had over her. She would make sure all obeyed her will. One day, people would know war is just a story, and they would thank her for making the choice for them, for destroying free will. Yes, one day, they would all thank her. Master. The mewling voice drew her from her meditations. She gestured, shutting down the holocron. The shadows behind her parted, revealing one of her hunters. Her eyes narrowed at the creature. Audiobook, the one that had become the de facto leader of the hunters. You should not be here, Avaryss hissed. I didn't summon you. My apologies, Master, the creature said, bowing his head. I thought you wished to know that 5 more nobles have joined our ranks. Their transformation into beings like me are well underway, and the charges have been set in 3 more cities. Avaryss nodded, her expression turning less hostile. These new recruits, the change is proceeding without problem. Ada nodded. Who would guess that a bite could do so much so quickly? Those first defected turned in a matter of weeks. The Dark Lord nodded. She had hoped as much. The process that had created the hunters had come as much from science as it had from sorcery. Barrick's work on using the Rak'gal plague as a delivery system had been easily adapted to the creation of the hunters. The creatures were a living plague, but unlike the Rak'gals of Terrace, they had both intelligence and purpose. They were loyal to Avaryss, and soon that plague would sweep over her enemies. She was pleased. Well done, Ada. You and your fellows will be well rewarded once my plans are finished. The beast woman smiled hungrily. She was most eager to seize those prizes. Avaryss grinned. She was curious if Ada and her fellows truly understood what was going to happen. You realize that many of your people will die when the final ritual begins, she said with a look of wicked glee. The beast cackled. I'm not one of them anymore. I'm yours, my master. We are not Bond, but a new race, the race that will inherit Bantoon once you have scoured away those that came before. And one of your family, the Dark Lord asked, do you not feel anything for them? As I said, they are not like me anymore. I thought of offering them the gift you have given me, but decided against it. Really? Why? Because they are not worthy of it. They left me sidelined for years, denied me the wealth and privilege that should have been mine. The beast's eyes narrowed. No, they deserve to burn with the rest of nobles. Let this world be scoured clean so the hunters will have a place of their own to roam. Avaryss nodded. She was most pleased. Ada and the other hunters might not realize it, but the changes she had subjected them to went beyond the physical. Their feelings, their very minds had been altered, and with that alteration, Avaryss had become the creator of a new race, the species that would replace humans here on Bantoon. She regarded the creature before her. Unlike her fellows, Avaryss didn't feel the sense of unease around them that Rain and the others had described. Their powers had no effect on her. Curious. Was it because her magic had been what changed them? Were they bound to her on a more personal level? If so, that was good. It meant that she could surround herself with them and be protected from other force wielders. She would be free to be at her best while others suffered. Her children, her hunters, would shield her from those unable to grasp the true scope of her plans. Delicious, she thought. Most delicious. By profaning these people, turning them into creatures, she took further revenge on Jazz Darben, and soon she would destroy his home. The final flowering of her revenge, and the most intimate form of it. She had known when she began this work that Bantoon would need to be destroyed, its human population sacrificed to fuel the final ritual that would make the galaxy here. She had not told her followers about that. She didn't want to risk them telling the nobles. Some of them had become far too entangled in this world. She didn't want their feelings to get in the way. This world had to die. That was simply the way it was. Of course, she could not carry out that destruction alone. She needed help, which is why she had sought to create a new species here on Bantoon. The hunters were that species. Once the ritual was complete, they would serve as the guardians of the temple and build a new world from the ashes of this one. It would be glorious. Is that all, Ada? Or do you have more for me? One thing more, mistress. You asked us to investigate the nobles and see if we could find anything out about the resistance that has been harming your efforts in recent weeks. Yes? What have you discovered? Whispers mostly. We have found no link to the Paladina and the attacks on your person. The rumors we have heard have dealt with off-world players. Players likely linked to the criminal element on the moons. Possibly even your own Sith as well. Avaryss nodded. That revelation didn't surprise her. She had long suspected that some of her allies had turned against her, or were hoping to steal her success as she had gotten so close to the finish line. I need more than rumors, she told her servant. I need proof and names. We will get them for you, the hunter promised. Among what we have heard, 2 words have been mentioned in multiple conversations. Perhaps my master would understand what they mean. And what words might those be? Ordana, and a name, Wiles, Willis, or something like that. Avaryss frowned. Wilkes. Ada nodded. Yes, that is the name. Does my master know it? Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Wilkes, as in Roan Wilkes. That was not possible. Ro was dead. He was a part of her now. His life energy, one of the 1,000 that helped her rebirth. She shook her head. What did her former lover have to do with anything? Her dead lover. She had assured that bridge had been burnt years ago. How could her enemies cross it now? Curious. The name of a dead man, and a place that no longer matters, she told her hunter. Keep listening, but bring what you hear to me and me alone. As the master commands, the creature said with a bow. It was at that moment that her comlink beeped. She held up her hand for silence. The hunter Alpha obeyed. Yes, Avaryss growled. Glask, here, my lord. We have received 2 transmissions. And the first is a data feed from HK Sigma 3 on an emergency band. Avaryss frowned. A date feed from HK could mean only one thing. That the droid was unable to return itself. That his body had been too damaged to return, or been destroyed. She hissed. Failure. Her loyal droid had failed her. I will examine the data feed immediately, transfer it to my private quarters. What of the second transmission? This one was routed through our criminal contacts. It is from the bounty hunter Calo Nord. What does he have for me? Avaryss felt a tingle down her spine. Had Calo done what her allies could not? Had he captured Bela Istillo? It was possible. He had spent some time on Bantoon in his youth. She knew that from the memories she had inherited from True. Had the dark side given him the strength to hunt someone he knew, or was this a more cunning game he was playing? He requests an audience with you, Glass continued. He says he has something you want, and will negotiate for it only in person. Avaryss considered that. Such a meeting would be risky. She had worked with Calo in the past. He was skilled and dangerous, but that was before her change. He was also the brother of True Halcyon, the body she now inhabited. Would he hold a grudge? Was this request for an audience part of some revenge scheme? Did he say what he has that is so valuable? He claims to have captured one of Survivor Squad, a bounty hunter known as Merit Fallen Star. I know no such person. Calo claims that you knew him by another name. Fallen Star is an alias for the fallen Jedi Finch Shadowstone. Avaryss blinked. Finn. He had turned bounty hunter. My lord, are you there? She shook her head and smiled. Send word to Calo that I will meet him at a neutral site. I anticipated that, my lord. He insists that he meet you here, on Bantoon. That if you do not agree, he will take his merchandise elsewhere. She snarled. How dare he dictate terms to her? She was to be an empress. She took a shuddering breath and calmed herself. He claimed to have Finn, if he was not lying. Was this how it would happen? Was this the will of the dark side? Was this how her love returned to her? Finally she nodded. Provide him with the proper clearance. I will meet with him at Sanctuary Base. As ordered, my lord, the Imperial said, glask out. She lowered the comlink and stared into the shadows of her darkened chamber. Ada remained where she was, her eyes coolly observing her master. Is there something wrong, my lord? Avaryss shook her head. No, she didn't think so. She had not expected for Finn to return this way, but perhaps this was the only way. Did that explain the tremor she felt in the Force? Had the light finally given up on Finn? If so, perfect. He would be here, she could see that now. He was coming, but coming to her as a prisoner. He would have no choice to accept her, except what had been done for the right reason. She smiled, her body stirring at the thought of seeing her old lover again. No, Ada, she said. All is right with the galaxy. She almost laughed. Finn, my love. Finally, you return to me, and right at the end as well. Right as victory is mine. The dark side truly loved her. And soon so would Finn, a new Sith in her service, and her bed. How could it end any other way? The future was hers. All was hers. It was inevitable. It was the will of the dark side. Her will and her will be done.